the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 826 Calling Valley, Part 1. Yoon, after Aizen and Ichimurjin vanished, Hanaritsu immediately called out to her vice-captain, Katetsu Yoon, to check on the fallen Hitsugaya Taoshirao and Hinamori Momo. Hanaritsu instantly appeared beside Hitsugaya, checking his life or death. Meanwhile, Katetsu Yoon checked on Hinamori Momo and immediately carried her to Hanaritsu's side. Nishizuku, as Katetsu Yoon placed Hinamori Momo next to Hitsugaya, Hanaritsu immediately drew her Zanpakuto. As she spoke, the Zanpakuto's blade transformed into a giant, flat creature with a large, single eye at its front. The creature appeared, nodded gently to Hanaritsu, then extended its long tongue and swept Hitsugaya and Hinamori Momo from the ground into its stomach. This is the power of Hanaritsu's Zanpakuto. As long as they survive, they can slowly heal within Nishizuku's stomach. While its effectiveness isn't as great as a new Oriheim's shield Shunrika, it's still an extremely powerful healing Zanpakuto. Before New Oriheim's appearance, it held the strongest healing power in Soul Society. It's a perfect match for Hanaritsu's Zanpakuto. The ability to simultaneously slash and heal is enough to tire the enemy to death, especially with his Bankei, whose healing power surpasses this. As a captain-level Shinigami capable of Bankei, his Shike doesn't require him to utter his entire Shike, and can even unleash his Zanpakuto without uttering a single Shike. Yoon, search for Aizen and Ichimurjin, and report this information to the entire Godai 13. After Nishizuku swallowed Hitsugaya and Hinamori Momo, Hanaritsu finally relaxed. After glancing at Shen Fei, he immediately gave his command to his vice-captain. Yes, Katetsu Yoon then squatted on the ground, using his spiritual energy to draw a Keto formation on the ground. The betrayal of Captains Aizen and Ichimurjin was a major event in Soul Society. Tracking them and notifying the others as quickly as possible required the use of Keto. Southern heart, northern pupil, western fingertips, eastern toes. Gathered with the wind, dispersed with the rain. The 58th path of binding, toe slapping and chasing the bird. What a tracking skill, Shen Fei muttered to himself as he watched the spiritual network extended from Katetsu Yoon's spiritual energy. As long as one knew the opponent's spiritual aura, they could use this spiritual network to capture it. The distance depended on the strength of the wielder's spiritual pressure. With sufficient strength, even if they were on the other side of the planet, they could be captured through this binding. Coordinates, double killing hill. Using the spiritual network, Katetsu Yoon quickly captured the spiritual pressure of Aizen and Ichimurjin, and then Yoon began to chant again. The web of black and white, 22 bridges, 66 crowns, footprints, distant thunder, peaks, returning to the earth, night lurking, sea of clouds, the azure sequence, filling the Taiwan, reaching straight to the sky, the 77th heavenly sky of the way of binding, the web of spiritual pressure extended again. This time, because the dialogue involved the majority of the entire Godai 13 Shinigami, the speed was much slower than the previous slapping toe chase. Katetsu Yoon was undoubtedly a very qualified vice-captain, even if her Zanpakuto wasn't a healing type. The Godai 13 captain was chosen primarily for combat prowess. But vice-captains were different. Because they needed to assist the captain with a large number of tasks, unless there was a special reason, the vice-captains were chosen based on comprehensive skills. They all had to master some form of Zankan-Zauge, and most of the Godai 13 vice-captains adhered to this rule. The only exceptions were Yoshiryu of the 11th Division, Rinjiabare of the 6th Division, and Amida of the 2nd Division. As for the 12th Division, since it wasn't a combat division, there were no special requirements in this regard. We all have cell phones, yet they're not widespread. Lifespans are long, and once you get used to something, it's hard to change, even with modern technology. As the real world progresses, the Soul Society also keeps pace, absorbing modern technology. The messenger machine Rukia used earlier was created by integrating mobile phone technology. In terms of pure technology, the Soul Society surpasses the real world, even if its technological foundation is based on this. After all, Soul Society possesses the Kido, a power unattainable by ordinary people. Look at the R&D Bureau and the Visuals Department now, they even have Kido computers. Unfortunately, Such advanced technology is confined to the R&D Bureau, leaving the rest of the Seoul society without a single benefit. Even for everyday communication, when they could invent something similar to a cell phone, they still rely on time-honored methods, the 2nd Division's executioner's notifications or the Helljoe's notifications. Foremost in Seoul society, the Helljoe is simply a communication tool. Little do they know that the Hell in front of the name Helljoe wasn't just a random name. To Agodi 13, the following is an urgent notice from Captain Anahanaritsu of Division 4 and Vice Captain Katetsu Yoon. All of the following is true. Captain Aizen of Division 5 and Captain Jinichimuru of Division 3 have betrayed us. Captain Hitsuya and Vice Captain Momo Hinamori have been seriously injured. The entire Central 46th Cell has been destroyed. Katetsu Yoon, fearing someone might have missed the point, repeated the statement twice. Ryujin Jaka is truly powerful. Even with just a shike, the spirit particles in the air of Sarito are already stirring. Midair, Shen Fei, treading on spirit particles as he raced towards the double-killing hill, couldn't help but glance at the sea of fire on a barren mountain in the distance to his left. That's where Captain Yamamoto and Captains Yukitake Chishiro and Kyoraku Shunsu were engaged. Both sides were aware of the destructive power of Ryujin Jaka, so the battle took place in the wasteland, far from the Sarito-e buildings. In contrast, Kenpachi Zaraki, Kaname Tazan, and Sajin Kamamura were fighting with complete disregard for their surroundings, practically destroying entire streets. Now, Kenpachi Zaraki was facing off head-on against Kamamura Sajin's Benkei, Black Rope Tenjumayu. Judging by the situation, his Benkei had destroyed most of the street. Kamamura Sajin was the only one facing Kenpachi Zaraki at this point. Tazan Kaname had vanished without a trace. Stop. Following Katetsu Yoon's announcement, most of the Shinigami fighting across the Seoul Reality froze in shock. For some, Ichimaru Jin's betrayal wasn't surprising, but Aizen's was simply unbelievable. Matsumoto Rangaku and Kira Izuru, who were already engaged in the battle, were the most incredulous. Kira Izuru's luck was truly unfortunate. His Zanpakuto, Wabisuke, had the ability to double the weight of objects it struck. It was practically a nemesis of most Zanpakuto. Given enough strength, even Kenpachi Zaraki would have a difficult time fighting him. Unfortunately, Matsumoto Rangaku's Zanpakuto, Grey Cat, was a natural nemesis for Wabisuke. After a moment's silence, the two immediately rushed towards the Double Strike Hill. Meanwhile, the others also rushed towards the Double Strike Hill. Captain Aizen, Captain Ichimaru Jin, Captain Tazan, on the Double Strike Hill, Renji and Rukia stared at the three captains in disbelief. They had never imagined that Captain Aizen, usually so gentle, would betray Seoul society. Captain Aizen, why? Renji cried out in disbelief as Aizen slowly approached. Why, Abari Renji? I was very optimistic about you, which is why I let you join the 5th Division. Aizen looked at Renji standing in front of Rukia. As he spoke, a white lightning flashed from his right index finger, piercing through Renji's body. Hado number 4 White Thunder, Renji. Rukia was about to support Renji as he fell when Aizen suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed the collar around his neck, and pulled him towards the Double Strike Hill. But later I discovered that your personality was the kind that was very difficult to control, so I immediately kicked you to the 11th Division. I thought that was the end of your career, but I didn't expect you to become the vice captain. To be honest, this surprised me a little. While holding Rukia, Aizen continued to talk about Renji. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Renji to become the vice captain. In terms of Kido, Renji's talent was a mess. It can be said that he was very suitable for the 11th Division. What Aizen didn't expect was that the vice captain of the 6th Division suddenly resigned, and Kachiki Byakuya fell in love with Renji. After all, under normal circumstances, Kachiki Byakuya would not fall in love with anyone else but Renji. Little did they know that Byakuya made Renji the vice captain entirely for Rukia. Aizen, let Rukia go. Just as Aizen was about to continue, Ichigo suddenly rushed over. Having just fought a desperate battle against Byakuya Kachiki and thought he had rescued Rukia, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Ichigo naturally had no idea what was going on, but judging by Aizen's attitude towards Rukia, it seemed he would be right to strike him down. Traveling Misfortune Boy, facing Ichigo's Benkei-like attack, Aizen chuckled and blocked Tensa Zangetsu's blade head-on with his left index finger. Ichigo was in disbelief at the result. Just moments earlier, he had defeated the captain of Division 6 with that same weapon, And now, a single finger had stopped him. Your growth is astonishing, but it's not enough yet. As he spoke, Aizen flicked his finger at Tensa's Angetsu's blade, sending Ichigo flying dozens of meters. Ichigo fell to the ground and tried to get up, but his injuries were too severe to allow him to do so. Although he won the battle against Byaku Ayakatsuki, he himself was also seriously injured. That was the power of his final blow. Ichigo, and Orihime immediately came to Ichigo's side and used the shield Shunrika to heal him. Looks like I'm not late. As Shen Fei spoke, he flew from the air to the double-killing hill. When he arrived, Madarame Ikoku and others also arrived. However, faced with Ichimurujin and Tazen Kaname joining forces to block their way, the group did not impulsively attack directly. Captain Tazen, Hisachi Shuhei, the vice-captain of the 9th Division, had never expected to see Tazen Kaname here, especially since Tazen Kaname was standing in the same group as Aizen and Ichimurujin. This was such a huge blow to him that Hisachi Shuhei was completely at a loss for words. Wait for the captain to come. Madarame Ikoku and Aisugo Unichika looked around. With 3 captains on the opposite side, they were completely no match for them and could only wait. Rukia, do you know why your Reiatsu in the real world is decreasing? It's all due to Uradhara Keisuke's Hagioku. As Aizen spoke, a test tube suddenly appeared in his right hand. As the tube shattered, his hand turned green, resembling a tree. Is this a common habit among villains? It's understandable. Shen Fei was speechless as he watched Aizen pierce Rukia's chest with his right hand and extract the Hagioku from it, all the while spouting his plan. However, Shen Fei understood him. Setting up such a massive scheme without anyone knowing would be like flirting with a blind man, too boring. Besides, just watching the expressions of the crowd constantly shifting around because of his plan brought him joy. Even when Shen Fei was dealing with someone, he would reveal some details when the situation allowed, to enjoy the pleasure of it. A villain's downfall stems from their talkativeness. It's a sign of a lack of strength and a lack of understanding of the overall situation. If they grasped the overall situation, it wasn't just talkativeness that mattered, but confidence. It's like a Chuanibayao. If you're strong enough, you're no longer a Chuanibayao. You're just a dream, a concept. As Aizen was talking while looking at the Hagioku in his hand, Shen Fei appeared beside him, startling Aizen so much that he immediately used his flash step and moved to the side. Okay, Rukia, it's okay now. Shen Fei ignored Aizen's actions and helped Rukia up from the ground. Although he could have taken the Hagioku from Aizen's hand by surprise with the power of the Opnomi, he would have been the target of everyone's criticism, so he naturally wouldn't be so stupid. Sorry, Captain Aizen, he's too fast. After Shen Fei brought Rukia back to where Ichigo and the others were, Ichimurujin slowly spoke up. If he and Tazen were responsible for stopping the enemy, it would be a dereliction of duty if they let them pass. It's okay, Tazen. Why, Aizen? It's you. Just as Aizen smiled and prepared to say something, a sudden roar descended from the sky. With a loud bang, a towering figure appeared behind Aizen, and simultaneously, a massive Zanpakuto slashed towards Aizen in front of him. It was none other than Kamar-Taj, who had arrived with Zaraki Kenpachi. Upon discovering that Tazen Kaname had also betrayed him, he was furious. Of all the Godai 13, Tazen Kaname was arguably Sajin's best friend. Both men stood for justice. Hado number 90 Black Coffins, facing the attack from behind, Aizen let a scornful smile cross his face. Then, with a wave of his right hand, countless black shadows suddenly appeared around Sajin's body, moving so fast that Sajin had no time to react before he was trapped in the coffin formed by the shadows. As countless blades pierced his body, Kamar-Taj's screams echoed throughout the double-killing hill. With the disappearance of the black coffin, Kamar-Taj collapsed, his body covered in blood. As expected of Captain Aizen, even a number 90 Hado can forego chanting, Ichimurujin said with his usual smile, watching the fallen Kamar-Taj. Beside him, Tazen Kaname showed no reaction to his friend Kamar-Taj's fall. Less than a third of its power, that's no good. Aizen, far from pleased by Ichimurujin's compliment, shook his head in disappointment. Aizen, you seem quite strong. Let's fight. Seeing Aizen instantly defeat Kamar-Taj with a single blow, Kenpachi Zaraki, who had rushed over, became excited. He brandished his Zanpakuto and prepared to charge Aizen. P.S. Merry Christmas Eve everyone. Chapter 827 Calling Valley, Part 2. I won't let you pass. Just as Zaraki Kenpachi rushed towards Aizen, Tazen Kaname suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped him. Even though Zaraki Kenpachi had fought Tazen Kaname and Kamamura Sajin single-handedly before, it didn't mean he could break through Tazen Kaname's blockade in a short time, not to mention that there was also a Chimurjin who was eyeing him covetously. Scattered animal bones, spires, red crystals, steel wheels, the moving is the wind, the still is the sky, the sound of spears clashing resounds throughout the hollow castle, the 63 thunder roar cannons of the broken way, just as Zaraki Kenpachi and Tazen Kaname were clashing, the chanting of the Kido suddenly came from the sky. When the group looked up, they saw only a thick golden lightning beam, striking Aizen below. They're here too. The one who attacked Aizen from above was none other than Shibakukaku. The 63rd Kido, chanted in full, was truly astonishingly powerful, but unfortunately, since his opponent was Aizen, naturally, not a hair of his head was harmed. However, just as Aizen dodged the Thunder Roar Cannon's attack with a flash step, two figures suddenly appeared on his sides, one on the left and one on the right, with two Zanpakuto placed on either side of his neck. If you don't want your head to be ripped off your body, don't move, Aizen. The two people holding Aizen hostage were none other than Shihei Uruchi and the captain of the 2nd Division, Soifo. Both were from the secret mobile force. After receiving the communication from Katetsu Yuun, they immediately came to the double-killing hill, but did not show up. Instead, they hid in the surroundings, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Shibakukaku's attack just created the opportunity for them. This is going to be troublesome. Seeing Aizen being held hostage, Ichimurujin maintained his foxy smile and attempted to draw his Zanpakuto, seemingly ready to rescue him. However, a figure quietly approached from behind and grabbed his right hand. It was none other than Matsumoto Rangaku. Captain Aizen, I'm so sorry, I've been captured, Ichimurujin slowly said, his Zanpakuto held against his neck by Matsumoto Rangaku. It's okay, Jin, Aizen continued with a gentle smile. He glanced at Uruchi beside him and said, what a familiar face. It's been years, Captain Shihoin, stop. Just as Aizen and Ichimurujin were captured and Tazen Kaname was still engaged in a fierce battle with Zaraki Kenpachi, Captain Yamamoto, Kyoraku Shunsu, and Yukitake Chishiro finally arrived. Under the captain's furious roar, even Zaraki Kenpachi was forced to retreat. They're here too. Looks like they're almost there, but where's Uradhara Kisuke? Seeing Unohanaritsu and Katetsu Yuun arriving, standing atop Nishizuku in the air, Shen Fei glanced around and saw that most of the Soul Society captains and vice-captains had arrived, even 2nd Division's vice-captain, Azenkami, had arrived. However, the one he'd been concerned about, Uradhara Kisuke, was nowhere to be seen. Still hiding around? Black cloaks are such a nuisance. Aizen's already exposed his conspiracy, and yet he hasn't come out yet? Why? I see. Just as Shen Fei was curious about Uradhara Kisuke's lack of presence, he suddenly remembered to Kaneda, and immediately understood why. He was still a wanted criminal in Soul Society, so it wasn't easy for him to openly appear before the Goroi 13 captains. While Uruchi was also a wanted criminal, Uruchi's status as the former head of the Shihai clan naturally made the situation different. Uradhara Kisuke didn't have that kind of status. Of course, there's another possibility. Uradhara Kisuke wants to hide in the shadows, or at least won't come out until Aizen is completely overthrown. Aizen, your ambition ends here. Captain Yamamoto looked at Aizen, who was captured by Uruchi and Soifong, his face gloomy. The entire Goroi 13, the Soul Society, had been tricked by Aizen. This was simply the greatest provocation to him. Aizen, why? After Captain Yamamoto finished speaking, Yukitake Chishiro looked at Aizen with some pain. Within the Goroi 13, his relationship with Aizen was second only to that of Kyoraku Shunsu. Aizen's disguise in Soul Society was exceptionally perfect. Even if Uradhara Kisuke, Uruchi, the Masked Corps, and others knew Aizen's true identity, facing the terrifying power of Kyoka Sujetsu, even Uradhara Kisuke had no good solution and could only slowly bide his time. The only person who has had contact with Uradhara Kisuke is probably Kyoraku Shunsu. Don't be fooled by his appearance of appreciating beautiful women, drinking, and being out of tune. In fact, he is unfathomable. In addition, the 8th Division is originally responsible for intelligence, so it is normal for him to know things that ordinary people don't know. Although the Mirror Flower and Water Moon are very terrifying, even Aizen can't use it on everyone all the time. At most, he will use it only when necessary. Speaking of which, Aizen is still too confident. If it were me, I could easily make Urahara Keisuke the mastermind, just like the Masked Core incident. Maybe it's the confidence brought by strength that makes him feel that there is no need to hide. Looking at Aizen, who was stared at by a group of Shinigami, with a gentle smile on his face, Shen Fei suddenly had such an idea in his mind. If that's the case, it would be very interesting. It's time. Just as Yoruichi and Soifeng were about to take Aizen away, Aizen suddenly looked up at the sky and laughed. After hearing what Aizen said, Yoruichi immediately shouted for Soifeng to step back. Then the two of them immediately left the lazy man's side with instant steps. The next moment, a golden beam of light fell from the sky and enveloped Aizen. On the other side, Ichimaru Jin shook his wrist and knocked away Matsumoto Rangaku, who was holding him. With his strength, there was no way Rangaku would have caught him so easily if he hadn't wanted to. Then the golden beam of light also enveloped him. Naturally, golden beams appeared on Tazim Kaname, who was standing alone on the other side. So many Killians, the 2nd Division's vice captain, Amida, looked at the huge white head that emerged from the black crack in the sky and shouted loudly. This vice captain of the 2nd Division, known as the Amida, was a stark mismatch for the secret mobile unit. As a member of the secret mobile unit, their style resembled that of a ninja, but he was incredibly plump and adorned with a wealth of gold jewelry. Compared to Byaku Ayakutsuki's silver-white windflower veil and the understated luxury and substance of Kyangsing's shackles, Amida looked like a complete nouveau riche. His rise to captain of the 2nd Division stemmed not from his skill but from his family background, wealth and reliability. The vice-captains of the 2nd Division were almost always members of the Amida family. Shen Fei was deeply impressed by Amida. The legend of the Amida was one factor, but also the fact that the Amida family had always been similar, with a petite and adorable younger sister. While no one looked particularly impressive on their own, when the entire family was put together, it was a complete genetic mutation. Normally, Shinigami can join any division of Soul Society's Godai 13, with the exception of Division 2. The Shinigami of the secret mobile unit are typically trained from a young age and remain under the command of the S.H.I.E.L.D family. The current Soifeng is a lower-ranking noble of the S.H.I.E.L.D family. Captain General Yamamoto's ability to establish the Godai 13 naturally mentally offered considerable benefits to the nobles. A closer look at the Godai 13's responsibilities reveals that the 4 major families hold immense power in Soul Society. That Sunayashiro family doesn't participate in the Godai 13, but they control the Great Spirit Book Corridor and the Hall of Visions. The other 3 major families each command a division. The S.H.I.E.L.D family is in Division 2, the Kutsuki clan in Division 6, and the Shiba clan in Division 10. If it weren't for Shiba Aishin's attack and frame-up by Aizen, the current captain of Division 10, Hitsuge Toshiro, would have been no more than vice-captain. Even now, the Shiba clan, expelled from Soul Society, remains a formidable force, still able to directly contact Squad Zero. Not to mention their final Jutsuga Tensho, seemingly a family heirloom, mastered not only by Ichigo but also by Aishin. Finally, I get to see the famous hairspray hand. Watching Aizen slowly drift skyward within the golden glow of the anti-membrane, Shen Fei felt a certain anticipation for the ensuing spectacle. He followed, half-heartedly wanting to witness it. Aizen, now exposed as the mastermind, still possessed the gentle demeanor of Ichigo, with no trace of the mastermind. Enough. That's the anti-membrane, used by the great hollows of Hueco Mundo to guide the clan members. The inside and outside are completely different realms. It's impossible to reach him now. Seeing Aizen and the other 2 ascend into the air, a Shinigami captain, unwilling to let the 3 defectors escape unscathed, attempted to take action, but was immediately stopped by the captain general. Aizen, you're colluding with Hueco Mundo, Yukitake Chishiro shouted at Aizen in the sky. How can that be considered collusion? This is the return of the king of Hueco Mundo's supply. Even the clever Shinigami of the Godai 13 couldn't have imagined that Aizen had already ruled Hueco Mundo, becoming its king. Yukitake, you're still so arrogant. Aizen looked down at Yukitake below him. As he spoke, he removed the black-rimmed glasses he had been wearing. Instantly, the glasses transformed into spirit particles and vanished into thin air. At the same time, Aizen stroked his hair with his right hand, changing his hairstyle. At the same time, his gentle eyes became unusually sharp. At this moment, Aizen's prestige soared. No one has ever stood in heaven, not you, not me, not even the gods. But this unbearable void in the throne of heaven will soon end, for from today on, I will stand at its summit. Farewell, fellow Shinigami, farewell, young traveler. For a human being, you are truly quite interesting, Aizen spoke, glancing at Ichigo and then staring at Shen Fei for a moment. The three of them were then lifted up by the palms of three hollows and vanished into a black dimensional rift. A moment later, the dimensional rift vanished. Each division shall calculate their losses. Captain Yamamoto, after seeing Aizen disappear, left this order and departed. The annihilation of the Central 46 and the betrayal of three captains would bring endless troubles. The nobles of Soul Society would undoubtedly put pressure on Captain Yamamoto, but given Aizen's decisiveness, the pressure would not be too great. After all, they still relied on the Goro E13 to deal with Aizen. For the nobles of the Central 46, bullying the weak and fearing the strong is instinctive. If you're easygoing, they'll bully you with all their might. If you're not, they'll definitely be polite. For example, their attitude towards Division 12's mayor is completely different from their attitude towards the other captains. It's probably because even the most ruthless are afraid of the most ruthless. Hurry and save them. After the captain-in-chief left, Unohanaritsu immediately ordered the available members of Division 4 to rescue them. Kuchiki Byakuya and Kamamura Sajin were seriously injured, especially Kamamura Sajin, who hadn't regained consciousness yet. Fortunately, Hanataro and Inu Orihime were there, so whatever their injuries were, they were at least not in danger. Captain, while the others were busy rescuing them, Division 3's Vice Captain, Kara Izuru, and Division 9's Vice Captain, Hisachi Shuhei, both looked devastated. They had never imagined their captain would betray Soul Society and collude with Hueco Mundo. My apologies, both of you. Just as the two were completely at a loss as to what to do, Soi Fuang arrived with his 2nd Division's troopers and confiscated their Zanpakuto. The betrayal of the three captains wouldn't end with their departure, the Goro E13 would have their work cut out for them. For one thing, the members of 3rd, 5th, and 9th Divisions all needed to be investigated, lest there were accomplices of Aizen and his companions. Even if there weren't any, to give the Soul Society nobles an explanation, they needed to make a show of imprisonment for at least a few days. Kira Izuru and Hisaji Shuhei naturally offered no resistance, and Hanamori Momo couldn't escape either. After Unohanaritsu's treatment, her injuries had largely healed, and she would only need to recuperate in the cell. Of course, as vice captains, these three were treated differently from ordinary Shinigami. They were all slept in separate cells. Captain Zaraki is here, Ichigo said, speaking from the double bed in the 4th Division's infirmary. He immediately leaped out the window, leaving Rukia and Rinji behind. Someone had somehow put Rinji and Ichigo in the same hospital ward. Ichigo was in excellent physical condition, and with Orihime Inu's shield Shunrika, he naturally recovered quickly. Then, he was targeted by Kenpachi Zaraki and Ikoku Madarame. Initially, Ichigo didn't take it seriously, believing it was just a fight. He engaged both the men separately, then was admitted to the hospital. The fighting continued, and even the rest of the 11th Division joined in. This time, Ichigo couldn't handle it anymore, and upon hearing the name of the 11th Division, he simply ran away. Ichigo, you ran away? Oh, and where's that guy, Kenpachi Zaraki? Somewhat annoyed by Ichigo's escape, didn't immediately chase him. Instead, he turned to Rukia, who was peeling fruit for Rinji. Rinji's injuries, while seemingly severe, were merely superficial. With Orihime Inu on his side, recovery would be easy. He'd stayed in the hospital to enjoy Rukia's care. He was no fool. Teacher Shen, huh? He went to the civilian street. The names of the streets in Sarito are very simple. The noble side is called Noble Street, and the civilian side is called Pingming Street. While Ichigo and the others were recuperating, Shen Fei ran out to avoid the challenge from Kenpachi Zaraki. He didn't want to fight that madman Zaraki. Spirit particle food, although it's of no use to me, it's a rare treasure for ordinary people. The air in the real world is also filled with spirit particles, but ordinary people have no way to absorb them. However, if it's food, it's different. Ordinary people can absorb some of it. P.S. Merry Christmas. Chapter 828 Calling Valley, Part 2. The worlds differ. Some items might be commonplace in this world, but in another, they're considered treasures. The Shinigami world is undoubtedly like this. For example, Orochimaru's quest for immortality is easily achieved in the Shinigami world. Whether he becomes a Shinigami or not is irrelevant to him. Similarly, the damage to his soul from his undead reincarnation can be quickly restored here. The food sold in Soul Society is naturally useless to Shen Fei now, but that doesn't mean it's useless to others. While he can obtain a good deal from Canada, he's free now, so he might as well take a look at the institutions of Soul Society. In terms of daily life, Soul Society is relatively normal. Nobles and commoners are clearly separated, and they rarely interfere with each other. The Goda E13 act as a buffer, and while there are conflicts, they haven't reached a life or death struggle. Soul Society's true chaos lies in Rukwenge, especially those far from the Suridae, where the chaos is exceptional. Unahanaritsu and Zaraki Kenpachi were once renowned villains of Rukwenge. Unahanaritsu joined the Goda E13 after meeting Captain-in-Chief Yamamoto, while Zaraki Kenpachi met Unahanaritsu himself. Jin Tongue fly with the glasses, there really is everyone. The civilian streets of Soul Society are not much different from the real world, with a variety of shops. Among them is an eyewear shop with a rather peculiar name, frequented by many Shinigami, not just ordinary Shinigami, but also some nobles. This shop is particularly interesting because it was opened by Jin Jinjiro, the former vice captain of the 6th Division. His perspective is quite different from that of the Goda E13. For many Shinigami, becoming vice captain of the 6th Division is a great honor. However, his side business, the eyewear shop, prospered so well that he resigned to focus on it. This allowed Renji to become vice captain of the 6th Division. Under normal circumstances, Renji would have had a difficult time becoming vice captain. After all, vice captains, unlike captains and chief officers, are appointed by the captain. While captain and chief officer positions can be won through sheer strength, the same cannot be said for vice captains. Shinigami, especially powerful ones, often have long lifespans. Once a position is occupied, unless something unexpected happens, like the Aizen incident and the subsequent appearance of a watch, which led to numerous changes in the Goda E13, it's otherwise very difficult to replace their captain. Of course, the 11th Division was an exception. Kenpachi Zaraki is now the 11th, demonstrating just how frequently they change captains. Looking at the other divisions, the 1st Division has never had a captain change. Soi Fuang is the 2nd generation captain of the 2nd Division, and the 8th and 13th Divisions have never had a captain change either. Even Shen Fei was somewhat surprised by someone abandoning his position as vice captain of the 6th Division to focus on opening an eyewear shop. Unfortunately, the glasses in the shop are too expensive. While Shen Fei could afford them, that would expose the source of his Soul Society wealth. His glasses were so expensive that even Renji, the vice captain of Division 6, felt they couldn't afford them. The only one who could get them for free was Byaku Ayakatsuki, the captain of Division 6. Every time Jinjiro invented a new pair of glasses, he would give Byaku Aya a pair. Even though Byaku Aya had never accepted them. Aizen bought his black-framed glasses from his shop, as well as goggles for the Female Soul Reaper Association and sunglasses for the Male Soul Reaper Association. The fact that he gave up his position as vice captain of Division 6 to focus solely on selling glasses only shows his true love for them. Thank you all for your help this time. After Ichigo and the injured members of the Goda E13 recovered, he and the others finally decided to leave. If they didn't leave, Soul Society would expel them. After all, they were in the country illegally and were still alive. In fact, if they hadn't needed the power of Inu Oriheim, they could have left long ago. Oriheim's power was so incredible that even Unahanaritsu was curious and studied it briefly. Before leaving, Yukitake Jishiro, on behalf of the Goda E13, officially recognized Ichigo's position as a substitute Shinigami and gave him a corresponding token. Undoubtedly, this token also contained a tracking and surveillance device. However, unlike Jinjo Kyugo, Ichigo, even if he knew the truth, would not care too much. I'm so sorry. After returning to the real world through the gate to Uradhara Kisuke's shop, Uradhara Kisuke, who had been waiting there, immediately prostrated himself and apologized to Ichigo upon seeing Ichigo and his group. After Aizen revealed his purpose, everyone naturally knew why Rukia had suffered such a fate. It was all because of the Hagioku. If Uradhara Kisuke had not placed the Hagioku in Rukia, Rukia would never have violated the rules of Soul Society. Seeing Uradhara Kisuke apologizing, Shen Fei suddenly realized that he hadn't appeared publicly in Soul Society because he was probably being hunted down. Beyond that, Byaku Ayakatsuki would undoubtedly demand justice from Uradhara Kisuke. Even if Rukia was still intact, Byaku, I would undoubtedly find Yoruchi and Urahara Kisuke to discuss the matter later. Then there was the 2nd Division's captain, Soifwang. She believed that Urahara Kisuke, a con man, had tricked Shihai and Yoruchi away. If she saw Urahara Kisuke, she wouldn't hesitate to deliver a 2-hit kill. Mr. Urahara, there's no need to be so polite. Now that Ruki is alright, it doesn't matter. I've been away for so many days, I should return. Ichigo was a very kind person, and since Rukio is alright in the finale, he naturally didn't question Urahara Kisuke's actions. Instead, he was worried about his 2 younger sisters back home. The group had gone to Soul Society under the pretext of a vacation, and now that they were back, Ichigo was concerned for his sisters. Then let me take you home, Urahara Kisuke said as he took out a flying carpet and sent the group back home. Finally, Shen Fei and Urahara Kisuke looked at each other, and no one spoke before they left. After returning to the real world, the lives of the group did not change much. Ichigo still fulfilled his duties as a deputy god of death and subdued the dangerous hollows. This time there was no Ishida Uryu to interfere. In the Battle of Soul Society, although Ishida defeated the captain of the 12th Division, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, the price was the temporary loss of spiritual power, which was somewhat similar to Ichigo later. While Ichigo and the others were living their lives in the real world, Shen Fei, at the appointed time, returned to Soul Society through the gate. The gate is not only controlled by the Goro E13. Some of the upper nobles in Soul Society also have gates belonging to their own families, not to mention that Tsuneo family. Is this a replica of the Soul King Palace? But Tokinada hasn't even considered dealing with Squad Zero. Does she really think her noble status can keep Squad Zero in line? After arriving in Soul Society, Shen Fei went to a place Tsuneo Tokinada had prepared long ago, a valley. A valley is a space of spirit particles formed by the gathering of souls that missed their chance to reincarnate and didn't become hollows. To this day, countless valleys, large and small, exist hidden at the junction of the real world, Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo. These valleys float like bubbles at the intersection of the 3 worlds. Besides the battles with hollows, many of the Goro E13's casualties were caused by valleys. If a serpent encounters a Kyurei or Kyuda while passing through a gate, and doesn't have time to escape, it will drag them into the valley. Even a Shinigami skilled in space-based ghost arts would find it difficult to escape from the densely packed valleys. However, this situation only applies to ordinary Shinigami. If it is replaced by members of the 4 major families, it will be a different situation. For example, Tsuneo Tokinada, he used the Kido to lock onto a space called Tani a long time ago, and then used the ability of Dahenora to create a replica of the Soul King Palace inside. Compared to Aizen's creation of the King's Key in order to enter and exit the Soul King Palace, Tokinada's plan is more thorough, which is to turn the space called Tani into the real Soul King Palace. Aizen probably doesn't know about this method, otherwise he would not have created any King's Key. Shen Fei had no idea whether Aizen had ever used Kagu Iasui Jetsu to hypnotize Tokinada. After all, after hypnosis, the person he was talking to could be anyone, so even searching his memories would only reveal an illusion. Even if he had used it, Tokinada couldn't have known so much since he was imprisoned in the maggot nest. All that followed was slowly figured out by Tokinada, and it all began when Dahenora was working for him. Dahenora is an extremely powerful Fullbringer. Even without her own unique Fullbring, she could, with just basic Reishi control, vaporize her body and become immune to physical damage. Aizen wasn't a true god, after all, so it was impossible for him to constantly pay attention to a seemingly arrogant and domineering noble disciple. As a result, Tokinada became the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Aizen's Kagu Iasui Jetsu is removed after Dahenora stole the Yanluo Kagu Iasui Jetsu and gave it to Tokinada. This meant that if Shen Fei wanted to, he could completely remove Kagu Iasui Jetsu from all the members of the Goro E13. You are, Lord Shitten. Just when Shen Fei was curiously sitting on the throne of the Spirit King in the fake Spirit King Palace, a young and beautiful woman with short blue hair, wearing a white shirt inside, a black tie jacket outside, and a white knitted scarf walked in. When she saw Shen Fei sitting on the throne of the Spirit King, she was slightly stunned for a moment, and then she asked calmly, "This guy you are talking about is here?" Shen Fei said as he waved his left hand. A human head appeared in his palm and was thrown to the feet of Dao Eugenora. At this time, Tokinada's eyes were closed tightly. Without a trace of consciousness. This was naturally done by Shen Fei. Originally, Shen Fei wanted to talk to him, but this guy wanted to talk Shen Fei away. Just kidding, he wouldn't care even if it was the king of talking, Naruto, let alone a mere Takenada. As for the sins of the history of Soul Society, what does that have to do with him? He is not even interested in Raftel of the Pirates. He has no interest in the history of Soul Society that may be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years ago. In Shen Fei's view, the choice of the Soul King was not accidental, but a necessity. Judging from the situation at the time, the Soul King was born out of necessity and was a naturally powerful god. Such a person naturally has his own mission. Perhaps this is why he did not resist even though he saw the future. Besides, who could say the Soul King was truly dead? At that level, even if he faked his own death like the Ancient One, fleeing was perfectly normal. Given the abilities of the monks and the 5 ancestors at the time, it was impossible for them to see through him. Of course, these are just hypotheticals. Even a watch, who died after the 1,000-year war, returned 1,000 years later. And even if he was later reduced to the Soul King, his consciousness still existed. Given enough time, a reunion might be possible. Although this time, he was even more unlucky, having been found and crushed by Ichigo and Orihime Inu's child, even that didn't guarantee his complete death. You are my new master. Looking at Takenada's head at her feet, Douhanora's eyes flashed with surprise, but then she regained her composure. With her mastery of spirit particles, she naturally sensed that Takenada was still alive. But even if he wasn't, with his head now belonging to someone else, there was no need to speculate. I'm not Takenada. I don't have so many thoughts. Now you are free. You can do what you want. Although Douhanora is a very powerful Fullbringer, Shen Fei has his own style of doing things. Naturally, he will not use Douhanora like Takenada. Free, Shen Fei's words made Douhanora's eyes flash with confusion. At this time, she had not created the later Yumika no Hikone, and her feelings were still very indifferent. If you don't have anything to do now, I have a suggestion. How about going to school to be a teacher? Looking at Douhanora's confused expression, Shen Fei made a suggestion. The other party is not a bad person. It's just because of his childhood experience and his encounter with Takenada later that he became a hersher. If he often contacts Ichigo and others, his feelings will come back sooner or later, just like his love for Yumika no Hikone in the original work. With him around, Yumika no Hikone will never appear again. You can go into seclusion now. It is very easy to arrange for Douhanora to be the teacher, but the school has not started yet, so there is no need to rush. After deciding the time to contact, Shen Fei immediately prepared to practice in seclusion. Using the name of Takenada, he took out some equipment from Tsuneoshiro's house. Taking into account the time factor, Shen Fei decided to use the different speeds of time flow in Danke to practice. This kind of equipment that can close Danke has a very low utilization rate in Soul Society. Unless it encounters an emergency like Ichigo against Aizen, it is rarely used. Hado number 995 Dragon Tenmi. The Pseudo-Spirit King Palace is called Tanai. As Shen Fei chanted, 5 black dragons formed by spiritual pressure appeared out of thin air in the valley ahead, wreaking havoc in the valley. The time ratio in the /Chi is 1 to 2000. Shen Fei only stayed there for a month to complete the spatial communication and complete all the ghost arts training. After achieving his goal, he decisively left the /Chi. This ratio is too great, and no one wants to stay there any longer. This trick is really a bit useless. It seems that both Aizen and Urahara Keisuke use this trick as a cover. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 829 Blunt. As the 99th Hado, the 5 Dragons Tensei is undoubtedly powerful, but its combat performance is comparable to the indestructible Amaterasu in Naruto. This is due to several factors. First, it requires immense spiritual pressure to use, and a typical captain would likely run out of it after just one use. Second, it's primarily targeted at groups. In terms of single target effectiveness, it's not necessarily comparable to the 90th Hado, the Black Coffin. Hajioku Aizen chose this Hado over the 5 Dragons Tensei in his final battle against Ichigo Mugetsu. This is why it's considered useless. It's useless against powerful enemies, but wasteful against smaller enemies. Of course, if it's simply used for showmanship, that's another reason. However, the 5 Dragons Tensei does have one advantage: it attracts attention. Later in the manga, Urahara Keisuke used it to distract Suneshiro Tokinada and reach a deal with Oradahane. Shen Fei's choices for the Hado within the Kido were similar to Aizen's. He preferred the number 90 Hado, Black Coffin, and the number 66, Bound Do, 6 Staff Light Prison, which Baiku Ayakachuki specialized in. Hado, Squad Zero is full of ridiculous things. Although Kido claimed to have 100 levels, in reality, both Bound Do and Hado only went up to number 99. 100-level Kido didn't exist, or rather, existed only within Squad Zero. Shen Fei had originally assumed that her Hado was stronger than regular Hado, but from Tokinada's memories, he learned that, strictly speaking, her Hado wasn't. The power of her Hado depended on the strength of the person wielding it. This distinction was like the difference between the Goro E13 and Squad Zero, where the different names served to distinguish Squad Zero. The same Kido, wielded by different individuals, had completely different power. Just like the number 90 Hado, Black Coffin, Aizen could instantly kill a captain without chanting. Using a different Hado, even with full chanting, he might not be able to do the same. Next is your turn, Yanra Kagome. Although Shen Fei had gained more confidence in facing Aizen after training, wouldn't he be even more confident if he could use Yanra Kagome? For example, when Aizen was about to use Kyoko Sujetsu, if he suddenly used it, Aizen would probably be shocked. There is no such thing as a fake being inferior to the real one. It all depends on whether the spiritual pressure of both parties is sufficient. Although theoretically, the power of a Zanpakuto mainly depends on spiritual pressure, if there is a powerful Zanpakuto, the meaning is completely different. Just like in the original story, Tokinada relied on Yanra Kagome to fight against a coalition of more than 20 Shinigami, a ranker, and Quincy led by the captain-in-chief Kyoraku Shunsu, and even suppressed them. All of this came from the power of Aizen's Kyoko Sujetsu. If Tokinada changed to a Zanpakuto, such as Ryujinjaka, Kyoraku Shunsu would probably be able to kill him alone. First, let's look at the situation with the Yanra Kagome no Mori. What's going on? Tokinada, whose life was spared by Shen Fei, finally got to play his part. He used the Yanra Kagome no Mori to continuously transform his Zanpakuto's Shike. Shen Fei, on his part, silently observed the state of Tokinada's soul. Krypton gold isn't enough anymore. Now it's all about Krypton life. Is the Krypton life thing because Tokinada isn't strong enough to control this Zanpakuto? If a Soul King were to wield it, Krypton life wouldn't happen. This Zanpakuto couldn't possibly belong to the Soul King, right? Even if it doesn't, it's from that era. Tokinada had no idea of the Yanra Kagome no Mori's origins. He only knew it was a Zanpakuto passed down through the generations of the Tsunamashiro family. There was no evidence of its origins, but considering the Shihoin clan's Tenseiban, one could infer some of its origins. All things in the universe are reduced to ashes. Ryujin Katana, scatter, Senbenzakura. After analyzing Tokinada's soul depletion, Shen Fei finally grasped the Yanra Mirror Codex himself and tentatively used a few Shike. So this is what it feels like to spend your life? The price isn't unbearable, but it's best not to do it unless necessary. After personally experimenting with the Yanra Mirror Codex, Shen Fei gained a deeper understanding of his life. With the Philosopher's Stone and Kamar-Taj's magic, as long as he didn't use it constantly, the Yanra Mirror Codex wouldn't significantly affect him. Kamar-Taj's magic primarily targets the soul, so even if his life is lost, it can be replenished over time. This is because Shen Fei has always followed the right path and avoided any nefarious methods. Otherwise, his current strength would definitely be even greater than it is now. However, he could certainly learn some of Black Doctor Strange's behavior. It's clearly a body formed of spirit particles, also known as a Shinigami, yet it actually has a soul, and after death, it's possible to enter hell. What a bizarre rule. But this does give the Operation Fruit some wiggle room. After personally experiencing the effects of the Yanluo Jingdian, Shen Fei had an idea for how to avoid its side effects. Combined with the power of the Operation Fruit and the Kido, it could completely transfer these side effects to the Philosopher's Stone. This would allow him to fully utilize the Yanluo Jingdian. As for the Philosopher's Stone consumption, a single Tokinada soul would be enough for a long time. Not to mention, Soul Society has many sinful Shinigami, and with the addition of hollows, it's more than enough. Once his strength improves further, perhaps the side effects will be eliminated. Is this the limit of the soul? The next step is to find a way to surpass it. While researching how to transfer the side effects of the Yanluo Jingdian, Shen Fei naturally did not abandon his own cultivation. His spiritual pressure had already reached its limit during his previous retreat. In the world of Bleach, those with powerful souls have the advantage of rapid growth. It seems Ichigo has reached captain rank in less than a month. And then there's Aizen. He was already incredibly powerful when he joined the 5th division. By then, he had already hatched the basics of his plan. Finally, Hirako Masashi sensed he was in danger and assigned him to his side as vice captain, hoping to oversee him personally. However, Aizen outmaneuvered Hirako, using a trick called Mirror Flower Water Moon, Helloification? Looks like we have to find Aizen. In the world of Bleach, Helloification is one option for pushing a soul beyond its original limits. Aizen's Reiatsu is so powerful that he's definitely already a Helloification. Urahara Kisuke also possesses this skill, but unfortunately, he wouldn't trade it. But Aizen is different. If he can be persuaded, even the Hajioku, is a possibility. Not to mention Helloification. Of course, the bargaining chip must be compelling. The transformation of Shinigami into hollows, and the transformation of hollows into Shinigami, are each their own methods of transcending their inherent limitations. Aizen hasn't jumped out yet. Is someone stirring up trouble again? Shen Fei, returning to his villa in Karakura town, sensed the undisguised Reiatsu of Yoruchi, Soifang, Ichigo, Renji, and the others in the air, and immediately rushed over with a hint of curiosity. Aizen had just received Urahara Kisuke's Hajioku. Even if he wanted to cause trouble, he would at least have fused the two Hajioku. Long time no see, everyone. Upon arriving, Shen Fei immediately saw the assembled group. Renji, the vice captain of Division 6, had now taken over Rukia's duties as a Shinigami. Although Rukia's Reiatsu had returned to normal after the Hajioku left her body, neither Kachiki Byakuya nor Renji wanted Rukia to work as a Shinigami in Karakura town, so they temporarily replaced her with Renji. Teacher Shen, what's going on? Shen Fei asked, looking at the bodies of several ordinary people lying beside Yoruchi and Soifang. It's the Soul Hunters. We haven't seen any trace of them in years, but I didn't expect them to show up now. Soifang's tone sounded strange, a mixture of annoyance and joy. They're the ones who devour human souls to extend their lifespans. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to Urahara's place. You should know, upon hearing about going to Urahara Kisuke, Soifang's face darkened, but perhaps understanding that it was serious business, she kept quiet. Although she resented Yoruchi's close relationship with Urahara Kisuke, Soifang still had a clear understanding of priorities. How could such dangerous people exist? Why did they appear? Ichigo asked anxiously in Urahara Kisuke's shop, as he explained the Soul Hunters. Karakura town was already dangerous with the occasional appearance of hollows, and now with the emergence of a group that feeds on souls, Ichigo was naturally worried. After all, his family lived there. They should be here to seek revenge on Soul Society, probably because they heard that Soul Society's defenses have been weak recently. Now that the members of the 3rd and 5th divisions of the Goroi 13 have been detained and interrogated, their work has naturally been assigned to other divisions. After some discussion, in the end, most of the work fell on Hitsugeya Taoshirao of the 10th division, which made Matsumoto Rangaku very helpless. Originally, their work was evenly distributed among the 8th, 10th, and 13th divisions, but Kyoraku Shunsu was lazy, Yukitake Chishiro was weak, and Itsugeya Taoshirao was in a bad mood because of Inamori Momo's attitude, so naturally he could only numb himself with work. It must be said that Matsumoto Rangaku is very comfortable as the vice captain. In other divisions, it is basically the vice captains who handle the team affairs, but the 4th division is handled by Hitsugeya himself. The Soul Hunter is actually Bavant. This is actually Soul Society's own problem, Urahara Kisuke explained. He didn't sugarcoat the Soul Society's involvement in Bavant, stating it was entirely Soul Society's fault. Bavant's emergence stemmed from Soul Society's Shinigami conducting research on spirits. An unexpected incident resulted in the loss of 1/10 of the Cerritos territory. A result that immediately angered the Soul Society's nobles. Eventually, the Shinigami pursued the survivors of the research. While the long pursuit eliminated the Soul Hunters, the remaining ones had become more hidden. There had been no trace of them for centuries, and now they had resurfaced. No wonder Yoruchi was so worried. Bavant's soul, after mutating, could absorb human souls to prolong its lifespan and increase its power. In a sense, it was the Shinigami's version of a vampire. It's all your own fault. No wonder Aizen said, "You'll finally understand one day what a sinister fantasy Shinigami or Shen Fei sneered inwardly, watching as Urahara Kisuke, while revealing most of Bavant's story without a single falsehood, concealed the most crucial detail. He didn't open his mouth to expose his actions. The Shinigami were hunting Bavant, a question of good versus evil. Shen Fei couldn't offer much comment, but from a human perspective, Bavant was naturally an enemy, just like a ghoul. However, Urahara Kisuke didn't reveal the fundamental reason behind Bavant's creation, the Soul Society's experiment, which they conducted because they believed using human souls was unethical, so they used Shinigami souls and abilities. This was, in fact, a complete excuse. The true purpose of the experiment was to allow the Shinigami of Soul Society to live forever. While the Shinigami of Soul Society generally lived longer than humans, their lifespans varied greatly depending on their strength. Naturally, some powerful nobles were not happy with this, with the head of the Tsuneo family being the most active. Even in the mortal world, many of those who hold high positions and possess immense wealth are unwilling to accept death, spending vast sums each year in an attempt to research items that extend their lifespans. This is especially true for Shinigami, who already have long lifespans. Perhaps due to the curse that destroyed the Soul King, the Tsuneo family hasn't produced any powerful Shinigami since their ancestor's death. In contrast, the other three families have a consistently produced captain-level Shinigami. Unfortunately, this was eventually exposed, and the other three families, the Kuchiki, Shihoin, and Shiba, immediately launched a coordinated attack, halting their research. Even the Tsuneo family, no matter how powerful they are, cannot outmaneuver three, whether in terms of strength or influence. Soul Society may appear glamorous on the surface, but that's just the surface. Behind the scenes, there are all sorts of demons, snakes, demons, and gods. And even this superficial brilliance only began 1,000 years ago, when Captain General Yamamoto established the Godo E13 and the Shino Spiritual Academy. However, these events happened 1,000 years ago, so there's no need to recount them to Ichigo now. It's the second invasion of Soul Society in a short time, even with Uruchi, Soifang, and the others tracking them down, and even having captured a few soul hunters in the human world, they still allowed their leader to lead a small group into Soul Society. Soul Society's reconstruction wasn't yet complete, especially with the buildings destroyed by Kenpachi's Araki's 1-on-2 attack. Even with Ukidoshu, only half of them had been restored. Originally, once the enemy entered Soul Society, Ichigo wouldn't have had much to do with it, but unfortunately, they'd attacked Ichigo's classmates in the human world. Now is a good opportunity. Naturally, Shen Fei didn't enter Soul Society openly with Ichigo this time. After all, Ichigo was a Shinigami agent, and while he might be fine in Soul Society, he wouldn't be. However, he entered secretly. After watching the Shinigami captains battle the Soul Hunter Masters, Shen Fei immediately donned his black cloak and headed north towards Soul Society. Werewolf Clan, Kamar-Taj, you must thank me this time. At the entrance of a huge cave in a huge barren mountain range in the north, Shen Fei opened the mirror space and transformed the surroundings of the cave. Chapter 830, The Knights of the Star Cross, Part 1. Kamar-Taj, the captain of Division 7, is a werewolf, a rare sight in the all-human Soul Society. It's no wonder he always wears a massive bamboo hat, to avoid discrimination from other Shinigami. After being instantly killed by Aizen, his appearance was revealed. However, not many Shinigami discriminate against him. Perhaps the nobles do, but the Godo E13 are rare. Shen Fei is deeply curious about this werewolf clan. Logically, Soul Society shouldn't have any non-human souls. The Soul Society only has human souls, not animal souls. This is quite strange, considering that not only humans have souls, but animals, too, and according to Fullbringers, even all things possess spirits. However, Shen Fei has no desire to delve deeper into this matter. After all, Soul Society was created, and who knows what the ancestors of the 5 great families who created it, and the people of that era, did with the power of the Soul King? The 3 worlds we see today, the living world, Mundo, and Soul Society, did not exist during the Soul King era. Back then, everyone lived in one world. According to records left by the Tsuneo family, Mundo first emerged in this world, Or more accurately, Mundo was connected to the real world. Because of this, humanity of that era suffered greatly. It wasn't until the Soul King emerged that he single-handedly slew the vast majority of hollows of that time. The deserts of Mundo are the remnants of the spirit particles from those who perished. The 5 great ancestors, fearing the Soul King's excessive hollow slaughter would plunge the world back into chaos, created Soul Society and separated Mundo from the real world, resulting in the current situation where the real world, Mundo, and Soul Society exist in separate realms. Because of this, the Soul Society maintains a defensive stance against hollows and rarely actively attacks Mundo to eliminate them. Even after the Millennium War, the monk and Kyoraku Shunsu spared the few remaining Arankar. Shen Fei doesn't know if this is true, as the truth of the events back then is unknown. Death God, no, you're a Quincy. I didn't expect the Quincy of those days are still here. The energy fluctuations of the mirrored space suddenly awakened the giant white wolf within the cave. With half-lidded eyes, it glanced at Shen Fei as he entered. Shen Fei had entered in his original body. Even though Kamar-Taj was originally a place for spiritual cultivation, and the Ancient One eventually abandoned his body and departed, he hadn't considered pursuing a purely spiritual path. This wasn't to say that a pure spiritual path was bad, but he didn't need it now. The Quincy aren't going extinct that easily, but the werewolves seem to be on the verge of extinction. Shen Fei didn't know much about the werewolves. Even Tsuneyashiro to Canada didn't have much information. Perhaps the Great Spiritual Book Corridor contained relevant records, but finding such information in such a vast corridor would take at least 100 or 80 years, and that was the minimum. Tsuneyashiro to Canada is only interested in what he cares about, the sins of the Tsuneyashiro family, the Soul King, and the like. For example, Fullbringers and Shinigami, whose bodies are stored in his laboratory, to Canada has no interest in the werewolves, and naturally, he won't investigate them. It's fair to say that Yukitake has had some bad luck. Aside from Kyoraku Shunsu, the few people he calls his friends, Aizen and Canada, all have ulterior motives. It's because of Mimehachi, the Soul King's right-hand symbol, representing stillness, that he possesses him. However, Yukitake is completely unaware of this. He has always believed that Canada is a good person, only becoming a villain because of his time with the Tsuneyashiro Canada family, murdering his colleagues and wife. He believes Canada will one day turn over a new leaf. Unfortunately, Canada is a rare, pure villain. Kindness and justice are what they both despise and envy. While most people might envy them and want to be close to them, Canada simply wants to stay away, which is why he murdered his wife, Utaha. If there are truly righteous people in Soul Society, Jekwong is undoubtedly one of them. Although I promised that guy not to attack the Shinigami, Quincy's are not part of that agreement. Shen Fei's words made the giant white wolf's eyes suddenly sharpen. Its body, over 10 meters long, transformed into a streak of white light and charged towards Shen Fei, its right claw raised high, as if intending to finish him off with a single blow. Binding Path, 81 Dank Kong. Facing the giant white wolf's sudden attack, Shen Fei, as if anticipating it, waved his left hand, and a transparent barrier about 10 meters high appeared before him. Boom! The moment the white wolf's right claw collided with Dan Kwang's barrier, a sharp, dull sound echoed through the cave. Simultaneously, cracks spread across Dan Kwang's barrier, centered around its right claw. Even Dan Kwang, despite its formidable defense, was nearly shattered by this blow. I really underestimated this one. She's probably the strongest besides Aizen, Captain Yamamoto, and the others. Shen Fei was startled when Dan Kwang's barrier was nearly breached. Although this Dan Kwang had abandoned chanting, its power was greatly reduced, it was still not something that ordinary people could break. Binding Path, 61-6 Staff Light Prison. As Dan Kwang's barrier shattered under Beilang's third strike, Shen Fei unleashed his next Binding Path. 6 beams of light appeared out of thin air around Beilang, forming a circle of light that trapped him. However, a powerful spiritual pressure erupted from Beilang in the next moment, instantly destroying the circle of light that bound him. This spiritual pressure, as expected? Then I'll use you to test the results of my training. Feeling the powerful spiritual pressure erupting from Beilang's body, it was even more powerful than Yamamoto Jinryuse's battle with Yukitake or Kyoraku Shunsu's release of Ryujinjaka. Binding Technique, 6200 Step Railings, Breaking Technique, 63 Chain Binding Techniques, Breaking Technique, 31 Red Fire Cannon, Breaking Technique, 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. Inside the vast cave, Shen Fei dodged White Wolf's attacks with instant steps while unleashing every last ounce of his breaking techniques and binding techniques, starting with the lowest level. I'm going to kill you. While the continuous bursts of breaking techniques and binding techniques didn't break through the White Wolf's spiritual pressure defenses, they did leave him somewhat distraught. Many patches of his white fur were singed, causing him to roar in anger. Then, powerful spirit particles began to gather in front of his mouth. Is this a hollow flash? Or a Shinigami version of the tailed beast ball? Those with strong spiritual pressure truly can do whatever they please. Just as Shen Fei had unleashed various ghost techniques, the beams of spirit particles from White Wolf's mouth continued to flow. But I've also completed this. The thundering chariot, the cracks and the spinning wheel. This object site gathered and split into 6. The clay doll, constantly mutilating itself, combined, rebounded, and stretched to the ground, realizing its own powerlessness. 66 light bars of the binding path, 90 black coffins of the breaking path, Shen Fei muttered to himself as he dodged the white spirit particle beams from the White Wolf. Just as the White Wolf attempted another attack, the 6 light bars instantly bound him. Even if he had broken free the next moment, it would have been too late, as a vast mass of black shadows had already enveloped him. Some of the long chants of the ghost path were difficult to use in battle. The Goto-E13 were aware of this and had developed countermeasures. The simplest method, of course, was to recite silently, concealing the opponent's hearing, or to recite them in advance. Another method involved a dual chant, combining the 2 ghost paths. The synergy between the binding path and the breaking path was seamless. If it were anyone else, Shen Fei wouldn't have resorted to double chanting, but the White Wolf was incredibly fast. If it were just a black coffin, it might have escaped first. Finally solved. Luckily, we activated the mirror space earlier. Otherwise, such a strong spiritual pressure fluctuation would have alerted the Gotoku-13. Watching the giant white wolf transform into a blood-red giant wolf under the full chant, Shen Fei nodded in relief. He didn't want to confront the Gotoku-13 unless it was necessary. You're really going to do anything to survive? Don't blame me then. This ancestor of the werewolves was truly no good. They say even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but this one, in order to prolong his life, devoured his own offspring. If Kamamura Sajin had accidentally encountered Yamamoto Jinryusei, he would have been devoured long ago. The 2 sides even fought over this. Although Hakuro was no match for the Captain General, the Captain General had to use his Bankei to deal with him. Unless it was necessary, the Captain General would not activate his Bankei. In the end, the 2 sides reached a consensus that if Hakuro did not attack the Shinigami of Soul Society, he would not attack either. Although Shen Fei learned a lot of information from the ancestor of the werewolf, most of it had nothing to do with him. Some things had happened over 1,000 years ago and were long since past. As for their origins, there was no need to investigate them at all. Wow, the Kidoshi will be busy this time. Coming out of the mirror space, he rushed back to the Sarita-E and took a quick look at the damage caused to the Sarita-E by the invasion of Bavant. It can be said that the damage caused by Kenpachi Zaraki, Ichigo and others before was completely insignificant compared to this time. It seems Ichigo has completely mastered Bankei now. Although Ichigo had learned Bankei in 3 days, it was only a temporary mastery. After risking his life for Rukia and returning to the living world after Rukia's safety, his Bankei became intermittent. For this reason, Urahara Keisuke dispatched his transformed spirit to help Ichigo train. A battle with Aizen was inevitable, and Ichigo was a crucial force. Even if Ichigo didn't want to train now, Urahara Keisuke wouldn't waste him. If Bavant hadn't suddenly appeared, the Masked Corps would likely have already made contact with Ichigo. The guy who had a habit of walking backwards in midair, probably taking advantage of the fact that ordinary people couldn't see him, was very carefree. Shen Fei had seen him several times. Is this a battle of revenge? While Ichigo faced Bavant's leader, Kurioshin, Zaraki Kenpachi faced Ichinozumaki, a Shinigami who had once belonged to the 11th Division. Anyone who gets the position of captain of the 11th Division usually kills the previous captain. Kenpachi Zaraki killed Kenpachi Onago, which was a common practice in the 11th Division. Then, because Ichinozumaki admired the captain very much, he resented Kenpachi Zaraki and came here to avenge the previous captain. Under normal circumstances, this situation would not happen. After all, the Goto-E13 knew about the situation of the 11th Division. It can be said that those who are afraid of death basically will not join the 11th Division. Once you join the 11th Division, you should not be afraid of death, especially the captain of the 11th Division. If you are afraid of death, you should not be the captain. The position of captain of the 11th Division was vacant for more than 100 years. That was during the time of Kenpachi Zaraki and Kenpachi Kawashiki. One died and the other suddenly surrendered himself and is still imprisoned in the infernal hell. At that time, the 11th Division only had a vice captain. Ayasuga Unichika deliberately concealed his Zanpakuto's true Shike in order to stay in the 11th Division. After all, the 11th Division's Zanpakuto were primarily focused on physical attacks. Even though some Zanpakuto could extend other abilities, few practiced them, remaining primarily focused on slashing. This result is truly unbelievable. He's just here to die. After Ichigo defeated Korea and thwarted his plan to destroy Soul Society, the appearance of the exiled experimenters revealed Bavant's true purpose. Korea was simply here to die. Tired of the long pursuit and the absorption of human souls to prolong his life, he cared little for the success of this plan. Ichigo, let's fight. After the incident was resolved and the Kadoshu cleaned up the mess, Zaraki Kenpachi challenged Ichigo again. Unfortunately, this time, Ichigo learned his lesson and refused to accept. After a brief exchange with Rukia, Yukitake Jishiro, and the others, he returned to the human world. As expected, they're going to hollow training. Next, it's time to uncover the hidden ones. Having just returned to reality after defeating Bavant, Ichigo had barely had time to rest when he encountered Hirako Mako, who brought him to the masked core. This confirmed that Urahara Kisaka had undoubtedly witnessed Ichigo's battle in Soul Society. Living in the shadows of Soul Society, the Quincy's use of Reishi is truly unparalleled. Should we tell Urahara Kisaka about this? Shen Fei had originally considered locating Iwatch and the others on his own, but he had actually overestimated his own abilities. While Tokinada possessed a wealth of Soul Society technology, he couldn't fully grasp it in a short period of time. Iwatch had been able to hide in Soul Society for 1,000 years, and even Kuratsuchi Mayuri seemed to have been unaware of his presence. This hidden power was certainly not to be underestimated. Naturally, Shen Fei didn't want to fight Iwatch, who had fully recovered his strength. He could already beat easy mode, so why would he choose hard or hell mode? He wasn't a battle-crazed Zaraki Kenpachi. Or go and cooperate with Aizen. He should care about Iwatch very much, and the power of the Hollows can restrain the Quincy's. To be precise, it should be said that the power of the Hollows can not only restrain the Quincy's, but also the Shinigami. After all, the power of the Hollows does not come from the Soul King. Even if they are cultivated by absorbing spirit particles, the power obtained by different cultivation methods is also very different. Chapter 831, The Knights of the Star Cross, Part 2. The spiritual power of Hollows is poisonous to Quincy's. Even those of the Sterncrest Knights who possess the holy word gluttony would not consume Hollows unless necessary. Iwatch, wary of this, dispatched troops to attack Hueco Mundo before attacking Soul Society, capturing the then king of Hueco Mundo. However, this also proves that his omniscience and omnipotence are questionable. If he were truly omniscient, would he need to fear Hueco Mundo? Furthermore, it was precisely because of his actions that the ranker of Hueco Mundo later joined the fight against the Sterncrest Knights. Otherwise, given the hatred between Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, they would have sat back and watched, wishing both the Quincy's and the Shinigami would perish. Nifu, this Zanpakuto is quite terrifying, in a way. The 5th Division truly lives up to its ancestral genjutsu. When the masked corps members were training Ichigo, Shen Fei would sometimes take advantage of the mirror dimension to observe. For one thing, the masked corps had a powerful unit known as the Shinigami, Kensei Rekugiruma. Shen Fei also witnessed the masked corps Zanpakuto's Shike, firsthand. While each had its own uses, Hirako Mako's Nifu, reverse care, was generally the most effective. During Ichigo's training, he could withstand the Shike, of the other masked corps, but he had no time to react to Nifu, reverse care. Nifu, reverse care's ability inverts the world. After the Shike, the Zanpakuto emits a strange fragrance. Upon inhaling the fragrance, the opponent's vision is completely reversed from the actual scene. In combat, encountering this ability is difficult for even the most gifted warriors to adapt to. While Ichigo is considered intelligent, his abilities are limited to direct combat. This type of intellectual warfare is his weakness, as is the weakness of Naruto, Luffy, and others. This is just the Shike, reverse care, of Nifu. The Benkei, reverse care, is even more terrifying. This is the second Zanpakuto in Soul Society to be prohibited from freely performing Benkei. Nifu's ability inverts the world, as exemplified by its Shike and Benkei. For typical Shinigami, Shike is used to clear small enemies, while Benkei is used against stronger foes. However, with Nifu, the situation is completely reversed. Shike is used against stronger foes, while Benkei clears minor enemies. Nifu's evil 8 treasures, within the range of this Benkei, inverts everyone's perception. This inversion isn't just spatial, but also cognitive, reversing friend from foe. Within the range of this Benkei, everyone will perceive each other as enemies, leading to self-destruction. This is a truly powerful weapon for group battles. Hirako Mako later used this technique, achieving a one-on-one victory over 100,000 enemies. However, this Benkei also comes with a drawback. It cannot be used with teammates nearby. If a teammate uses this Benkei, the situation becomes extremely complex, which is why Hirako Mako's Benkei is banned in Soul Society. Of course, another issue is that it's not suitable for single combat, as the enemy is already there. It's a rare honor for you to visit our shop today. If you have anything you'd like to buy, I can give you a 9.9% discount. When Shen Fei arrived at Urahara Keisuke's shop, he enthusiastically introduced the merchandise. After Aizen's exposure, although the wanted notices for Urahara and Shihao in Uruchi hadn't been publicly lifted, few people cared much about it behind the scenes. Consequently, Urahara Keisuke's general store had seen a surge in business recently, selling a lot of goods and making him a timid profit. Many of the Shinigami of the Goroi 13 were so naive that even if they were fooled by Urahara, they would still help him count the money. Celebrity calligraphy, celebrity musical instruments, do Shinigami even chase celebrities? Shen Fei was genuinely curious about what Urahara Keisuke's general store had to offer. Finally getting a chance to take a closer look, he had to admit, much of the merchandise was beyond his expectations. Not only did he sell items to the living world that warded off evil spirits, exorcised ghosts, and hollows, but he also brought some of the real world's goods to Soul Society, and at exorbitant prices. Some of the prices were unaffordable even for the vice captains of the Goroi 13. However, to satisfy his customers, Urahara Keisuke also offered loans. It seems the person most misled by him was Hisagi Shuhei, the vice captain of Squad 9. Electronic capture pills. This guy has made quite a few useful things for ordinary people. Ghosts and hollows exist. While most people cannot see them, some are gifted and can see them. Urahara Keisuke exploits these people. His general store isn't just a front, it truly sells goods. No artificial bodies, no gimmick pills, etc. It seems this guy uses different tactics for different customers. Urahara Keisuke is a formidable speaker, so it's no wonder Hisagi Shuhei was tricked into taking out a loan to buy things. Unfortunately, Urahara Keisuke never sells out the truly valuable items, such as the black cloak that blocks spiritual pressure or the portable artificial body. The ability to perform shadow clones doesn't exist in this world, but the portable artificial body invented by Urahara Keisuke does. However, Shen Fei did buy one thing, a flying carpet made by Keisuke Urahara using ghost arts. I'm afraid you didn't just come here to buy things today. After seeing that Shen Fei bought a flying carpet and didn't leave immediately, Keisuke Urahara put away his business smile and became serious. Indeed, there's something. I discovered a problem in Soul Society before. I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but thinking about it these past few days, I think I should remind you, then you should go find Ichigo. I have nothing to do with the Goroi 13 now, Keisuke Urahara said expressionlessly, shielding his mouth with a folding fan in his hand. I'm just reminding you. Believe it or not, it's none of my business. While you were fighting, I noticed several powerful auras lurking in the shadows nearby. Their auras were very similar to Ishida Urao's. If I'm not mistaken, they were Quincy's. This wasn't entirely false. The Stern Cross Knights couldn't remain indifferent to the conflict within the Soul Society. If nothing else, they should at least send someone to investigate. With their ability to hide in the shadow world, they're difficult to detect, especially without anyone's knowledge. The Quincy's, as far as I know, are nearly extinct. I'm not sure about that. I'm just telling you what I feel. The rest of this is none of my business, Shen Fei said, and immediately turned and left Urahara's shop. Urahara Keisuke was so clever that some things didn't need to be explained explicitly. After all, He wasn't Ichigo. He'd already said there was something wrong with the shadows. If Urahara investigated, he'd definitely find something amiss. After all, Iwatch hadn't just taken over a few shadows, he had occupied the entire Soul Society. The Ice Palace was built upon these shadows. Quincy, Shadow, could it be them? This is really going to be trouble. After Shen Fei left, Urahara stood there in deep thought, the folding fan in his hand opening and closing unconsciously. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, as if he remembered something, his face immediately changed, and then he hurried to the basement. Shen Fei was very clear about Iwatch's condition. He would naturally not take any action until he recovered, but Urahara and others were not aware of it. If these people jumped out during the decisive battle between the Goro E13 and Aizen, it would be troublesome. Are they here? After the Goro E13 dealt with the rebellion of Aizen and the other three captains, the Goro E13 sent many Shinigami to the human world. After the investigation of Kyoraku Shunsu and Yukitake Chishiro, they roughly knew Aizen's purpose, which was the King Key. Having been caught off guard by Aizen, the Goro E13 were poised to strike first. This time, it was a rare opportunity for the Central 46 to not fall behind. To be more precise, it wasn't even close. Soul Society's nobles were fiercely vying for the position of the Central 46. This was a rare opportunity to ascend to power. After all, given the lifespans of Shinigami, replacing the entire 46 at once would normally be impossible. The first group to arrive were the advance team, the ones who set up the Kido formations around Karakura town. They were primarily comprised of vice captains, led by Hitsugaya, the captain of the 10th Division. Only the 11th Division, whose vice captain wouldn't leave Zaraki Kenpachi, received Madarei Mikoku and Ayasagayu Michika. All of them transferred to Ichigo's high school. Fortunately, they knew that Ichigo's class couldn't have that many students transferring, so they were all in different classes. With so many Shinigami arriving at once, Ichigo's house couldn't accommodate them all. And not everyone was as petite as Rukia, so the cupboards in Ichigo's room could be used as rooms. And then, Ichigo's classmates, who were close to him, basically had one vice captain each, dividing up the vice captains. Sure enough, they've started investigating the shadows. Next, I wonder if the captain-in-chief will deal with Aizen or Watch first. Next, it's time to go to Hiwako Mundo. Thinking of this, Shen Fei immediately drew the Yanluo Jingdian from his waist, stabbed the sword into the air, and opened a black space crack in the air, the black cavity, and then stepped into it. There are no Kuro and Kyoto in the way to Hiwako Mundo. Was Soul Society deliberately made so dangerous when it was first established, or did they not anticipate this kind of situation? The black cavity is the gateway to Hiwako Mundo. It's a pitch-black passage that can only be passed through using spirit particles. Although it's still a bit dangerous, it's much safer than the gates in Soul Society. What a desolate place. Anyone who sees this would probably think Hiwako Mundo is just like this, but little do they know it's the work of the Soul King. Unlike Soul Society's lush greenery, even the barren mountains and cliffs are filled with greenery. Hiwako Mundo is a vast expanse of white, a vast sea of sand. Beyond this, the two are not significantly different, and the concentration of Ryozo is similar. What small hollows? They come in all sorts of forms. Could it be that most of the animal souls have become hollows, creating this situation? Shen Fei wondered as he walked through the desert of Ryozo, watching the small hollows occasionally emerge from the desert and thinking about the various forms of the larger hollows. Naturally, Shen Fei had no desire to attack these small hollows. They had no power to harm anyone, not even the ability to manifest in the human world. It truly deserves to be called the Forest of Hollows. There are so many Killians, Shen Fei sighed in emotion as he gazed at the dozens of hollows gathered before him in the vast underground space of Hiwako Mundo. He had originally thought the Forest of Hollows was just a vast forest, but upon truly arriving in Hiwako Mundo, he realized that the entire underground area of Hiwako Mundo could be called the Forest of Hollows. These hollows numbered at least dozens, perhaps even hundreds. Hollows are souls obsessed with the real world, refusing to enter Soul Society. Souls that have fallen over time. In other words, hollows are evil spirits. To satisfy the emptiness of their hollows, hollows attack humans and devour their souls. Once they devour enough, they evolve into Killians. Interestingly, while ordinary hollows possess intelligence, after becoming hollows, they become dull and inert, automatically relocating to the Forest of Hollows. Normally, hollows and Killians do not attack one another, but there are always exceptions. Some Killians will attack their own kind, devouring them and evolving again, this time into intelligent Achukas. If Achukas devours a large amount of soul energy, there are two possible outcomes. One is advancement to the highest level Great Hollow Vastode, and the other is limited by their innate talent, unable to increase their power and remaining in Achukas form. Even Hollows are affected by their innate talent. Throughout the years of Hueco Mundo, only a handful of individuals have been able to ascend to Vastode. Killian probably has no consciousness of his own because he devoured too much, and they are fighting for control of their consciousness. If they succeed, they may be able to advance. It's a shame that a Shinigami is still alive here. Shen Fei came to the Forest of Hollows for a purpose, of course, but before he could make a move, he immediately discovered that a Shinigami attacked from another direction and killed a Hollow. Looking at the Shinigami who had secretly killed two Hollows and retreated before the other Killians could react, Shen Fei sighed softly. He naturally didn't know this Shinigami. But he knew something about the other party's origins. The Goda E13 had been fighting against the Hollows for so many years, and naturally a lot of Shinigami had died. Among them, there were naturally those who wanted revenge, and those who wanted to completely eliminate the Hollows, so as to get rid of them once and for all. Kenpachi Zaraki had the same idea. Kenpachi Zaraki was somewhat similar to Uchiha Madara. The top leaders of Soul Society would naturally not disclose the secrets of Hueco Mundo, saying that for the sake of world balance, Hueco Mundo cannot be destroyed, but such calls were getting louder and louder, and they had to deal with it. So later they formed a team to attack Hueco Mundo. Going to Hueco Mundo to attack the Hollows was actually sending these people to their deaths. Shen Fei could only lament this situation. Even he didn't know how to handle it. If the truth about Hueco Mundo and the Soul King were truly revealed, it wouldn't be a good thing. Even though Soul Society stemmed from a conspiracy, one had to admit that it was the Shinigami who allowed many people in this world to avoid hollow attacks. These Philosopher's Stones should be enough. Next, it's time to find Aizen. Shen Fei had no hesitation in refining the Great Hollows into Philosopher's Stones. After all, those who could become Great Hollows had all devoured a large number of souls. This was the reason he came to the Great Hollow Forest. Chapter 832, The Knights of the Star Cross, Part 2. This is quite an unexpected development. It seems I did change some things after all. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile as he watched the battle unfold. The two men fighting ahead of him were none other than Ichimurujin and Tazim, both subordinates of Aizen. The fact that they were actually fighting meant there was only one possibility. Ichimurujin had preemptively attacked Aizen because of his words. But it looks like he failed, judging by the blood on Ichimurujin and the fact that Tazim, while attacking, questioned why he betrayed Aizen. There was no doubt he had failed. For Tazim, Aizen was a shining light in his darkest hour. His unwavering admiration for Aizen made any act of betrayal a heinous crime. Because you insist on your own justice, you don't even take revenge. Shen Fei had once wondered why Aizen didn't kill Tsuneyashiro Tokinada during his killing spree in Soul Society. The others in Soul Society would have been constrained by their Tokinada status, making it difficult to act, but at that time, they were all preparing to defect. Now he understood. For Tazim, Kakuro's death wasn't just due to Tsuneyashiro Tokinada, but also to the Soul Society system. He wanted to completely reject the system and see a new world, which Aizen could offer him. Bound Path 81 Danku, you look like you need some help. Perhaps due to his injuries, Ichimurujin was forced to retreat step by step against Tazim attacks. Tazim seemed to be well aware of the Divine Spear's weaknesses and didn't give him a chance to unleash his Zanpakuto. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in their ears, and Tazim and Ichimurujin noticed a transparent wall over 10 meters tall had appeared between them, separating them. It's you. Tazim and Ichimurujin both looked at a figure in a black cloak walking out from the side. It was Shen Fei. I feel quite perceptive. Seeing Tazim also looking at him, Shen Fei muttered in his heart. Why don't you two give me a favor and stop here? Shen Fei said softly, looking at the two people separated by the air. I don't mind, but this one doesn't seem willing. Even though he was seriously injured, Ichimurujin's expression remained the same. Betraying Lord Aizen means death. Chirp, Kadayamashu. Tazim released his Zanpakuto. After his Zanpakuto was released, the air around him immediately became buzzing, and the sound of insects chirping continuously appeared. This is probably the reason why this Zanpakuto is called Kadayamashu. Your little tricks won't work on us. If you want to fight, Show us your true abilities. The constant chirping of insects around them weren't actually insects, but the result of the rapid vibrations of spiritual pressure from Tazim-Kanam's Zanpakuto. These insect chirps weren't harmless, but could hypnotize enemies with lower spiritual pressure. Sisashu Style 2, Red Locust. Tazim-Kanam snorted coldly, then leaped high into the air, pointing his Zanpakuto at Shen Fei and Ichimurujin below. The next moment, blades rained down like rain, a torrent of dagger-like blades, hurling down from above at the two men in the desert. This is going to be troublesome. Looking at the sharp blades in the sky like dark clouds covering the sun, Ichimurujin's expression remained unchanged, as if placing all his hopes on Shen Fei. 58 Storms of the Broken Path. As Shen Fei pointed his left hand toward the sky, a powerful hurricane shot out from his palm, growing stronger against the wind. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a massive hurricane 6 or 7 meters in diameter, sweeping away all of Tazin's blades and forcing him from his previous position. That alone won't save us. Bankai King Chong Final Style, Enma Cricket. Seeing the power of Shen Fei's Kidao, Tazin finally stopped hesitating and immediately activated his Bankai. The next moment, a massive black barrier enveloped Shen Fei. As for Ichimurujin, he saw the opportunity and left the barrier with a flash. Ichimurujin and Tazin had been fighting for so long, so they were naturally well versed in his Bankai. Is this what it's like inside the Enma Cricket? Ordinary people who enter there might be at the mercy of the enemy. But unfortunately, Tokinada has been keeping an eye on this. If one were to choose the Zanpakuto Tokinada is most familiar with, it's undoubtedly Tazim-Kanam. After all, it was originally his wife, Utahura's. After Utahura's death, her Zanpakuto passed to Tazim-Kanam, and it became his own, with the same abilities as Utahura's. Therefore, the claim that Soul Society allows two identical Zanpakuto is simply a hidden agenda by the higher-ups. To Tokinada, Tazim-Kanam was once a minor figure, easily killed at any moment. His decision not to kill Tazim-Kanam outright was purely to satisfy his own wicked desires. However, Tokinada had no idea that Aizen would be targeting Tokinada at that very moment, and later, with the intervention of Kyoraku Shunsu, he was completely cornered. Upon his release, he discovered that the figure he once so easily crushed had grown to the point where he now had to worry about her. This, however, only intensified Tokinada's excitement. In Tokinada's script, there was a scene where he and Tazin would face off in a decisive battle, during which he would once again taunt Tazin. Sadly, this scenario, whether in the original story or now, has never been realized. This Bankai is good for dealing with others, but unfortunately, I don't rely solely on spiritual pressure to find targets. 91,000 Hands of the Hado, Katente Cannon, trapped within his Bankai, Shen Fei, before Tazim could even begin to attack, unleashed a flood of light cones. Amidst a series of explosions, the Enma Cricket's barrier vanished. Tazin's Bankai was broken, and so quickly, clearly inconsolable. He roared, and with his roar, a strange white substance instantly formed a mask over his face, fading into nothingness. Are you going to return to your blade? I can't let you succeed. 66 Light Prisons of Binding. Tazim-Kanam's Zanpakuto is a rare one that can both transform into a Bankai like a Shinigami and return to its blade like an Arankar. He's not the only Shinigami who can transform into hollow, but he's the only one who can do this. Other Shinigami, even if they are hollow, won't see their Zanpakuto's power change in the slightest. I'm saying you were really unkind just now, leaving me to face the Bankai alone. After trapping Tazim-Kanam with the 6 light prisons, Shen Fei complained to Ichimurujin, who is watching the show from the side. I'm seriously injured right now. Staying here would only hold me back. What Ichimurujin didn't mention was that if he stayed in his Bankai, he might even have to take a hit from the 91st Hado. He wasn't that foolish. Someone's coming. Let's get out of here. Shen Fei had originally wanted to ask Jin Ichimuru what was going on, but then he noticed several spiritual pressures, no less powerful than those of Soul Society captains, rushing towards them from afar, so he immediately suggested it. Jin Ichimuru naturally sensed it and nodded. The two of them immediately took off in a flash step. On the way, Jin Ichimuru briefly explained his situation. As Shen Fei had suspected, after learning from her about the consequences of the Haojioku and Aizen's fusion, he had been looking for an opportunity to steal the Haojioku. For Jin Ichimuru, restoring Matsumoto Rangaku's soul was his top priority, followed by killing Aizen. As for his own safety, he never cared about it. Speaking of which, Jin Ichimuru was truly pitiful. After Tazin's death, Many people mentioned him because of Takinida's subsequent actions, but Ichimurujin probably didn't remember anyone besides Matsumoto Rangaku. How much do you know about the Soul King? Shen Fei paused in thought after hearing Jin Ichimuru's words, then suddenly asked. Soul King? Jin Ichimuru asked with a hint of doubt in his voice. Let me ask you another question. Do you know what Aizen's real purpose is? It is said that the current Soul King is a puppet. He wants to replace the Soul King and become the real Soul King. It seems that Aizen didn't tell you the truth. The so-called Soul King is actually, Shen Fei immediately told all the secrets of Soul Society that he had learned from Takinida. It was not that he wanted to recruit Jin Ichimuru, but he felt a little sorry for him. Within his ability, he still wanted Jin Ichimuru and Rangaku Matsumoto to be together, and it just so happened that he now had such power. There is one thing you may not know. Just when Jin Ichimuru was silent, Shen Fei continued, if Aizen had not acted against Rangaku Matsumoto at that time, the next attacker would be the Tsuneo family. Why? When the matter involved Rangaku Matsumoto, Jin Ichimuru's face immediately changed. Because of the power of the Soul King fragment, Matsumoto Rangaku survived Aizen's loss of most of her soul and even became vice-captain. This is because she possessed the power of the Soul King fragment. The Tsuneo family possesses the ability to detect this power, just like Tazum Kaname's friend, Utamasa. It was for this reason that Takinida married Utamasa. Fearing the Soul King's resurrection, the Tsuneo family dismembered the Soul King's body, scattering its heart, left arm, and right arm throughout the world. The rest of the body was ground into powder and scattered throughout the human world. Over the years, some have been lucky enough to inherit more of its power, human fullbringers. Naturally, there are lucky souls among the Shinigami, such as Utamasa and Matsumoto Rangaku. The Soul King fragment imbued them with talents far superior to others, but unfortunately, the Tsuneo family covets them. As for Ukitake, his right arm, which is a border, should have been extremely powerful, but unfortunately, he suffered a fate unfortunate. For a Shinigami, he is uniquely weak and sickly. Speaking of which, there's something even Shen Fei still doesn't understand, why Mimehoki, the Soul King's right arm, has become a deity worshipped in Soul Society, while the Tsuneo family has done nothing. The Tsuneo family, Ichimuru Jin's eyes narrowed, emitting a murderous aura. He was aware of what had happened to Tazum Kaname, but since it had nothing to do with him, he hadn't paid it any mind. However, he had nearly become the next Tazum Kaname, and at that moment, Ichimuru Jin wished he could slaughter the entire Tsuneo family. He and Tazum Kaname were completely different in this regard. You want Matsumoto Rangaku to restore his soul? That's not impossible, but if you want her to regain the power of the Soul King fragment, I'm afraid it won't be possible. After studying it, Shen Fei had a clear understanding of what the Hajioku was. It was a philosopher's stone imbued with a considerable amount of Soul King power. This was the real reason he hadn't been tempted to steal Aizen's Hajioku. Putting aside the Soul King fragments that Tsuneo family had acquired through unscrupulous means over the years, the heart and left arm of the Stern Knights would have been more than enough. As for the others, such as Ukitake and Michihanora, forget it. How to do it? Ichimuru Jin asked hurriedly. Make a deal with Aizen and let him use the Hajioku to help you recover. Why are you helping me like this? Ever since he met Shen Fei, the other party has been helping him, whether it was telling him the information before or rescuing him from Tazum Kaname. He didn't believe that someone would be so good to him for no reason. Maybe it's because I'm happy. This sentence was sincere. He rarely interfered in the emotional issues of ordinary people, even the protagonists. For example, Ichigo ended up with a new Oriheim, and Rukia was with Renji. You know, he always thought that Ichigo would be with Rukia. But even if he was not satisfied with the result, he would not interfere in this matter. Emotional issues are the most taboo for outsiders to interfere. Furthermore, when he'd rescued Rukia in Soul Society, he'd overheard someone say that Rukia mistook Ichigo for someone else, Shiba-kan. Ichigo and Shiba-kan bore some resemblance, of course, they were both from the Shiba clan. It seems meeting Aizen isn't so easy, but since you're here, I'll give you a welcome gift, the 99-5 Dragon Tensei, outside the palace of Kaiwaya. Shen Fei, observing the rancor blocking his way, several of them Espada, immediately unleashed the 99 Dragon Tensei. Boom, boom, boom. 5 massive spiritual dragons, tens of meters long, instantly overwhelmed the rancor army. For the first time, the skeleton army of Rudborn, captain of the Burial Suppression Corps, which had always relied on numerical superiority, was completely annihilated before it could even begin to make a difference. "Hey, you look strong." "Squeak, Leopard King, that's my opponent, Grimjow." "Pray, holy weeping mantis, let me kill him. That way I will definitely recognize the Espada." "Hang him, Tsutea." Just after the 5 Dragons Rebirth defeated the Arankar army, as the smoke and dust dissipated, 3 Arankar with obviously different temperaments walked out of the Hawaikoyaguaya Palace. The 3 seemed to dislike each other. After glaring at each other, they immediately used their blade returns and rushed towards Shen Fei from 3 directions. "Grimjow, there is a battle maniac in Soul Society, and there is also a battle maniac in Hawaiko Mundo. Fortunately, there is no battle maniac in the human world." Looking at the first white leopard rushing over, Shen Fei shouted at the moment when it was about to reach him and waved its claws, the 81 severing sky of the binding path. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a flash of white light. Dangquang's protective wall remained motionless. Instead, 3 claws on Grimjow's right paw detached, and the recoil of the force sent him reeling back several steps. Sure enough, it's no match for that wolf. If it didn't have a hollow mask, it would be easy to mistake it for a hollow. "Just lie still." Dangquang separated Grimjow, but not the other 2 Arankar. They attacked Shen Fei from both sides, one on the left and one on the right. Chapter 833, The Star-Crossed Knights, and those 2 seemed to be coordinating well. Facing the combined attack of the 2 Arankars, Shen Fei didn't confront them head-on. Instead, he used a flash step to disengage from the battlefield just as their attacks were about to reach him. The 2, caught off guard, had no time to withdraw their attacks. Arankar 5's 4 sickles collided with Arankar 11's. The intense clash of spiritual pressure shattered all 8 tentacles behind Arankar 11, sending him flying backwards. "You're in the way, you little bastard. Stay out of my way." Arankar 5 snorted coldly at the sent back Arankar 11, then swung his 4 sickles again and charged at Shen Fei. Reality isn't a game, there's no damage immunity. Coordination is crucial, especially in a 2-pronged attack like this. If the other party disappears without a moment's delay, it's like one against the other. Trustworthy companions would withdraw their attacks immediately, but Arankars naturally didn't expect any camaraderie. Not taking advantage of the opportunity to attack was already a sign of good character. "Waste, worthless. You're the one who thinks you can replace me." Arankar number 11 had just landed heavily on the sand when Grimjow appeared beside him. He gave him a disdainful look before charging towards Shen Fei. "If you could grow a pair of arms and 2 heads, you'd be a truly powerful being." This thought suddenly occurred to Shen Fei as he watched Arankar number 5, one of the Espada, charging towards him. Of the Espada, he only remembered the names of a few, and only vaguely remembered the others. He remembered Grimjow, the 60th Espada, so clearly thanks to his constant clamor for a fight with Ichigo. The Arankar before him, though ranked 1 higher than Grimjow, was unfortunately completely oblivious to Shen Fei's name. He only vaguely remembered that he had been hacked to death by Kenpachi Zaraki. Grimjow, with his pride, is willing to join the others in taking on me. This must be Aizen's order. Is he trying to test my strength? Bind Path 66, Light Prison of Staff, Break Path 63, Thunder Roar Cannon, Shen Fei thought to himself, his hands moving without a pause. First, Bind Path bound the 50th Espada, then immediately unleashed the 63 lightning-type Break Path. Boom! Golden lightning exploded, completely engulfing the area where the 50th Espada was. When the light faded, the 50th Espada's body was shattered by the explosion, with only one of its 4 arms intact. Still alive? Is it because of steel skin? Truly an Arankar, Shen Fei was slightly surprised as he looked at the still-breathing 50th Espada. It had to be said that among the Shinigami, Arankar, and Quincy, only the Shinigami lacked unique abilities. The Arankar had steel skin, while the Quincy had blood movement and blood stasis armor. Leopard King's Claw. Just as Shen Fei was considering whether to strike back, Grimjow charged over, unleashing his ultimate move after his reincarnation. A streak of martial arts blue light streaked through the air, snaking towards Shen Fei's head from the left. "Don't be so impulsive, little leopard." Shen Fei held Grimjow's Leopard King's Claw against his left index finger, offering him a gentle smile. Aizen could block Ichigo's Benkei with a single finger, so blocking Grimjow's reincarnation would be no problem for him. In fact, he'd learned this move from Aizen. Normally, Shen Fei wouldn't be so arrogant, But this time, meeting Aizen, he felt the need to up his game. Admittedly, while it might seem pretentious, seeing Grimjow's expression of shock, anger, and disbelief was truly satisfying. Aizen, have you seen enough of the drama? If you wish to test my strength, these men alone are not enough. With these words, an unparalleled surge of spiritual pressure erupted from nowhere, instantly collapsing all the rancor present. Many collapsed to their knees, leaving only a handful standing. Even among those who remained standing, only a few showed no reaction at all. The rest trembled constantly. The unmistakable source of this spiritual pressure was Shen Fei. The sound of bones cracking made Shen Fei glance at Grimjow beside him. As the closest rancor, Grimjow naturally bore the heaviest spiritual pressure. However, Grimjow was also a ruthless individual, refusing to kneel even when his legs shattered. What a terrifying spiritual pressure, Jin Ichimaru said, his foxy smile still on his face. He was one of the few who remained unmoved by the spiritual pressure. Are you trying to emulate Kizaru? Ichimaru Jin's tone instantly reminded Shen Fei of Kizaru. Lord Aizen invites you. As expected, after displaying his strength, Tazen Kaname quickly emerged from the Hueco Mundo Palace, bringing Shen Fei and Ichimaru Jin to meet Aizen. Most of the rancor along the way lowered their heads, not daring to look Shen Fei in the eye. The rules of Hueco Mundo are based on pure strength, a stark contrast to the real world and soul society, where power is wielded for various reasons, such as family background. Aizen's rise to mastery of Hueco Mundo wasn't due to his ability to command the hollow rancor, but rather to his overwhelming strength. It would be best if they fought, then I'd have a chance. After watching Shen Fei and Ichimaru Jin disappear, the 20th Espada's skull-shaped eye sockets seemed to flicker with a strange light, as if anticipating something. This was understandable, however. Bailargan, the 20th Espada, had been the king of Hueco Mundo, but upon Aizen's arrival, he had seized his throne and made him his subordinate. And not even the 10th Espada, but only the 20th. This was truly humiliating. For Bailargan, aside from Aizen, he considered himself unrivaled in Hueco Mundo. How could a seemingly unknown Stark sit before him? Even when Aizen was away, power in Hueco Mundo rested not in his hands but in the hands of the 30th Espada. The 10th Espada, Coit Stark, appeared to be a lazy, uninterested individual, naturally uninterested in power. Bailargan reasoned that this would ensure that power in Hueco Mundo remained in his hands once Aizen left, allowing him to use this time to devise a plan to eliminate Aizen. However, his assumptions proved to be overblown. Aizen, no fool, would naturally not allow him to assume power, a situation that would make him uncomfortable. Even if he did, he wouldn't have the opportunity to bring all the rancor under his wing. With the exception of a handful of self-made rancors, the rest of Hueco Mundo's rancor were the product of Aizen's centuries-long career. It could be said that Aizen single-handedly changed the dynamics of Hueco Mundo. Hollows possessed a myriad of forms. Before the rancor, only a few possessed human bodies. These hollows rarely gathered in groups. After all, when hollows met, their first priority was to see if they could devour each other. In those days, hollows fought in separate teams, each striving to survive. Bailargan, the so-called king of Hueco Mundo, was merely the largest of the hollow factions. With the advent of the rancor, all hollows assumed human form, and no longer resorted to devouring each other on sight. This gave rise to the present-day Curia Palace. Are you coming to me on behalf of the West Branch Bureau, or on your own behalf? In the main hall of Curia Palace, after Shen Fei and Ichimaru Jin followed Tazen into the room, Aizen, seated higher on his throne, waved at Shen Fei. The hairspray hand truly lives up to its reputation. Looking at Aizen, his fierce aura, Shen Fei once again marveled at the power of the hairspray hand. Of course I'm representing myself. I'm here to discuss cooperation. Shen Fei felt a surge of emotion as he watched the domineering Aizen. He could now openly confront someone who once seemed so dangerous to him. Cooperation? How do you do it? Aizen asked with a smile. I can take you directly to the Soul King Palace. How is that for? While the Soul King Palace was located above the Soul Reality, it was enshrined in 72 demonic barriers, making it impossible to traverse without the King Key. That was for others, though. Takinada even had a method to transfer the Soul King Palace to a pseudo-Soul King Palace he called Tiny. But Shen Fei wasn't prepared to use that method. It was a method no less complex than Aizen's attempt to sacrifice Karakura Town to create the King Key, and it would require the assistance of Oramachi Hazu. While he wanted to reach the Soul King Palace, He wasn't ready to emulate Aizen. His dimensional space was already adept at opening doors, and combined with Takenada's knowledge of the Soul King Palace, he was more than capable of bypassing the 72 barriers and gaining direct access. Oh, you have the King Key. Aizen's brows raised involuntarily. He had searched the Great Spirit Book corridor for ages before finally finding information on its manufacture. I don't have the King Key, but I do have a way to get there directly. But before that, I need to confirm one thing, Mr. Aizen. Can you handle Squad Zero? You seem to know a lot about Squad Zero. Don't worry, I already have a plan for dealing with him, Aizen said confidently. And rightly so. In Aizen's view, his ambitions were unstoppable, so why wouldn't he have a plan to deal with Squad Zero? You're so confident. No wonder Ichigo's strength exceeded his expectations and caused him to lose his composure. Perhaps due to his exceptional talent, Aizen's career had been smooth sailing, with few major setbacks. His current self-confidence was unparalleled. That's no problem. Shen Fei suddenly realized that Aizen was looking forward to the moment of his battle with Hayashibu Ichibi. So, what are your terms? With such a good offer, Aizen didn't believe he had no ulterior motive. My conditions are simple. First, I hope you'll help restore Matsumoto Rangaku's soul. You should know her, right? Shen Fei immediately stated his first condition. Hearing this, Ichimaru Jin's gaze shifted to Shen Fei. He hadn't expected Shen Fei's first condition to be this. Matsumoto Rangaku, I see. You're doing this for her. Ichimaru Jin's actions naturally didn't go unnoticed by Aizen. With his intelligence, he immediately guessed the whole story. He's a devoted lover, unlike you. Shen Fei explained, explaining some of Ichimaru Jin's circumstances. I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. If Tazen had previously disliked Ichimaru Jin, now they felt a sense of sympathy. Both had their own priorities. Jin, if you had told me this earlier, I would have agreed. Aizen's words brought a faint smile to Ichimaru Jin's lips, but he didn't intend to speak. For him, restoring Matsumoto Rangaku was paramount, and everything else, including his own life, was secondary. He had followed Shen Fei this time with the intention of risking his life. What else? Aizen continued to ask. The second is that I need all your research data, including the holoification of Shinigami and the Erencarification of hollows. Aizen nodded thoughtfully, and signaled Shen Fei to continue with his eyes. These two are enough. It's that simple. It's that simple. Such a simple condition made Aizen stunned. He thought Shen Fei would ask for a lot, but it turned out that there were only two conditions. To be precise, there was only one, and the other was for Ichimaru Jin. I remember that you have a good relationship with Urahara Kisuke. Why don't you go to him, but come to me instead? Aizen asked with a little confusion after a moment of silence. It's very simple, because he will definitely not agree, and you won't care. Haha, I see, he is indeed such a person. I can give you what you want at any time. When can you start on your side? Aizen said with a laugh. If Lord Aizen wishes to go to the Soul King Palace now, I can take you there. But are you truly ready? Shen Fei said, forming hand seals. A moment later, a golden halo appeared in the hall of the Soul King Palace, allowing the group to gaze upon the Soul Society's Sarita below. Shen Fei then gestured, and the scene within the halo shifted again, transforming into the modern-day Karakura town. The halo vanished, and Shen Fei made no further move. We do need to wait a moment. We must first resolve Jin's situation. Aizen understood the significance of Shen Fei's inaction. His long-cherished wish, now so close, made him hesitate. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I'm ready anytime. Are you planning to attack Soul Society? With a direct route to the Soul King Palace, Aizen immediately changed his plan. He had originally planned to send someone to capture New Oriheim and lure Ichigo and the other Shinigami into Hiwako Mundo to rescue them, but now that was no longer necessary. Their main purpose is to distract the Goro E13. I don't want to be disturbed by the battle at Soul King Palace. Aizen could be truly ruthless sometimes. He had so many a rancor, many of whom were deeply loyal to him, and now he was sending them all to die, yet he didn't care at all. If you just want to contain the Goro E13, I have a better way. Watch, you should know. Why? He's not dead yet. Aizen naturally knew about the Quincy's attack on Soul Society, he just didn't know the true outcome. That's right, and they've been hiding in the shadows of the Soul Society. If they're forced out, the Goro E13 will definitely not be able to care about Squad Zero, a three-way melee. That's quite interesting. If you want to return to Soul Society with Rangaku Matsumoto, Now's your chance. After informing Jin Ichimuru of the battlefield where the three-way melee was about to take place in Soul Society, Shen Fei left. Rangaku Matsumoto definitely doesn't want to leave Soul Society. And Ichimuru Jin will definitely follow her. In that case, Ichimuru Jin will definitely be sentenced to prison by the Central 46, but if he makes enough contributions during the war, he might be given a break. P.S. Happy New Year everyone. Chapter 834, Aizen vs. Iwatch, Part 1. Kenkei Katsu Hashira, Uradhara Keisuke is truly formidable. Since they were collaborating with Aizen, Shen Fei, aside from being wary of him treason, was also extremely dedicated. Aizen's situation was likely similar. With Aizen's help, Shen Fei's plan became much simpler. After all, while he knew a great deal from Takenada, the gap between him and Aizen, a Shinigami who had spent centuries in Soul Society, was still vast. This was especially true in the Kido, where Aizen possessed extraordinary attainments. This exceptional attainment didn't refer to mastery of the 100 known Kiddas. Those could be learned with sufficient reiatsu and a dedicated mind, unlike Rinji's incompetence. Rather, it referred to Aizen's profound understanding of Kido and his mastery of Reishi. Kido, in essence, was the manipulation of Reishi, much like ninjutsu uses chakra, altering even a small amount could yield a unique ability. For example, the Kido Hakufu, which can cause a person to fall asleep for a period of time, is a combination of the techniques of Fudo and Hado. Then there's the Kogamiman used by Hitsugaya Taoshirao, a high-level barrier that can repel external attacks. Hitsugaya had used it to protect Inamori Momo, but the Kogamiman offers no protection against internal attacks. Aizen's insights into the Kido caused Shen Fei to change his plans. Recalling Uradhara Keisuke's plans to transfer Karakura Town to Soul Society, and Takenada's plans to use the Keiju Pillar to transfer the Soul King Palace, he recalled the function of the Keiju Pillar. While a three-way battle would be simple for Hawako Mundo, with Aizen's orders, Iwatch presents a more complex situation. Based on current intelligence, although Yamamoto Jinryusei knows Iwatch is still alive and hiding in the shadows of the Soul Society, he plans to deal with Aizen first before engaging them. After all, Aizen's target is the Soul King, the supreme being of Soul Society. Fire Extinguishing Prince, this is your secret weapon against Ryujinjaka. The Hagioku is truly formidable. As Shen Fei began his move, Aizen, as always, created the Fire Extinguishing Prince wonderwise. This clearly demonstrated Aizen's fear of Captain General Yamamoto. It's just a little trick, Aizen chuckled, signaling to Tazen to take Wonderwise away. To give him the abilities Aizen desired, Wonderwise's language, consciousness, and sanity were sacrificed. Even so, Aizen failed over a dozen times before finally succeeding. Hollows differ fundamentally from Shinigami. In the living world, if someone dies, they might still be seen in Soul Society, much like the Fullbringers who died in the original story. However, if someone falls to the level of a hollow, even if they revert to the person you knew, it will definitely not be them. At most, the consciousness of the person you knew will dominate. I really want to see Uradhara Keisuke's face when the time comes. Aizen seemed to be thoroughly enjoying his duel of wits with Uradhara Keisuke. After Ichimuru Jin captured Matsumoto Rangaku and brought him to Soul Society, he'd occasionally send a few rancor to the living world to cause trouble. Of course, this time, he didn't capture a new Oriheim. Thanks to Aizen, Grimmjow and Ichigo finally faced off. I'm curious why you could do this for Ichimuru Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku. They don't seem to have anything to do with you, Aizen said, looking at Shen Fei. And you don't seem optimistic about my fight with Squad Zero at all. I don't mind helping them if I can. As for Squad Zero, honestly, I very much hope you win. Shen Fei wasn't lying. He really wanted to see how the monk could pull off a comeback under these circumstances. But after all, Aizen was a Shinigami. Under the rules of Soul Society, he didn't think Aizen could defeat the monk. Hayashibu Ichibai is arguably the pinnacle of Soul Society's Shinigami. His Zanpakuto effectively restrains all Shinigami, leaving Aizen inherently inferior in this regard. As for Iatsu, Aizen is immensely powerful, ranked among Iwatch's 5 greatest combatants, but so is the monk. Of course, Aizen doesn't lack a chance of victory, it all depends on the extent to which the Hagioku can unleash its power. As for Ichimuru Jin and Matsumoto Rangaku, whom Aizen mentioned, they have already left Hawako Mundo and, if nothing unexpected happens, have traveled to Soul Society. This is Ichimuru Jin's plan to cleanse himself. Shen Fei didn't hide this plan from Aizen, sharing it directly with him. Aizen didn't mind at all. At their level of strength, some things are much simpler when they're spoken directly. Playing charades and making others guess at one's intentions is completely unnecessary. Of course, Shen Fei's help to Chimurjin and Matsumoto Rengoku only went so far. The rest of the story is up to them. Who dares to trespass through the Sun Gate? As soon as Aizen and Shen Fei emerged from the Golden Halo, 7 or 8 figures dressed as Quincy gathered around them. "This is the Invisible Empire," Aizen said, ignoring the Quincy surrounding them. He surveyed his surroundings. In the distance, a vast ice palace loomed. "It's incredible they've stayed here for 1,000 years. Not to mention the cold, it's just too monotonous." Shen Fei, on his part, surveyed the surroundings curiously. The entire palace was constructed entirely of ice and snow, devoid of any greenery. Even in such a desolate place as Hueco Mundo, you could sometimes find some vegetation. "They're Shinigami. Kill them." Seeing the two completely ignoring him, the leader of the surrounding Quincy, upon discovering Aizen's identity, immediately waved his hand, signaling his men to attack. "Get lost." Just as the Quincy's drew their bows and arrows, Aizen suddenly shouted, and a surge of violent spiritual pressure radiated outward. In an instant, the Quincy's were shattered, their bones and tendons broken, their breath dead. With pure spiritual pressure alone, Aizen had dispatched them all. This violent and unfamiliar spiritual pressure startled the masters of the Invisible Empire. Within moments, several powerful spiritual pressures rose from the distance, rapidly rushing towards them. Unsurprisingly, they were members of the Stern Cross Knights. One of them even drew his spiritual bow from a distance, and endless lightning gathered in front of him, forming a massive lightning arrow. With a resounding roar, it hurtled towards Shen Fei and Aizen. Faced with this sudden attack, Aizen suddenly stepped aside, apparently allowing Shen Fei to deal with it. Shen Fei, unsurprised by Aizen's action, casually drew his Zanpakuto from his waist. Respectfully present, 9 Heavens Mirror Valley, the Zanpakuto remained unchanged after being released. However, just as Shen Fei held it upright before him, blocking the streaking lightning bolts, the bolts instantly reversed course and shot back in the direction they came from. 9 Heavens Mirror Valley, Tsuneo to Canada. Aizen stared at the Zanpakuto in Shen Fei's hand in astonishment. He had never imagined that this Zanpakuto was the inherited Zanpakuto of the Tsuneo family, and that its power was so strange, it could actually reflect attacks back. "Not bad," Shen Fei nodded softly. "You killed him," Aizen continued. "Not bad." At Shen Fei's affirmative nod, Aizen fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching Quincy. As the two spoke, the Quincy continued its attack, firing a barrage of spirit particle light bolts, a Quincy specialty, but Shen Fei deflected them all with his Zanpakuto. Aizen naturally had no regrets about Tsuneo to Canada's death. In fact, if it weren't for Tazan Kaname, he might have killed him right away. His original intention was to leave to Canada to Tazan Kaname for judgment after he ascended to the throne of the Soul King. Shen Fei also knew something about this, but Tazan Kaname's affairs had nothing to do with him. "Who are you?" Perhaps because they were afraid of Shen Fei's reflexes, the 4 Quincy's who rushed over at the beginning did not take action immediately. "Where is a watch?" "We are here to find him." Looking at the 3 men and 1 woman in front of him, Shen Fei spoke directly. His original plan was a 3-way melee, but when it came to Aizen's side, he changed it to let them test the power of a watch first, as a warm-up for the upcoming battle against Squad Zero. "How dare you call His Majesty by his name?" As Shen Fei finished speaking, the Quincy woman with medium-length grass-green hair, green eyes, and lightning-shaped hair along her eyebrows, dressed in a sleeveless top and shorts, a tall, busty woman, roared. She raised her hands high in the air. A tremendous roar echoed in the sky, and a stream of lightning appeared above her hands. "Jadi, calm down. What if he reflects back?" Seeing her companion about to attack, the 2 female companions beside her hurriedly spoke to stop her. "I don't believe he can do it this time." The Quincy named Jadi not only didn't stop, but increased her strength. "You can try," Shen Fei smiled, holding up his Zanpakuto. This situation only intensified Jadi's anger, and the lightning in her hands intensified. She was always hot-tempered, and after being granted the power of the Holy Word of Thunder by a watch, she became even more frantic. "That's right. Well done, Jadi." Just as Shen Fei and Jadi and the other Quincy's were facing off, a figure on the roof of Silver Castle, the royal palace of the Ice Palace, aimed a spirit particle sniper rifle at Shen Fei. "Go to hell," Jadi said, and thunder from both hands blasted towards Shen Fei and Aizen. At the same moment the thunder roared, the figure from Silver Castle pulled the trigger. All-pervading, huh? It's a pity that my Zanpakuto is on the same level as the 8 mirror swords. But the Quincy's are really keeping up with the times, even resorting to guns. Having arrived at the Quincy's lair, Shen Fei was naturally extremely cautious. Although he couldn't remember the names of most of the Quincy's in the Stern Cross Knights, his ability in the Holy Words did allow him to remember some. This all-pervading ability is a sniper's dream. While it's clearly a perfect supporting skill, he chose to fight one-on-one, and the target he chose was Kyoraku Shunsu, the formidable captain of the 8th Division, the Godai 13, with whom he has a negative relationship. He could have teamed up for a group fight, but he chose to go it alone. Consider Kyoraku Shunsu's time as Captain General. When Sunayashiro Tokinada started trouble, he immediately assembled a coalition of Arankers, Quincy's, Fullbringers, and Shinigami, over 20 men in total, to attack Tokinada alone. It was only because Tokinada had Kyoka Sujetsu at the time that he would have been utterly annihilated in a single blow. Bang! After firing his first shot, Redetbaro was about to aim at the next intruder when he sensed something was amiss and quickly turned his head away. The next moment, a spirit particle bullet pierced the sniper's muzzle and narrowly missed his ear. This Quincy, possessing the sacred text of all-pervading power, narrowly escaped his own defeat. How is this possible? At that moment, Lidjibaro was inexpressibly shocked. All-seeing, as its name suggests, could penetrate anything. In truth, Lidjibaro hadn't initially anticipated a sniper shot's reflection. It was simply a sniper's caution, coupled with a desire for a single strike, that had led him to strike simultaneously with Candace's. All-seeing was difficult to defend against, but that didn't mean it couldn't be avoided. The stronger won, the more sensitive they were to danger. Otherwise, Aizen wouldn't have needed to go to such great lengths to create the fire-extinguishing prince. He could have simply used Kyoka Sujetsu to appear beside Captain Yamamoto and stab him. Would that have been much simpler? Impossible, Lidjibaro roared, regaining consciousness. He was about to grab his sniper rifle and attack again, but upon realizing it had been destroyed, he took a few deep breaths, suppressing his rage. While Ritsubaro possessed the calm and cautious nature of a sniper, he was also arrogant and narcissistic. Otherwise, with such power, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly by Kyoraku Shunsu and Izananayo, and ultimately defeated by Kira Izuru and Aizen. But he was still a decent player, at least allowing Hajioku Aizen to intervene in the end. Gadas, it's all your fault. Not only Ritsubaro's spirit bullets were reflected, but also Goddess's lightning bolts, a result that left her companions grumbling. Asshole, die. The chaos caused by her own lightning bolts sent Goddess into another rage, but this time, she learned her lesson, targeting Aizen beside her instead of Shen Fei. Leave it all to me now. Shatter, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Facing the attacks of Goddess and the others, Aizen suddenly held his Zanpakuto upside down. With a flash of blue light, the 4 Quincy's before him suddenly engaged in a 2-on-2 clash. What a convenient ability. Walking along, Shen Fei watched the Quincy's that had originally surrounded him angrily, but in the blink of an eye, they either started fighting among themselves or went to other places. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart again. No wonder Tokinada could suppress more than 20 powerful people by himself. You didn't avoid it this time. How did you find a way to break it? Aizen didn't pay much attention to the Quincy's around him. Instead, he was curious. Shen Fei had been staring at their Zanpakuto all the way. Anyway, you will definitely find a way to use this trick on me. In order to save you trouble and save me some trouble, why not just watch it? As for the method of breaking it, what do you think? Chapter 835, Aizen vs. Iwatch, Part 2. A Zanpakuto's Shike, if its power reaches the level of Benkei, can be released directly without uttering the release words. The reason Shinigami shout it out during battle is probably due to a long-standing habit, as their main enemy is the less intelligent Hollows, and also to boost their confidence, as words are also a form of power. For Aizen, performing the Kyoka Sujetsu release ritual during battle is a simple matter. The reason he didn't use it in battle wasn't because he couldn't, but because he didn't want to. Aizen is a very conceited and self-confident person, as evidenced by the fact that he didn't directly kill the masked corps members, Urahara Kisuke, and others who were affected by Kyoka Sujetsu. Of course, this wasn't Shen Fei's reason to ignore his Kyoka Sujetsu. The real reason he ignored Aizen's Kyoka Sujetsu was Yanra Kagome no Kyoka. Now he can use Kyoka Sujetsu, too. Even Chikinata can rely on Yanra Kagome no Kyoka to dispel Kyoka Sujetsu's power, so what about him? Fighting Aizen wasn't simply a contest of strength, it was also a battle of wits. What the hell is going on? Have they betrayed His Majesty? The Quincy's who arrived later were shocked to discover their comrades fighting one another. While some Quincy's harbored resentment towards Iwatch, few dared to betray him, at least not while he was alive. He was ruthless to his enemies and his own men. A single defeat rendered him useless. Several capable Quincy's perished at his hands, not at the hands of his enemies. To be blunt, Iwatch's defeat was largely his own fault. His single act of sanctification completely abandoned the Sternrider's advantages, leading to his defeat and allowing several key figures, such as Ishida Urayu, to survive. This wasn't to say that Shen Fei believed Iwatch shouldn't have been sanctified, but rather that he shouldn't have sanctified so carelessly on the battlefield. Would that have encouraged his men to betray him? Be careful. Don't look at Aizen's Zanpakuto unleashed. His Zanpakuto's ability is complete hypnosis. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out from the distance, revealing the power of Aizen's Zanpakuto. I don't rely solely on my Zanpakuto. I'm using the Hado 99 5th Dragon Tensei. Seeing the Quincy charging towards them, they all looked at their Zanpakuto with great caution, fearing they might fall victim to Aizen's complete hypnosis. Aizen chuckled softly and pointed with his left hand. 5 giant spirit dragons, tens of meters long, erupted from the Quincy camp, their power rivaling that of the one Shen Fei had unleashed in Hueco Mundo. Help, where's the Stern-Crossed Knight? Under the attack of the 5 spirit dragons, the surrounding Quincy immediately scattered and fled, many shouting for the Stern-Crossed Knights. Fingers of burning fire, scorching hell, a mere 2 death gods, how dare you be so presumptuous? Just as the 5 dragons of annihilation were wreaking havoc, a swirling ball of blazing flames suddenly flew out and slammed into one of the spirit dragons. Simultaneously, the other 4 dragons were each attacked in their own way. Some were struck by massive buildings, others by dense beams of spirit particles, and some by spirit particle cages. The last, with its muscular body, even managed to grab the dragon's head. Can't sit still anymore? Was that Hashwalth who just spoke, looking at the blocked 5 dragons of annihilation? Shen Fei realized that the Stern-Crossed Knights had finally appeared. However, Shen Fei didn't look at them, but instead looked in the direction of the voice that had warned Aizen of his abilities. Unsurprisingly, that person was Iwatch's personal bodyguard, the leader of the Stern-Crossed Knights, and the only one whose name Shen Fei remembered. The reason Shen Fei remembered his name was simple: his abilities were incredibly abnormal. In some ways, Iwatch wasn't as good as him in this regard. The abilities of the Stern-Crossed Knights were all bestowed upon them by Iwatch, yet she herself possesses none. This is truly bizarre. If Iwatch possessed all the abilities of the Stern-Crossed Knights, their strength would undoubtedly be even greater, just as when Suneyashiro Tokinata held the Yanra Kagami Nobu in his hand, he could single-handedly defeat over 20 powerful warriors. Why does Aizen look a bit like Obito, the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki? Just as Shen Fei was thinking about a battle between Aizen and Mugetsu, Aizen's 1-on-5 battle also began. Hey, Ligi, who are you aiming at? In the melee, the female Quincy with long pink wavy hair, pink eyes, and immense strength suddenly roared, clutching her left arm. It turned out that just as she had lifted the wall of a building previously destroyed by the 5 dragons Tenmi to smash it at Aizen, her left shoulder was suddenly pierced through. This guy must have seen his Zanpakuto and got completely hypnotized. Go stop him, the Quincy who had been watching the battle silently from a distance, with a strange yellow helmet covering his eyes, immediately reminded the other Quincy's loudly. It must be said that this guy is very smart. He found a way to deal with Aizen's Kyoka Sujetsu in an instant, but unfortunately, this method is only a temporary solution. Kyoka Sujetsu is completely hypnotized and will not hear the words of his companions at all. He will only regard his companions as enemies, just like the Shinigami to Aizen in the original work, and Itsugaya mistook Hinamori Momo for Aizen and stabbed her with a knife. Of course, such a reminder is not useless. That is, it can allow companions to block the opponent, so that at least their side does not have to face the sniper attacks of their companions. Ligbaro's all-pervasive power had little effect on Shen Fei and Aizen, but it was deadly to some of the Stern-Crossed Knights. After all, he was one of Iwatch's 4 personal guards. Even against Kyoraku Shunso and the 8 mirror swords, He survived a complete defeat, ultimately falling to Aizen. He was hit by Kagome Sujetsu at such a distance. Was it because he was a sniper and saw the changes in Aizen's Zanpakuto through the scope? Shen Fei, having personally experienced Kagome Sujetsu's power, was well aware of its full hypnosis. Its suggestion was considered a passive effect. It didn't directly give the affected person instructions, but rather used Kagome Sujetsu to designate a specific person. Upon seeing that person, anyone affected would automatically identify them. It was similar to how Buggy, the Winter Soldier, could be controlled by simply uttering a specific phrase when he hadn't fully recovered from Hydra's suggestion, allowing him to kill anyone, even Pierce. Shen Fei wasn't sure how far this hypnosis could reach, but he could surmise that it wouldn't work if it were separated by a world. As for within a world, no tests had been conducted yet. Of course. If one's strength far surpassed Aizen's, this hypnosis wouldn't work. Spirit Shield, truly a mastery of the Kiddo, facing the siege of 5 Sterncrest Knights, Aizen remained unfazed, his Shenpo technique mastered to such perfection that if Yoruchi were here, she'd surely be astonished. Similarly, facing the flames scorching enough to melt the ground, Aizen simply smiled softly, and a transparent shield appeared around him, completely blocking the impact. This mastery of the Kiddo was Shen Fei's greatest achievement. This meant that when he used Kamar-Taj's magic in the future, his hand seals and shaping would be much simpler, creating a shield at his fingertips. Furthermore, if prepared in advance, he could unleash a million layers of Spirit Shield, a defensive power so powerful that only Captain General Yamamoto's Benkei could break it with a single blow. Where on earth does this guy get his combat experience? Did he gain it fighting Hueco Mundo, or does he use Kyoku Sujetsu to hypnotize certain individuals into sparring partners? If Aizen's mastery of Kiddo was a natural talent, then his mastery of Zankanzao and Zankanzao was somewhat unbelievable. None of these skills can be achieved in isolation, especially Kendo. Without sufficient combat, further advancement is difficult. Just like why the members of the 11th Division are generally stronger than those of other divisions, it's because they fight constantly. When there's no enemy, they fight among themselves. But then Shen Fei realized, Aizen had Hueco Mundo and Kyoku Sujetsu, just like he sometimes battled his own shadow clones. With complete hypnosis, he could easily challenge Kenpachi, Unhanaritsu, or even Yamamoto Jinryusei. Hado number 90 Black Coffin. After a test or perhaps a brief exercise, Aizen instantly appeared beside the flame-wielding Quincy and casually unleashed a Kyoku number 90, knocking him down with a single blow. Basby, seeing their companion fall, even the Sterncrest Knights, who had little to no rapport with each other, couldn't help but cry out in worry. Their opponent's strength had already been revealed. If another fell, they would be even more of a match. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Complete the holy body. Basby's white Quincy uniform turned blood red. Covered in wounds, his eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he stared intently at Aizen, then immediately activated his holy ward ability. Scorching, Basby's holy ward ability, as the name suggests, intensifies the temperature of flames. The technique was simple. The flaming fingers, identified by temperature, 1, 2, 3, 4. It was similar to Ace's musket, but at a much higher temperature. Busby was known for his fiery temper. 5 men were attacking one, and he was the first to fall. Doesn't that mean he was the weakest? The thought immediately blew up in Busby's head. He'd already imagined that someone would use this to tease him, and if H.I.E.L.D were involved, it would only make matters worse. Busby and H.I.E.L.D were originally good friends, but things changed after they met Iwatch. Initially, Iwatch wasn't interested in him, but in H.I.E.L.D. This was unbearable for Busby, who had always considered himself a genius. He pointed out that his genius stemmed from his constant presence at H.I.E.L.D's side. It would be the same for anyone else if they stayed with H.I.E.L.D, because of H.I.E.L.D's unique ability. Afterwards, the enraged Busby worked hard to become stronger and finally joined the Sterncrest Knights. In the end, he went from being a small soldier to becoming one of the senior officers who were given the holy word by Iwatch. However, at this time, some people said that the reason why he had the holy word was because of H.I.E.L.D's intercession. Afterwards, Busby repeatedly wanted to wash away this shame and asked for a duel with H.I.E.L.D, but he was rejected every time. Some people couldn't stand it. The deputy captain at the time wanted to teach Busby a lesson and let him know that the sky is high and the earth is thick, but he was stopped by H.I.E.L.D and it ended in nothing. Although Busby was eager to fight H.I.E.L.D, that required H.I.E.L.D's consent. If he forced a fight, Given S.H.I.E.L.'s status in the Knights Templar at the time, it would be a case of insubordination and he would be executed. Busby was not stupid, so he naturally would not do that. Die. After activating the perfect sacred body, a pentagram symbol appeared above Busby's head. His reshapes suddenly swelled, the heat of the flames causing the surrounding air to distort. He then launched a reckless attack on Aizen, his fingers unleashing torrents of flames like machine gun fire. Not only Aizen, but even his teammates were caught in his attack, though sadly, he still couldn't break Aizen's regen shield. Damn bastard, perfect sacred body activated, the other four dodged Busby's flames, cursing a few times before also activating the perfect sacred body. 5 against 1 Shinigami. If they still failed, Iwatch would surely not let them off. Many of the stern-crossed knights fought frantically, not because they enjoyed fighting, but because they didn't want to die. At least half of the current stern-crossed knights weren't survivors from the original, but rather replacements, and there had been quite a few changes. Let me do it. After the 5 men activated their perfect sacred form, the Quincy who had been watching suddenly shouted, then appeared in front of them, thrusting his hands forward and shouting, "Attack!" Upon hearing this, the other 5 immediately launched their most powerful attacks at Aizen. Busby was the fastest, instantly engulfing Aizen with flames, forcing the other 4 to resort to the Quincy's basic holy arrow attacks with his spirit bow. However, even these basic attacks, having activated their perfect sacred form, were far more powerful than before. Instantly, Aizen's body was riddled with holes from the attacks, and the scorching heat of the flames reduced him to ash in a matter of moments. No way, Shen Fei, who had been watching silently, couldn't help but gape in surprise, his pupils constricting. He had never imagined that Aizen could be defeated by these 5 men, even though he had the upper hand just moments before. But after a moment, Shen Fei's expression returned to composure. Although the situation before him had surprised him, he couldn't believe that Aizen had died just like that. If it were true, telling anyone about it would be a complete joke. Your turn, Busby, seeing Aizen burn to ash, was extremely excited. His anger had finally been released, and the next moment, he set his sights on Shen Fei. The others immediately appeared and surrounded Shen Fei. Busby, are you stupid? Don't you know his Zanpakuto can reflect attacks? Just as Busby was about to launch a fire attack, the pink-haired female Quincy shouted loudly. Don't be so hasty. Do you really think you can kill him like this? As Shen Fei finished speaking, the 6 people's faces suddenly changed. Just as they were about to turn around, they heard a familiar scream. It was from the Quincy that jumped out last, and then Aizen's voice appeared in their ears again. Next round begins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 836, Aizen vs. Iwatch, Part 2. This is the beginning of the first evolution of the Hagioku. I wonder how many times he can evolve this time. Or is the limit of the Hagioku only 5 times? Looking at Aizen, whose entire body, including his head, was now covered in a strange white substance, Shen Fei muttered silently in his heart. The Quincy's might not have noticed because their attention was on him, but he clearly saw the entire process of Aizen's resurrection. In the original work, Aizen's Hagioku evolved into 5 forms in total, but whether this was because the limit of the Hagioku was only 5 forms, or because Aizen was defeated by Ichigo and could not evolve for the 6th time, is unknown. There are many speculations about Aizen's inability to evolve again, such as the energy of the Hagioku can only support 5 evolutions. After all, even the power of the Soul King cannot support infinite evolution. Also, the Hagioku was destroyed by Ichigo Mugetsu's Jutsuga Tensho, which stopped it from evolving again. After all, it was an attack that transcended dimensions. Kurosaki Ichigo had many forms during battle, but in Shen Fei's opinion, Ichigo Mugetsu was the strongest, probably even more powerful than Ichigo who later used the twin swords against Iwatch. This was a point that had been debated in previous lives. However, in Shen Fei's opinion, with Aizen's 5 Hagioku evolutions, he was not able to sense Ichigo Mugetsu's spiritual pressure at the time. Later Ichigo could not be stronger than this. After all, even if Aizen was sealed later, he only needed to unlock it a little bit to slightly affect Iwatch with Kyoka Sujetsu, which shows that Iwatch's spiritual pressure was not imperceptible to Aizen. One could sense reiatsu, the other was completely incapable of it. The disparity between the two was stark. Ichigo Matsuki, in Shen Fei's view, resembled Emperor Kai's Night Kai. Aizen and Six Paths Madara were equally unable to withstand the blow, relying only on resurrection to offset their disadvantage. Of course, Ichigo's Matsuki's side effects were much less severe than Emperor Kai's. It's possible that such a powerful attack destroyed the Hagioku. It's also possible that the Hagioku abandoned Aizen, or that Aizen abandoned the Hagioku due to defeat. This time, Shen Fei wanted to see how many times Aizen could evolve in his battle with a watch, so as to better understand the Hagioku. In Shen Fei's opinion, Aizen was strong, but not so formidable that he couldn't handle it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to openly collaborate with Aizen. Aizen's strength was not only due to his physical strength, but also to centuries of planning and the power of his Zanpakuto. He had assumed that Aizen wouldn't begin evolving his Hagioku until he encountered one of a watch's 4 personal guards, but he hadn't expected the first evolution to begin so quickly. After Aizen's resurrection, he immediately killed him, perhaps realizing how dangerous he was. While Shen Fei's thoughts raced, Aizen, instead of testing the strength of the others as before, launched into a killing spree. Aizen's power after this evolution had noticeably increased. His instantaneous movements were so swift that the Stern-Cross Knights had no time to react before he dispatched them one by one. This is the evolution of the Hagioku, Shen Fei said slowly after Aizen had dispatched all his enemies. Not bad, I didn't expect the first stage of evolution to begin here. I underestimated the Quincy before, Aizen said, his gaze fixed on the corpse of the Quincy who had just overturned him. What happened just now? Shen Fei asked immediately, curious. The fact that he had overturned in such an unlikely place had also intrigued him. His abilities are somewhat miraculous, Aizen explained without hesitation. So it was him. No wonder Aizen was upset. After hearing Aizen talk about the other party's ability, Shen Fei finally understood why Aizen hadn't moved just now. He also knew who this Quincy was. Although he didn't know his name, he knew what the ability of his holy text was. That is, without any defense, by observing the distribution and flow of the opponent's spirit particles, and then using his ability to invade the opponent's spirit particle loopholes, thereby paralyzing the opponent. Not to mention the current Aizen, even the Hagioku that evolved 5 times later was paralyzed for a few seconds by the opponent. Paralysis for a few seconds in battle is naturally fatal. Unfortunately, such an ability was directly killed by Aizen. It seems he won't come out until we take care of these people. Since you won't come out, I'll go in. Glancing around at the Quincies, who were frantically on edge after Aizen's killing spree, Aizen suddenly swung his sword. A crescent-shaped blade of energy, stretching over 10 meters, instantly annihilated the dozens of Quincies blocking the path ahead. He then swiftly dashed forward with a flash of his footsteps, apparently intent on engaging a watch as quickly as possible. He seems a bit impatient, but then, wouldn't their target be me? Shen Fei was speechless as he watched Aizen's back disappear into the distance. Originally, the Quincy's hostility was entirely directed at Aizen. In his mind, he had no doubt that the remaining Quincies would attack him next. Even as the surrounding Quincies prepared to attack Shen Fei, despite their hostility, Shen Fei could not help but admire them. Despite the disparity in strength, not a single one retreated or fled. Boom. But just then, a violent explosion erupted from the front. Judging from the change in his spiritual pressure, Aizen must have encountered a formidable foe. It seemed the Stern-Cross Knights' mighty might had finally taken action. Like the Gotei 13, even within the same rank, the Stern-Cross Knights possessed a vast disparity in strength. The Quincies who had previously attacked, while formidable, were still considerably weaker than the other Stern-Cross Knights. I'm not formidable either. 91,000 Hands of the Broken Path, Bright Heaven Tail Cannon. As the surrounding Quincies drew their spiritual vows and prepared to attack, Shen Fei immediately struck first. A barrage of light bullets emanated from his left palm, exploding continuously and sending the Quincies careening off. Brother, do you know love? Just as the ordinary Quincies were finished, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows to the side, forming a heart shape with both hands towards Shen Fei. The Shadow Realm is a skill the Invisible Empire's Quincies are particularly adept at. The Invisible Empire was able to remain undetected within the shadows of the Suridae for so many years largely due to this ability. Through shadows, Quincies can achieve a kind of teleportation. This ability is something not even the living Ishida Urayu possesses, and similarly, There's no record of it in the Quincies of Canada. Of course I know. But forget it. 90 black coffins of the Shadow. Shen Fei's expression froze upon seeing the approaching figure. He immediately used the 90 black coffins of the Shadow, trapping the figure within the shadow-formed black coffin. If it had been one of the beautiful Quincies before, Shen Fei might have been interested in discussing this topic, but when this was said by an obese old man with a white beard covering his entire mouth, teeth, and a head resembling a hamster, it was a sheer terror. Perfect sacred body, divine love. Just as the shadow blade of the black coffin was about to pierce the figure, a sudden loud bang shattered the coffin, revealing a truly eye-catching figure before Shen Fei. Before Shen Fei appeared an elderly man, covered in excess fat, stripped down to a pair of white underwear. A pair of white, angel-like wings adorned his back. If this had been a beautiful woman, such a figure would have been a delight, but an elderly man covered in excess fat would have been even more jarring. Punish the enemy in the name of love. A kiss of love. As he spoke, he formed a heart with his hands, and instantly, a vast mass of strange heart-shaped matter shot towards Shen Fei. Binding path, 81 severed sky, a tall, transparent wall instantly appeared in front of the strange kiss-shaped matter, blocking it. The dense, heart-shaped matter clung to the severed sky's protective wall, forming an even larger heart. Shen Fei naturally didn't want such a strange object to hide him. Suddenly, one of Aizen's ranker's abilities resonated, and he instantly guessed what the kisses were capable of. Even if his 9 Heavens Mirror Valley could reflect them, he didn't want to touch them. Binding technique, 21 red smoke release. Without waiting for the opponent to attack again, Shen Fei immediately unleashed several binding techniques, instantly enveloping the area dozens of meters around him in a crimson haze. Goodbye. Using red smoke release, Shen Fei suddenly appeared behind him. With a flash of his Zanpakuto, he destroyed the opponent's spiritual energy core, then stunned him and collected him in his devouring sack. With this, almost half of the Stern-Crossed Knights have fallen. After dispatching the fat man, Shen Fei did not continue attacking the other Quincies, but immediately rushed towards the direction where Aizen was fighting. The Invisible Empire had a considerable number of Quincies, and he was here today primarily to deal with a watch, not to destroy the Invisible Empire. 3 Aizen. 2 against 1, is that the guy? As Shen Fei approached the Aizen battlefield, he was stunned. 3 Aizen were fighting in front of him. This situation immediately reminded Shen Fei of the Stern-Crossed Knight who had impersonated a watch and tricked Captain General Yamamoto. Is Aizen going to evolve a second time here? Outnumbered, Aizen was clearly at a disadvantage. If he'd used his Zanpakuto's abilities, he could have turned the tables. But for some reason, Aizen kept fighting the 2 fake Aizens head-on. The 3 of them clashed, their sword energy surging in all directions. The mere aftermath leveled the surrounding buildings. Ha, that guy got robbed. Intruders. His Majesty is deeply displeased. As Shen Fei watched Aizen's battle, a massive figure suddenly dropped from the front. A towering, burly man, his upper body exposed, appeared before Shen Fei. The force of his fall caused the ground dozens of meters around him to form a massive crater. Who are you? Shen Fei asked gravely, looking at the burly man before him. I'm Miracle Gerard, the burly man declared, his right fist emitting a powerful burst of spirit energy and unstoppable momentum, as he fiercely attacked Shen Fei. Miracle? The Soul King's heart? I'm lucky. Knowing the man before him was a miracle, Shen Fei didn't take the blow head-on. Instead, he dodged it with a flash step and landed his feet on the man's right fist. There's a saying that a man can stand on a fist and a horse can run on an arm, which perfectly describes the Gerald before him. A miracle is about making the impossible possible. With this ability, Gerald is arguably the most formidable of Watch's 4 personal guards. Even if he dies, he can always return. It's safe to say that if it weren't for Watch's divine power, he wouldn't have survived. Miracle? Your luck is truly unlucky. I won't give you the chance to bring about a miracle. Miracle Gerald's ability is a nightmare for most people. In the original novel, even Hitsuge Toshiro's Zanpakuto Benkei, combined with Kenpachi's Araki and others, couldn't completely defeat Gerald. Miracles are truly absurd. But this time, things were different. His ability perfectly countered Gerald's miracle. I thought he was someone else, but it turns out he's just some idiot. Hado 90 Black Coffin. Without waiting for Gerald to attack, Shen Fei unleashed a Hado 90 attack. Gerald, pierced by shadow blades, though stained blood red, showed no sign of compromise. Ha! Is that all? Gerald wiped the blood from his body. As he laughed heartily, his wounds began to heal at a visible rate. Pervert, Shen Fei thought, dodging Gerald's attack once again. While his attacks were powerful, his speed was a disadvantage. Trading injuries for strength? It seems I can't continue attacking, but this is about the end. Hado 21 red smoke release, chasing and fleeing, the two soon reached a secluded area. Shen Fei immediately stopped, his Zampicudo radiating the domineering black sheen of armament haki. Room slaughterhouse, a black light flashed in the air, and before Gerald could fully understand what was happening, his head was separated from his body. Out of confidence in the miracle, Gerald basically took any attack head-on. The more serious the injury to his body, the stronger his strength. However, this time, he no longer had the opportunity to use the miracle. With his body separated, he didn't believe that the other party could continue to use the power of the miracle. The Soul King's heart is in hand. This guy is quite suitable for a fight with a Hulk. 2 of the 4 royal guards have been dealt with now. Aizen has evolved again. Did he die again just now, after Shen Fei dealt with Gerald? When he returned to Aizen's side, his body was completely different from before. His head, which was originally completely covered in a strange white substance, was now fully exposed. Lethal dose. This guy's really unlucky. Hajioku Aizen isn't afraid of poison. After dealing with the transforming twins, Aizen faced off against Yaskin Akruval, one of the 4 personal guards. The lethal dose of whose sacred texts gave humans a significant advantage against any Shinigami. Urahara Kisuk and Aizen were exceptions, yet he still faced them both. Is Iwatch just going to watch his men die? He hasn't taken action yet. Does he not want to, or can't? Shen Fei pondered this as he went straight to the last personal guard, the Soul King's left arm. Chapter 837 Aizen vs. Iwatch, and who are you anymore? Where's Gerard? Standing before Shen Fei was a short figure, shrouded in the white robes of a Quincy. The inside was pitch black, making it difficult to discern who was inside. It was indeed Penida Pakuja, one of Iwatch's 4 personal guards. Despite his small stature, his Reiatsu was incredibly powerful. It seemed as if he hadn't spoken in a long time, or perhaps couldn't speak at all. When he spoke word by word. You mean that guy? Of course I killed him. Confronting a miracle head-on was extremely difficult, but breaking it into 8 or 10 pieces naturally made it impossible to activate a miracle. This was something only the Operation Fruit could achieve. Normally, breaking it into 8 or 10 pieces would result in its death. Once dead, the opponent could be resurrected by a miracle, but if they survived, that was another matter. Impossible, Gerard, it's not that easy to take him down. As one of the 4 personal guards and a carrier of the Spirit King's body, Penida was well aware of Gerard's power. Nothing is impossible. Miracles don't happen all the time. Next, it's your turn. Break the path. 90 black coffins. As Shen Fei spoke, he attacked. A black shadow instantly trapped Penida. But the next moment, with a loud bang, the black coffin was breached, and a massive arm appeared before him, the Spirit King's left arm. Evolve, Penida muttered to himself as the left arm. Then, a white light began to glow from the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the next moment, 5 white sacred arrows of destruction shot out. The 81st Divine Destruction Technique of Binding. Facing 5 swiftly hurtling holy arrows, Shen Fei immediately used Divine Destruction Technique to cast a protective barrier in front of him. The arrows collided with a barrier, emitting 5 dazzling bursts of light, but it failed to shake the Divine Destruction Technique. Huh? Am I being controlled? Just as Shen Fei was about to strike back, the Divine Destruction Technique's protective barrier suddenly began to distort and then crash down towards him, a result far beyond his expectations. Could this be his Holy Word ability? It seems I can't withstand his attacks. Shen Fei leaped backward with a flash step to avoid the blow, making a sudden decision. The 66th Divine Destruction Technique of Binding, 6 Staff Light Prison, Wind-Style Rasenshuriken. The moment he trapped the opponent with the 6 Staff Light Prison, a rapidly spinning Rasengan appeared from thin air in Shen Fei's left hand, and the next moment he threw it at Penida. With Naruto's experience as a warning, Shen Fei was the first to complete the chakra transformation of this Rasengan, but he had never had the opportunity to use it before. This was his first time using it against an enemy. The spiral shuriken struck the massive left arm, transforming into a massive tornado that engulfed it. Dense, invisible wind blades made the arm appear as if sliced by countless knives, revealing countless wounds. though these quickly healed. This regenerative ability is even more outrageous than the ranker's super speed regeneration, but I'd like to see how long you can hold out. As he spoke, Shen Fei's Zanpakuto slashed forward with a stream of sword energy stretching dozens of meters, tearing through the storm that trapped Panada. The massive left palm was split in two at the eye in its center. It's not dead yet. It truly is the Soul King's left arm. Binding path, 21st red smoke release, room, watching the hand, bisected vertically between the index and middle fingers, attempt to reunite. Shen Fei immediately released a large amount of red smoke to mask the power of his surgery fruit. Moving forward, evolving infinitely, it's somewhat similar to the Hajioku, but unfortunately, he over-evolved and ended up losing himself. Panada's defeat could be described as overeating, resulting in death from overeating. Aizen evolved again, and it seems he died at his hands once again. A lethal dose. Aizen's compatibility with him isn't very good, so he was inevitably poisoned once. He dodged Ichimurjins, but not this one. After defeating Panada, Shen Fei rushed to Aizen's location. By then, he and Yaskin Akruval had already been decisively defeated. Even though Yaskin had used his Holy Ward ability and unleashed his ultimate move, the Poison Ring, he still couldn't stop Aizen, who had evolved 4 times. At this point, Iwachi's 4 main guards were nearly wiped out. While the Jabero remained, he was struck by Aizen's Mirror Flower and Water Moon, posing no threat to him. Looking at the cowering Quincies around him, Aizen shook his head slightly. While the Invisible Empire's Quincies were proud and fought bravely, that depended on the enemy. The consecutive defeat of several Sterncrest Knights, along with the 4 Imperial Guards, was a nightmare for these ordinary Quincies. Let's go. Aizen didn't attack them, but instead headed straight for the palace. Some of the Quincies surrounding him tried to stop him, but seeing their companions barely reacted, they were forced to pause. Could it be that we've arrived too early? Iwatch hasn't recovered yet. Shen Fei followed behind Aizen, scanning the surroundings. A sudden thought occurred to him. The 1,000-year blood war took place quite some time after Aizen's imprisonment in the infernal hell. Considering the spiritual power Ichigo lost when he used the moonless technique, the time it took to recover must have been at least a year. This amount of time wouldn't be a big deal for a Shinigami or a Quincy, but if it were Iwatch, it would be a completely different situation. Iwatch is different from Aizen. Aizen could disguise himself in Soul Society for hundreds of years for a plan. But Iwatch, after regaining his strength, would immediately rush into action. This is the only explanation for why Iwatch hasn't appeared yet. Looks like you're the only one left. Shen Fei and Aizen arrived in front of the palace's main hall. A blond young man, holding a strange shield in one hand and a spirit sword in the other, blocked the entrance. Hashwood, Shen Fei said softly. Yes, it's me. Hashwood looked very calm, as if nothing had happened in the Invisible Empire at the moment. Strange. Where are the other Sterncross Knights? Shen Fei was surprised to see Hashwalth, the only one standing in their way. Although they had eliminated many Sterncross Knights along the way, there shouldn't be any left now. According to the Holy Script, there were at least 20 Sterncross Knights, and they had only killed a dozen, a little over half. Among them, one Quincy, the Dreamer, who could fight enemies with her imagination, hadn't appeared. As for ordinary Quincies, there were still quite a few, but neither Shen Fei, Aizen, nor Hashwalth expected them to join their fight. Iwatch, get out here. Even at this point, Iwatch still hadn't appeared, which annoyed Aizen. With a roar, he swung his Zanpakuto forward. Boom. The powerful sword energy instantly destroyed the magnificent ice palace before them. Fortunately, Hashwald reacted quickly, blocking the blow with his diamond-shaped shield the moment Aizen attacked. However, the price he paid was several visible cracks on his shield. A faintly turbid emblem, a rebellious and arrogant talent, a surge, a denial, a paralysis, a moment, hindering eternal sleep, the crawling princess of steel, a clay doll constantly mutilating itself, combining, rebounding, extending to the ground, knowing your own powerlessness, the 90-90 black coffins of the broken path. Looking at Hashwald still blocking his way, Aizen began to chant, the 90-90 black coffins of the broken path, the 4th form of the Hajioku. Its power was so great that even Hashwald could not withstand it under normal circumstances, but surprisingly, he did. After the black coffin vanished, Hashwood's body and the shield he held were covered in wounds, a sight that left Aizen stunned. The next moment, Aizen suddenly collapsed. For unknown reasons, numerous wounds appeared around his body, identical to Hashwood's. Meanwhile, Hashwood's injuries instantly vanished, as if they had been a mirage. This was Hashwood's ability, the harmony of the worlds, which allowed him to reflect his own injuries back onto his enemies. He hadn't reacted to Aizen's attack just now because he was preparing to use this ability. Furthermore, he possessed the scapegoat shield, a shield that could replace his own injuries and also reflected them back onto his enemies. Combined, Hashwood was a complete glitch. So that's how it is. Aizen, who had fallen to the ground, quickly climbed to his feet, his injuries rapidly healing. It was unclear whether this was due to the power of the Hagioku or the accelerated regeneration after his holoification. While a dangerous ability, to avoid being caught in the crossfire, Shen Fei immediately performed a flash step, leaving Hashwald's sight. While the abilities of World Harmony and Scapegoat Shield were unusual, they certainly had certain limitations. Otherwise, there would be no need for others to fight them. The power of the Operation Fruit shouldn't be about harm, right? Shen Fei, watching the confrontation between Aizen and Hashwald from a distance, suddenly had this thought. If injuries could be reflected, then they weren't injuries. Then what about this? Aizen stared at Hashwald for a moment, then instantly appeared beside him. His Zanpakuto swiftly slashed across his neck, seemingly intending to deliver a fatal blow. Unfortunately, although Hashwald didn't dodge the blow, his neck remained unscathed, leaving only a deep cut on his shield. Is that so? I understand. After several attempts, Aizen suddenly laughed. A powerful spiritual pressure emanated from his Zanpakuto, shattering Hashwald's scapegoat shield with a single blow. The scapegoat shield could repair itself, but only before it was shattered by the blow. In reality, Aizen was taking a gamble, and it proved successful. Hashwald's scapegoat shield didn't recover. Next, it's your turn, Your Majesty, Aizen said, preparing to strike when Hashwald suddenly went limp and collapsed. Simultaneously, numerous Quincies fell in the Ice Palace, the human world, and Hueco Mundo. Holy Separate, Shen Fei, observing this scene from a distance, turned and scanned the Quincies in the Ice Palace. Nearly all of them fell at the same time. Only one person could achieve this. Watch? You bunch of losers. You can't even stop one person. What good are you? With a roar, a man draped in a black cloak, his face fierce and his eyes filled with rage, emerged from the semi-ruined palace. It was a watch? Your Majesty, it's my incompetence. Hashwald, lying on the ground, barely breathing, immediately spoke upon seeing Iwatch emerge. However, Iwatch ignored him, his gaze fixed on Aizen ahead. Aizen, how did you find this place? The Ice Palace, nestled within the shadow realm of Saritae, had remained undiscovered for years. Suddenly, this raid had revealed something amiss, something his omniscience hadn't noticed. Come out, be holy. You clearly haven't recovered before. Seeing Hashwald collapse, Shen Fei stepped forward. He preferred facing Iwatch to Hashwald. Although his recovery abilities were immense, there was no need to face such a formidable foe. Given that Iwatch's Holy Spirit caused the deaths of Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Uriu's mothers, it's safe to assume that over the past 1,000 years, Iwatch has likely been undergoing Holy Spirit spirits periodically to recover from his injuries. Simply put, this guy is in a similar situation to the werewolf ancestor, both relying on the power of their descendants to recover. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? If Aizen's appearance in the Invisible Empire shocked Iwatch, then Shen Fei's appearance horrified him even more. I'm just an ordinary person passing by. Shen Fei wasn't lying, and to some extent, there was nothing wrong with his words. Looks like it's you, Iwatch said, unfurling the spirit bow in his hand and firing a holy arrow of destruction at Shen Fei. As expected of the King of Quincies, his holy arrow of destruction was far more powerful than the Penida, the left arm of the previous Soul King. Unfortunately, Shen Fei's Zanpakuto remained in the semi-initiation state of the Nine Heavens Mirror Valley, instantly deflecting the holy arrow of destruction. Fortunately, Iwatch's reaction was quick, otherwise he would have been hit by his own holy arrow of destruction. Your opponent is me, Iwatch. Just as Iwatch was about to attack again, Aizen suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking him. Aizen, I'll finish you off first. Iwatch drew his spirit blade. Boom. The collision between Aizen and Iwatch, and the eruption of spiritual pressure, instantly destroyed all buildings within a few hundred meters of them. Poor Hashwood, who had been still breathing, was caught on the midst of it and his body was immediately torn apart. With Hashwald's own strength, even if he was sanctified by Iwatch, it would not be so easy for him to die. There are still Quincies who are alive after being sanctified by Iwatch. The most is that they cannot use the power of the holy words. However, his relationship with Iwatch is so deep that he can even use the omniscient eyes, so naturally he cannot escape this disaster. Chapter 838, Squad 0, Part 1. The Quincy's over there have stopped fighting. Is it because of the holy separation just now, or because Aizen stopped the Mirror Flower and Water Moon? As Aizen and Iwatch battled, Shen Fei stood in an abandoned building and surveyed the surroundings. Although Iwatch's holy separation had caused countless casualties among the Quincy's of the Ice Palace, a few were lucky enough to escape the Holy Grail. Among them, several members of the Stern Cross Knights who had previously been struck by Aizen's Mirror Flower and Water Moon also survived. Of the current Quincy's of the Invisible Empire, only a handful survived the millennium, such as H.I.E.L.D and Besby. The majority of the rest joined later, most having joined in the past few years or even the past decade. While most Quincy's have a long lifespan, surviving for over 1,000 years is not easy. After the Soul Society War 1,000 years ago, the Invisible Empire quickly collapsed after losing its king, but the Quincy tradition continued. At that time, quite a few Quincy's actually survived. The reason they're so rare now, to the point where pure-blooded Quincy's are practically extinct, is primarily due to Iwatch's millennia-long sanctification. It seems Aizen, after his fourth stage Hagioku evolution, is no match for Iwatch. These two are incredibly destructive. It's best to stay away. Although Aizen's fourth stage Hagioku evolution was immensely powerful, Iwatch was clearly more formidable. Aizen's Quincy Crossblade forced him to retreat, but unfortunately, even his instant step couldn't shake off Iwatch's flying kick. Wait a minute, you guys aren't planning on fighting anymore, are you? They're already here, Shen Fei said, approaching the few surviving Stern Cross Knights, their gazes fixed on him. He pointed at Aizen and Iwatch, who had shifted the battle. The Invisible Empire is not small in size. This is the shadow world of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Theoretically, it's roughly the same size as the S.H.I.E.L.D itself, but that's only theoretical. In reality, the Invisible Empire is only as large as the Goro-E 13, likely due to their numbers or the fact that they are the primary enemy. Your Majesty, the surviving members of the Stern Ritter Knights looked at the approaching Iwatch with complicated expressions. Previously, Iwatch's appearance would have undoubtedly excited them, but after nearly dying during the sanctification, the situation was different. They wouldn't dare to rebel against Iwatch now, but they wouldn't continue to follow him and fight for him either. These people weren't Besby. In the original story, Besby, after being sanctified by Iwatch, immediately sought revenge against him. This was because they had a pre-existing grudge against him. His homeland was destroyed by Iwatch. Although Besby later became Iwatch's subordinate, that didn't mean he had let go of his hatred. Lotado, what should we do now? The other two immediately focused their attention on the petite girl in the middle, with yellow hair and a white Invisible Empire cap. Let's see what happens first, Lotado said after a moment's silence. Then, looking at Shen Fei, she spoke, we have a common enemy now. Should we join forces? You're quite decisive, Shen Fei said, surprised. He hadn't expected them to make such a quick decision. HMPH, he's going to kill us, and he still expects us to fight for him. Perhaps there were die-hard Iwatch-loving members of the Stern Cross Knights who would sacrifice their lives for him, but these three were clearly not in that league. In fact, if it weren't for the desire to witness the final outcome, Lotado would have taken the other two and left. With their strength, as long as they were careful, their safety would be fine. Of course, that presupposed Iwatch's death. Iwatch possessed omniscience and omnipotence. As long as he remained alive, Lotado didn't have the confidence to remain hidden. I don't mind joining forces, but you've seen the battle unfold. Do you have the ability to intervene? Lotado's brows arched at this. Why don't you take action? Aren't you afraid His Majesty will kill him? If he's killed, His Majesty won't let us go. Lotado was deeply puzzled. While most of the Stern Cross Knights were proud and solitary, Lotado's group was different. They were the only women in the Stern Cross Knights, and they had always had a good relationship. Well, strictly speaking, there was actually one who wasn't a woman, but she was considered a female Quincy due to her appearance and personality. That's his request. Don't worry, he won't lose that easily. There was a second part to this sentence that Shen Fei didn't say. If they really couldn't defeat him, the worst that could happen was to flee, leaving Iwatch to Captain General Yamamoto, the monk, and the others. Shen Fei held no hatred for the Quincy's. As for the feud between Quincy's and Shinigami, that was their business. However, Iwatch's goal was to destroy this world and create a new one. He felt a need to stop Iwatch, both morally and personally, for both reasons. Iwatch's original intention was good, to create a world without fear. However, no matter how good the intention, destroying a world is still destroying it, just like Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi. Most people wouldn't want to live in a false world. Strictly speaking, Iwatch's vision of a world without fear was even worse than Madara's. Without fear, humanity would cease to advance, because only fear can inspire courage, and courage is humanity's greatest hymn. Aizen Sosuke, I understand your purpose. We can work together to create a world without fear. After forcing Aizen back with a single blow, Iwatch didn't pursue him this time, but instead began to recruit him. A world without fear, Iwatch? If that's what you're after, then it's truly disappointing. Iwatch's words brought a mocking smile to Aizen's face. You're courting death? Hearing Aizen's ridicule, Iwatch's expression instantly darkened. Suddenly, his left palm unleashed numerous spirit bullets around Aizen. Break the light array. Iwatch isn't as reckless as I thought. Watching the massive pentagram formed after the spirit bullets landed, trapping Aizen within, Shen Fei immediately understood what Iwatch had planned. Boom boom boom. As the pentagram formed, a blinding white light rose from within. That white light was nothing but a pure explosion of spirit particles. Iwatch had previously set up this formation underground during his battle with Aizen. The reason for talking to Aizen was to persuade him to surrender, but also to activate the broken light formation. The broken light formation is to the Quincy Alishan what the spirit bow is to the Quincy. It is a standard item, but for ordinary Quincies, props are needed to set up the formation. When the white light dissipated, the place where Aizen had stood before turned into a large pit tens of meters deep, from which we can see the power of the broken light formation. Next, it's your turn. Who are you? Iwatch seemed very confident in his broken light formation. He didn't even check to see if Aizen was really killed. His eyes turned directly to Shen Fei. Are you going to betray me? Before Shen Fei could speak, Iwatch's eyes swept over Latato and the other two who were standing not far away. Your Majesty, we didn't betray you, you abandoned us first. So, don't blame us for being rude. Although the three of them were deeply wary of Iwatch, remembering their previous encounter with the Holy Separation, Latato decided to risk it. If they truly wanted to kill her, even if they were no match, she wouldn't let them off easy before her death. Just you, Iwatch gave Latato and the others a cold look, then shifted his gaze back to Shen Fei. Compared to the unknown Shen Fei, Latato and the others' betrayal was nothing but a trivial matter to him. Hey, Iwatch, are you hard of hearing? Didn't I just tell you I was just an ordinary person passing by? Shen Fei glanced at the large pit where Aizen had disappeared. He couldn't believe Aizen had been killed like that. With a Hagioku, Aizen was, in some ways, similar to Kaguya Otsutsuki. He could only seal, but was difficult to kill. I hope you can still say that later. You really think I'm afraid of you, Iwatch? Seeing that Aizen hadn't appeared, Shen Fei also wanted to test Iwatch's strength. He appeared beside Iwatch in an instant with a flash step, and with the 8-way transformation, he immediately slashed out. Boom. Iwatch, of course, would not show weakness. He immediately grasped the Annihilation Crossblade and rushed forward. The moment their weapons collided, an extremely powerful spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, forcing both of them to retreat involuntarily. The moment Iwatch retreated with Fail Yan's foot, he swung the crossblade in his hand, and the spiritual bow immediately appeared in front of him, instantly shooting 3 sacred arrows of extinction at Shen Fei. Are you also imitating Yunshine and using swords as arrows? These 3 sacred arrows of extinction were normal arrows at first, but halfway through, as the arrows glowed with spiritual light, they transformed into swords. Iwatch, are you getting old? So forgetful you'd actually use that against me. Watching the 3 rapidly approaching lightsabers, Shen Fei immediately blocked the path with a 9 Heavens Mirror Valley. Instantly, the 3 lightsabers swung their way, hurling themselves at Iwatch. Iwatch snorted coldly, remaining silent. He certainly wasn't so forgetful. The Holy Arrow of Destruction had been merely a test. His prediction proved true. While the 9 Heavens Mirror Valley could reflect ranged attacks, it could only reflect them to their original location. With Iwatch's speed, the Holy Arrow of Destruction had already shifted its position after being fired. Boom boom boom. After discovering the 9 Heavens Mirror Valley's drawbacks and being spotted by Iwatch, Shen Fei immediately abandoned its ability to deflect attacks and engaged Iwatch in close combat. Not as strong as I thought. It seems I'm already quite strong. Shen Fei was surprised to see how he had suppressed a watch with his swordsmanship. If he had known this, he wouldn't have needed Aizen and could have taken on the Invisible Empire single-handedly. Looks like there's no need to wait for Aizen. Upon discovering that a watch was weaker than he'd imagined, Shen Fei immediately changed his plan and decided to take a watch down first. A Quincy with a millennium's worth of experience and heir to the Soul King, he himself was likely a Hajioku. Following the example of the Tsuneashiro clan's founder, by crushing the Soul King's body into pieces and scattering them across the world, Iwatch would likely inherit the vast majority of the Soul King's power, presumably giving him his omniscience and omnipotence. Form of Archon. As his thoughts raced, Shen Fei placed his left hand over his right and formed a seal. The next moment, 10 shadow clones emerged from behind him. The sudden change startled Iwatch, and he immediately used his Hydran kick to try and escape, but it was too late. Room, Slaughterhouse, Binding Path, 66 Light Prisons, Satorax Crimson Necklace. As Iwatch attempted to leave, Shen Fei specially swapped him into a circle of shadow clones. Half of the 10 clones then used 6 light prisons, while the other half simultaneously cast a red chain, binding Iwatch's body. It's over, Iwatch. Seeing the bound Iwatch, Shen Fei abandoned his conversation. He instantly appeared beside him, decapitated him with a single blow, and then, to the astonishment of Latato and the others, enveloped Iwatch in an incredibly large wrap. This is your Fullbring. Truly remarkable. Just as Iwatch was being encased, Aizen's voice suddenly rang out. Normally, it has no offensive power, only useful for holding things. But I've seen enough. Aizen's timely appearance made Shen Fei immediately suspect that he had been deliberately staying hidden, allowing Iwatch to attack him and test his strength. Really? Aizen smiled softly, his face full of disbelief. The incredible large scarf seemed to have no offensive power, but that was just an appearance. As he spoke, Aizen suddenly swung his Enpakuto in his right hand, and a powerful spiritual pressure broke through the air. With one blow, it destroyed Shen Fei's 10 shadow clones in the form of Arcane. Why do you want to attack me now? I thought you would do it after you killed Team Zero. Shen Fei was a little surprised by Aizen's attack, but he quickly recovered. Who is Aizen? He is a person who can only take the initiative. He will not always follow the other party's plan, especially after seeing Shen Fei kill Iwatch. With such strength, if he really wants to join Team Zero, he will have a chance to seize his achievements while Aizen fights Team Zero. Aizen is now the 5th stage evolution of the Hajioku. Although he looks extremely ugly, with bat wings and a white skull, his spiritual pressure is extremely powerful. Let's go, get out of here now. Seeing the two men facing each other, Latato immediately ran to the side with the two behind her. These two were monster-level characters, and they were in no mood to pay attention to them now, but once they came to their senses and saw them, they would definitely not mind taking care of them. Anyway, for Latato and the other two, now that Iwatch had been eliminated, they no longer had any worries. Besides Iwatch, the others would not keep chasing them. Besides, even if they wanted to, it would be difficult to find them without omniscience and omnipotence. Where to go? To the human world. To see how the others are doing. Not all of the stern-crossed knights were in the Invisible Empire. A few were in the human world handling some matters. As for whether they could escape the holy separation, that was unknown. Chapter 839, Zero Squad, Part 2. As expected, plans are not as good as changes. No one can hide behind the scenes forever. Did the original Aizen also fall in the end? Thinking of this, Shen Fei sighed softly. For Shen Fei, facing Aizen now is extremely unprofitable. To be honest, he didn't intend to kill Aizen from the beginning. Otherwise, he could have attacked Aizen in Hueco Mundo. At that time, Aizen had not yet completed the Hajioku evolution, and it would have been much easier to fight him than now. He could even obtain a Hajioku. Although Aizen is extremely dangerous, strictly speaking, he is also a revolutionary who wants to change the corrupt situation in Soul Society. There are many people in Soul Society who want to change the status quo, but unfortunately, none of them have the initiative of Aizen. Urahara Kisuke, Kyoraku Shensu, Yukitake Chishiro and others, although they have the idea of change, they will not directly resist the Central 46. More importantly, after meeting Aizen, Shen Fei's long-held thought resurfaced, that he, who had been traveling through the various dimensional worlds, also needed teammates. Although S.H.I.E.L.D, Aida, and the others were also quite powerful, Shen Fei didn't want them to do anything too dangerous. In this way, people like Aizen wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Shen Fei didn't simply want to use Aizen as a pawn. Of course, with Aizen's strength and wisdom, it would be difficult for him to be used as a pawn. To be more precise, it was a mutually beneficial relationship between him and Aizen. He gave Aizen the opportunity to escape this world, and Aizen formed an alliance with him. In the past, due to his strength, even if he had this idea, he didn't implement it. But now that his strength has greatly increased, he can consider it carefully. I'm just curious about who you are. What did Watch mean when he said he couldn't see you? Also, what's your real purpose? As expected, smart people tend to overthink things, but it's not incomprehensible. It's no wonder Aizen was suspicious. He'd probably have similar thoughts if it were him. After all, Shen Fei's purpose seemed so simple. Ichigo, Ishida Uryu, and the others wouldn't have doubted it, but Aizen wasn't so naive, just like Urahara Kisuke was always wary of him. I've already said my purpose. I have no interest in the Soul King. As for who I am, I'll tell you after we are done fighting. Shen Fei was also deeply curious about the power of Aizen's 5th stage Hagioku transformation. It also offered a good opportunity for him to demonstrate his own strength to Aizen. To have a conversation with him on equal terms, a demonstration of his power was necessary. This meant a battle between them would come sooner or later. He'd originally planned to put it after the fight against Squad Zero, but now it was brought forward. This battle would also allow him to determine the true strength of Ichigo Mugetsu. Is that so? I hope you won't disappoint me, you two. Boom. With a resounding roar that echoed throughout the Invisible Empire, Shen Fei's Zanpakuto and Aizen's Zanpakuto engaged in their first official clash. The invisible shockwaves ripped away the ruined buildings surrounding them. It was a pure, unadulterated show of spiritual pressure. It seems I'm still inferior to Ichigo Mugetsu, though it was just a single clash. Shen Fei understood Mugetsu Ichigo's strength. Mugetsu Ichigo's battle against Aizen was a crushing defeat. Ignoring all of Aizen's attacks, including his fully chanted 99 Hado and other attacks. While he was slightly stronger than Aizen in his 5th stage transformation, overwhelming him was impossible. Putting aside the fact that he couldn't possibly withstand Aizen's fully chanted 99 Hado head-on without sustaining any damage, Shen Fei remained undeterred. After all, their starting points were worlds apart. Ichigo's starting point was a hybrid of 3 major bloodlines. He had started out as an ordinary person. Besides, Ichigo Mugetsu's ability was clearly not a normal one. It was a one-shot killer move with significant side effects. There was nothing to envy. Of course, if he unleashed his full strength and equipped himself, he might not be incapable of defeating Ichigo Mugetsu. Boom boom boom. As the two continued their battle, the ground of the Invisible Empire became plowed, riddled with potholes. Even the entire shadow dimension felt unstable, after all, without the support of the Watch and the Quincy's. Does this guy think he's a tail beast? He uses his tail and releases a tail beast ball. No, that should be Hollow's flash. Luckily, my old fighting habits haven't changed. Flying Thunder God Jutsu, watching the 6 white skulls behind Aizen, who was wrapped around him, begin to condense white light in their mouths, clearly about to unleash a powerful attack. Shen Fei quickly activated the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, instantly breaking free from his restraints and appearing on the other side. Back when Aizen was fighting a Watch, he had secretly placed the Flying Thunder God mark in several locations. Unexpectedly, he didn't use it against Watch, but instead used it against Aizen. The 6 tentacle skulls behind Aizen were free to move. Shen Fei had accidentally gotten entangled by them during his previous confrontation with them, just as Ichigo Mugetsu had been entangled in the original story. However, Ichigo Mugetsu didn't care and let himself be entangled intentionally, without even noticing. To be precise, Aizen's move wasn't called Wang Su's Flash, but Radiant Explosion. Aizen, that's enough. You don't really want to fight me to the death here, do you? After roughly understanding the difference in strength between himself and Ichigo Mugetsu, Shen Fei decided to stop fighting. After leaving the battlefield, he didn't attack again. Oh, and what's your identity? Aizen also stopped. There's nothing wrong with telling you. I'm definitely not from the West Sub-District. To be more precise, I'm not from this world. Shen Fei then revealed his origins. To Aizen, this wasn't a secret that needed to be hidden. If I'm not from this world, then there are other worlds. Even Aizen, with his cunning mind, was taken aback by Shen Fei's claim. Yes, To be more precise, there are countless other worlds. Shen Fei sheathed his Zanpakuto, formed hand seals, and projected planets into the air, explaining to Aizen what the multiverse and dimensional space were. By chance, I have the ability to travel to different worlds. I stumbled upon this one and found it very strange. The Shinigami in other worlds aren't like you. What are the Shinigami in other worlds like? Aizen's interest was immediately piqued. For someone who always sought higher realms, the other worlds were incredibly alluring. Well, to be precise, I haven't seen many Shinigami from other worlds. I've only seen people from Hell. Shen Fei thought for a moment and told Aizen about the Shinigami, Hell, and the underworld from other worlds. He gave a brief account of both the East and the West. No hollows, only ghosts? That's very interesting. My purpose in traveling to other worlds is simple. I want to travel around and find ways to become stronger. The Shinigami training methods in this world are quite good. Apart from anything else, they are very effective in extending lifespan. You should understand why I'm targeting the people from Squad Zero. Can't the Soul King's power become even stronger? Aizen said immediately. Yes, the power of the Soul King can indeed make one very powerful, but this world's Soul King is quite problematic. I've never seen one like this before. He built a world on a wedge. I doubt I'd be able to leave if I gained the Soul King's power. So, for me, while the Soul King's power is important, there are ways to become stronger in infinite worlds. There's no need to risk it. Beyond that, Shen Fei wouldn't disregard the safety of a single world for the sake of power. If he truly wanted to, he could have attained godlike power in Full Metal Alchemist's world. Are there powerful beings in other worlds? Aizen said gravely after a moment's silence. Powerful beings in other worlds? Aizen, do you think I'm strong enough? Hearing Aizen's words, Shen Fei suddenly laughed. Very strong. Even in my current state, I'm no match for you, by a long shot. Aizen, though confident and conceited, was not blind to reality. In the previous battle, the two seemed evenly matched, each possessing hidden strengths. However, his decisive defeat of Iwatch had revealed a considerable amount of his hidden power. But in some worlds, I'm just an average person. For those truly powerful beings, they could probably kill me with just a breath. Compared to those who could easily explode stars, his strength was nothing. He still had some self-awareness. Are you kidding? Aizen exclaimed in disbelief. It's true. To some beings, planets are like marbles, destroyed with a single finger. Some can even destroy the universe and create it with a single thought. Ha, that's incredibly interesting. If you put it that way, I'm a frog in a well. Aizen suddenly laughed out loud. Although I believe you, I need some proof. You're really suspicious. Let me think about it. By the way, this is for you. This is a space ring. You can open it with your mental power. I don't think there's anything like this in this world, Shen Fei said as he gave Aizen a space ring. Even though ghosts can teleport and create vast spaces underground, carrying space items with them is something that doesn't exist in this world. Can you take people away? Aizen took the space ring and immediately became familiar with its use. After a short silence, he suddenly said this. Of course, you mean you want to leave this world? Shen Fei nodded. Now that I know how wonderful other worlds are, how can I be willing to stay here? You told me this, doesn't it mean you want to take me away? Aizen is Aizen, and he guessed Shen Fei's thoughts at once. Yes, I do have such an idea. If a person like you goes to a stronger world, you will definitely shine. But you should also know that I can't take you away for no reason. The limitations of the world are something that most people cannot transcend, no matter how strong the talent is. Look at S.H.I.E.L.D, how much stronger she is now than before. It is completely a world of difference. I can serve you. That's probably your goal, isn't it? And you don't have to worry about my betrayal, because if I want to become stronger, I must rely on you. No need to serve me. Let's just make a pact. I have a vow for that. Harry Potter's world is full of vows, like the unbreakable vow, which cannot be violated unless there's a huge disparity in power between the two parties. Alliance pledge. Yes, alliance pledge. How about that? No problem. Aizen would even agree to serve Shen Fei, let alone an alliance pledge. Then let's begin. Making a vow is simple. It only requires mutual agreement. Next, it's time for them to act, even if it meant going to other worlds. The plan didn't change much. Aizen quickly suppressed his thoughts and focused on preparing for the upcoming battle at Soul King Palace. They've appeared, in the human world. As the Ranker appeared in the sky, the Shinigami who had arrived immediately spotted them. They then contacted Soul Society, notifying them of the situation, and then headed to meet them. Aizen. Upon seeing Aizen, the ranker at the head of the group, Toshiro Hitsuge almost drew his sword and charged forward. Hinamori Momo had nearly died at Aizen's hands, leaving Hitsuge furious. "You're still alive. It seems Anhanaritsu's Kato has improved considerably," Aizen sneered, glancing at Hitsuge and the Shinigami behind him. "You alone can't stop me. Call out the others. Today I'll show you what despair feels like. Prepare to activate the Tenkei-Katsu." As Aizen and the ranker confronted Hitsuge, Uradhara Keisuke immediately had the Shinigami scattered throughout Sarita activate a pre-prepared barrier, swapping Karakura Town with an empty space outside Sarita. It was a remarkable feat for the Kadoshu to create a sandbox identical to Karakura Town in such a short time. Aizen. Soon, the human world welcomed the captains of the Goro E-13, led by Captain General Yamamoto, all of whom came to the human world. The team of rankers led by Aizen was too large, making it impossible for the Goro E-13 to keep anyone alive. Of course, the source of all this information was Jinichimaru. "Aizen, is it necessary to go this far?" After taking a look at the lineups of both sides, Kyoraku Shunso immediately stepped forward. He really didn't want to start a war with Aizen at this time, unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, there was an watch hiding in the dark. Before coming, the Goro E-13 had discussed for quite a while whether to send out all members. Many people were afraid that if they sent out all members, a watch in the dark would take action. But in the end, it was the Captain General who made the final decision to send out all members to deal with one enemy first. Soul King Palace. I finally arrived. As the present-day rankers and Shinigami confronted each other, a golden light suddenly appeared from nowhere on the Soul King Palace's main approach, transforming into a golden portal. Shen Fei and Aizen then stepped in. Such a high concentration of Ryuju. It's impossible not to be strong in an environment like this. Upon entering the Soul King Palace, Shen Fei immediately sensed the abnormal concentration of Ryuju around him. With such a high concentration of Ryuju, even a Shinigami at the vice captain level would be crushed. Chapter 840, Squad 0, Part 2. Who dares to trespass into the Soul King Palace? Just as Shen Fei and Aizen were admiring the Soul King Palace, angry shots suddenly rang out from afar, followed by dozens of armored Shinigami, weapons drawn. These were none other than the holy soldiers guarding the Soul King Palace. The Soul King Palace wasn't just comprised of the few from Squad 0, a significant number of holy soldiers also existed. These individuals maintained order within the Soul King Palace, even though the Soul King in the palace was merely a figurehead. However, this was known only to a select few. Most simply assumed the Soul King remained in the main palace, and thus enjoyed some of the Emperor's privileges, though their primary mission was simply to wander around the Soul King Palace. Occasionally, the Soul King would issue orders to Soul Society. For example, the incident with Itsuge Toshiro's Zanpakuto, High Orinmaru, was a factor, as there were two High Orinmaru at the time. Have these people been modified? Shen Fei muttered to himself as he watched the charging holy soldiers. It was well known that the Soul King Palace's Ryutan density was extremely high. Even a vice captain would be overwhelmed there, and yet these holy soldiers were barely even a vice captain's strength. So how did they manage to run so quickly in the Soul King Palace? The only way was through modification, allowing them to adapt to the Soul King Palace's Ryutan density. These holy soldiers weren't cyborgs, but rather recruited from Soul Society. They didn't have the long lifespans of the Zero Squad members, and a new batch was selected at regular intervals. This was why, despite being so far removed from Soul Society, the Soul King and Zero Squad remained well known within it. After all, if the Soul King Palace's Zero Squad remained out of sight for too long, most would likely forget about them. Boom! Before the charging holy soldiers could even reach Shen Fei and Aizen, Aizen struck, instantly wiping out all the holy soldiers with a single strike of his sword. At this moment, more holy soldiers rushed over from a distance, but were immediately stopped by a voice. A sturdy woman then slowly approached from the distance. "Are you here so soon?" Shen Fei was surprised to see the newcomer. He had assumed that after all these years of inactivity, Squad 0 would inevitably become slack. However, both the holy soldiers and the members of Squad 0 appeared incredibly timely. Is it because they're too idle? I can kind of understand why that guy who forges Zanpakutos has a squad of beautiful Zanpakuto guards. As he watched the members of Squad 0 slowly approach, a thought suddenly occurred to Shen Fei. Squad Zero seemed to enjoy extraordinary honor and prestige in Seoul society, a position few envied. However, if you were to join Squad Zero, he would absolutely refuse. The reason was simple: it was too boring. The Seoul King Palace was not small, roughly the same size as the Ice Palace of the Invisible Empire. But despite its size, it was also incredibly empty. The Seoul King Palace consists primarily of the main sanctuary where the Seoul King resides, the 5 detached halls housing the 5-0 Division members, the palace district surrounding the Seoul King's main sanctuary, and the residences of the Holy Soldiers. There are no recreational facilities, and while there is a so-called district, it's essentially just a single street. Staying in such an environment for a few years or a dozen years might be fine, but living there for hundreds, thousands, or even 10,000 years would be unbearable for a normal person. No wonder Kenpachi Kuriashiki declined the Zero Division's invitation. He must have known the Zero Division's living conditions. Name Iou, perhaps bored to death, created a troupe of beautiful women. If nothing else, they're a pleasant sight to chat with. Aizen Sosuke, this isn't the place for you. The voluptuous woman paused about 15 meters from Aizen, looking at him with a complicated expression. Long time no see, Captain Hikafune Kiryu, Aizen said with a smile. So it's her. Hearing Aizen call out the other person's name, Shen Fei immediately remembered who they were talking to. Hikafune Kiryu, the captain of the 12th Division before Uradhara Kisuke, was Uradhara Kisuke Sr. He had joined Division 0 only 100 years ago, not that long ago, so Aizen naturally knew him. At that time, Aizen was the vice captain of Division 5. I don't want to meet you under these circumstances. When Hirako Mikoto said you were dangerous, I thought he was joking. Now it seems you are indeed very dangerous. What place was this? The Seoul King Palace. Aizen had come here uninvited and killed the Seoul King Palace's holy soldiers. Whatever his purpose was, he definitely had ulterior motives against the palace. Captain Hirako's perception is quite sharp. I admire that very much. Aizen's words were sincere. To be able to discern his true nature beneath the surface was not something that most people could do, but this might also be related to Hirako Mikoto's Zanpakuto abilities. As a Zanpakuto of the same Genjutsu type, it should have a certain resistance to Kyoka Sujetsu, which is why Aizen later designed to drive away Hirako Mako and the others. This is also due to Hirako Mako's usual eccentricity and love of joking. In addition, due to the reverse stroke of his Zanpakuto, he sometimes speaks backwards. Naturally, no one believed him when he said Aizen was dangerous. Aizen, trespassing into the Seoul King's palace is a crime in Seoul society. You should know what it means. It's best for you to surrender. Perhaps you can get a lighter sentence. Haha, trespassing into the Seoul King's palace? Then let the Seoul King come out and convict me. The so-called Seoul King's palace is nothing more than a cage in my opinion. Squad Zero is just a jailer guarding prisoners. No, strictly speaking, it's a jailer guarding puppets. Captain Hikafune Kiryu, you haven't been stupid after staying here for over 100 years. Aizen, how dare you? Aizen's words made Hikafune Kiryu's face change immediately. As he spoke, he waved his hands, and a huge wooden cage suddenly appeared out of thin air around Shen Fei and Aizen. Wood release? No, it should be the soul tree. Hikafune Kiryu was promoted to Squad Zero by creating temporary souls, Shen Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the wooden cage. It was through temporary souls that things like the Jimin pills and the artificial corpses developed by Uradhara Kisuke and his team were possible. Speaking of which, Uradhara Kisuke had connections above him. He and Yoruchi had a close relationship with Hikafune Kiryu back in the day, which was how they were able to access the healing hot springs only available to Squad Zero. Captain Hikafune Kiryu, you don't think no one knows about the Soul King's condition, do you? Others might submit to a mere puppet, but I, Aizen, have no intention of kneeling before a puppet. How did you know that? Hikafune Kiryu looked at Aizen in surprise. She only learned of the Soul King's true state after joining Squad Zero. In Seoul society, only the heirs of the 4 great families were privy to it, and Uradhara Kisuke only knew it thanks to his childhood friend Yoruchi. I think we can stop chatting now. We're in a hurry now. We don't know how much time we can buy the Starks. If we wait for them to arrive, it will be a real hassle. Shen Fei suddenly spoke, seeing Aizen trying to continue catching up with Hikafune Kiryu. This Stark wasn't Iron Man Stark, but Quinjet Stark, the first Espada. To draw the Goro E13's attention to the human world, He impersonated Aizen and led the ranker to confront the Gordo E13. Right, then, let's do it. Sorry, Captain Hikafu and Kiryu, we're pressed for time, so please excuse us. What did you say? Hikafu and Kiryu looked at Aizen with a puzzled expression. No matter how you looked at it, she had the upper hand. Her soul tree, a seed created from her own body, was incredibly strong and had the ability to absorb spirit particles for growth. It was her life barrier, not something she could breach at will. Room, slaughterhouse, but just then, Hikafu and Kiryu's expression suddenly changed, as a voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Just as she was about to turn, her head flew out. How could it be? When did you walk out of the life fence? Hikafu and Kiryu's head flew to the sky, looking at the empty life fence and Shen Fei who was behind her, still waving his Zanpakuto. She had no idea what was going on, why Aizen and Shen Fei were not trapped, and how Shen Fei appeared behind her. Captain Hikafu and Kiryu, my Zanpakuto Kyoka Sujetsu is not a water-based Zanpakuto, but a completely hypnotic one. From the moment you saw me, your 5 senses have been mastered by me. As the former captain of the 12th Division, Hikafu and Kiryu naturally did not escape Aizen's Kyoka Sujetsu. At that time, Aizen worked hard for several years to make everyone in Soul Society fall under his Kyoka Sujetsu. Kyoka Sujetsu, how is that possible? Even if Hikafu and Kiryu couldn't believe it, he no longer had the strength to resist. It was truly fascinating to see someone watching Kyoka Sujetsu from the sideline speaking to the air and unleashing their abilities. This, further demonstrating Kyoka Sujetsu's terrifying power, saw a member of Squad 0 easily dispatched. What the hell is going on, Aizen? Why are you here? Kiryu, what's going on? The next moment, another Squad 0 member arrived. Ashiro, be careful, Aizen. Upon seeing the newcomer, Hikafu and Kiryu immediately shouted, trying to warn him. Sadly, the newcomer seemed oblivious and walked straight towards them. The newcomer was a young man with a strange crew cut. It was Kirinji Ashiro of Squad 0, the master of Karaiden. He had been promoted to Squad 0 through the techniques of Kato. His main achievement was the invention of the healing hot springs. He had been the captain of Squad 4 before Unohanaritsu. He had a good relationship with Unohanaritsu. Unohanaritsu, it turned out, learned his medical skills from him. Unfortunately, like Hikafu and Kiryu, he had also been struck by Aizen's Kagami Sujetsu. At the time, Aizen wasn't even a vice captain, just a regular officer. During his time at the Shino Spiritual Academy, Aizen maintained a low profile. Unlike Jin Ichimaru and Toshiro Hitsuga, who graduated in a single year, he remained at the school for a full 6 years, like Rukia and Renji. He then systematically rose through the ranks of the Gordo E13, rising from ordinary member to officer, vice captain, and finally captain. With his flawless resume and his good-natured persona, Aizen, before his self-destruction, had no one suspected he had ulterior motives. I'm afraid this won't be so easy. Following the same pattern, Kirinji Tenshirao was also beheaded by Shen Fei, his head then placed next to Hikafu and Kiryu. The two shared a common fate. But that was the end of it. Kirinji Tenshiro and Hikafu and Kiryu had only been in the Zero Squad for a short time, only a few hundred years, so Aizen had the opportunity to attack them. The other three were different. Name Iowa joined the Zero Squad almost 2,000 years ago, and Shooterus and Jumaru was about the same age. Each of them had a Zanpakuto and a Shinoku, and they were promoted to the Zero Squad about the same time. That monk didn't even tell Aizen about their powers. Did he not know, or was he deliberately keeping it a secret? Shen Fei thought Hayashibu Ichibai was very strange after easily defeating the two Zero Squad members. Everything in Soul Society was named after him, so it was impossible for him not to know the power of Aizen's Zanpakuto. He even knew the ability of Renji's Zanpakuto, but he didn't warn Hikafu and Kiryu and Kirinji Tenshiro. It was really strange. To say that monks didn't know what was happening beneath Soul Society was sheer nonsense. Shen Fei didn't believe it. Just look at the original story. Team Zero appeared immediately after the battle between the Gordo E13 and the Stern Cross Knights. They showed up at the perfect time, not earlier or later. Had they appeared earlier, Captain Yamamoto might not have died. If it were any other matter, Team Zero might have stayed out of it, but Iwachi's goal was the Soul King, and they wouldn't even show up to fight alongside him. It was a joke. It's really lively here. What are you two doing? Take me with you. Just as this one was wrapping up, the third Team Zero member appeared. He had a black punk hairstyle, strange sunglasses, and a strange Zanpakuto in hand. It was none other than Mayaoayu. Be careful, Wang Yu. His Zanpakuto has the power of complete hypnosis. Hikafu and Kiryu and Kirinjit and Shiro shouted in unison upon seeing Wang Yu's appearance. What an interesting ability. I want one too. As he spoke, Namaya Wang Yu instantly appeared beside Aizen, brandishing his Zanpakuto. Aizen snorted coldly and met his blow with his Zanpakuto. With a snap, Aizen's Zanpakuto snapped, and his body was immediately severed in two. This really is a case of mutual destruction. That must be that Zanpakuto. Scabbard was the name of Wang Yu's Zanpakuto. Because it was so sharp, it couldn't be sheathed. This Zanpakuto was truly indestructible, capable of severing everything in two. By comparison, Hilstigu, the all-severing imperial tool, seemed inferior. Although Shen Fei knew about this Zanpakuto, he hadn't warned Aizen, primarily because he hadn't believed it was truly that powerful. But now that he had witnessed it with his own eyes, it was confirmed. No wonder it could instantly kill 3 of Watch's personal guards and severely injure the last. Your turn next, Wang Yu said, smiling at Shen Fei. It's a very sharp Zanpakuto, but I want to test it to see if it's really that sharp. As he spoke, a palm-sized brown square tripod appeared in Shen Fei's hand. It then began to transform, returning to the size of a normal tripod, with Shen Fei holding one leg. This time, coming to the Soul King Palace to face the monk, a Shinigami who had survived from the Soul King era, Shen Fei had made every possible preparation. Chapter 841, Team 0, and what constitutes a complete preparation? Naturally, every available piece of equipment was brought out. This was the first time Shen Fei had used his nano-steel armor, primarily made of vibranium alloy, against the enemy. Shen Fei had been researching various alloys. His surgery fruit, combined with his swallow fruit's power, put him at the forefront of the world in this area. Furthermore, the Eye of Agamotto was also open, and he had various missiles and explosives using PIM particles. As a member of the rabbit family, he was somewhat wary of insufficient firepower. Even if he might never use some things in his lifetime, he couldn't live without them. Just like the army of iron armors he had been building, strictly speaking, it was completely unnecessary. Even Stark, at his peak, had fewer than 100 iron armors. Under normal circumstances, this iron armor army wouldn't have been necessary. After all, he wasn't Hydra, and he wasn't planning a world war. The reason he had so many iron armors was mainly because the Red Queen and White Queen had some free time, so they could use them to mine and build armor. Over time, this number had grown to such a large number. He was well aware of the importance of equipment. Did he see Stark, armed with his nano-armor, even fight Thanos in a reciprocal battle? Wearing a full set of equipment, he was more than twice as strong as his naked self. If nothing else, he could at least withstand a few more attacks. Use this as a weapon. Wang Yu of Ermiwu watched Shen Fei use the four-legged tripod as a weapon, and his left hand couldn't help but scratch his head lightly. This situation was beyond his imagination. Isn't it okay? A weapon is just for use against the enemy. It just needs to be useful. The Zanpakuto in Wang Yu's hand was far too sharp. Using any other weapon, Shen Fei wasn't sure he could withstand it. Aizen had been careless earlier, which led to Wang Yu's slashing blow instantly killing him. If he had been more careful, the situation would have been different. You seem very confident, of course. Aren't you also very confident in your weapon? As a swordsmith, Wang Yu of Ermiwu was naturally very confident in his crafts. Unfortunately, Shen Fei was even more confident. The cauldron he wielded was the Shenending, one of the 3 Emperor's artifacts. While the Shenending's primary function was to refine medicine, as a divine artifact, it possessed an inherently indestructible property. Even Wang Yu's scabbard, sharp as it was, couldn't destroy the Shenending. The two were of different status. Not to mention Wang Yu, even a Spirit King faced a stark difference against Shenin, one of the 3 Emperors. I'm probably the first to use the Shenending to hit someone. My apologies, Senior Shenin. With a fleeting thought, Shen Fei swung the Shenending towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu chuckled, tightened his grip on the scabbard, and met a blow. This clash had both sides demonstrating absolute confidence in their weapons, and now was the time to test the outcome. Boom. Unlike the previous time Wang Yu had silently severed Aizen's Zanpakuto on his body, this time, at the moment the Shifu and Shenending collided, a dazzling light emanated from the collision site, followed by a resounding roar that shook the Soul King Palace's main approach. Then, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. And cracks rapidly expanded along the Shifu blade in Wang Yu's hand, before the entire blade shattered into countless fragments and scattered to the ground. How is this possible? Wang Yu of Nemea had never imagined that his painstakingly crafted Zanpakuto, capable of severing everything, would be destroyed in a head-on collision. For the swordsmith, this result was unacceptable, and it left him in a state of daze. But he was lost in thought. Shen Fei, on his side, didn't hesitate. Without a pause, he swung the shelling beam directly into Wang Yu's body. The explosive force transformed Wang Yu's body into a streak of light, piercing through several towering spirit stone pillars lining the main approach. He finally landed in the distant plaza in front of the main hall of the Soul King Palace, slashing a large crater in the ground. What a shame! Shen Fei wasn't the least bit surprised by the outcome, but seeing the shattered Shifu still left him feeling a pity. It was a powerful weapon, and now it was gone. It can actually split spirit particles. I never thought it would. Aizen, who had been cut in two, had fully recovered, looking as if he hadn't been the one who had been bisected. While Aizen's carelessness had contributed to the severance, the more significant factor was the Shifu's ability to ignore Aizen's spirit shield. But thanks to him, I know the limits of the Hagioku. Aizen's current evolution was technically the sixth, and also the final, evolution of the Hagioku. The Hagioku, capable of infinite evolution, could only evolve an infinite number of times, capped at 6. This evolution was also the most normal, with nothing unusual happening to Aizen. What about the Hagioku? Did it disappear? Shen Fei asked curiously. No, it's become one with me. Perhaps because he wanted Shen Fei to take him away from this world, Aizen hadn't concealed the Hagioku's power. Isn't this very similar to the chakra fruit of the sacred tree? After Aizen finished speaking, Shen Fei immediately thought of Kaguya Otsutsuki. While the Hagioku hadn't granted Aizen the ability to evolve again, his immortality remained. This meant that anyone who could deal with Aizen now could only seal him, much like Kaguya Otsutsuki after consuming the chakra fruit. Of course, Shen Fei believed that the so-called immortality was only relative, a sign of insufficient power. A more powerful force could naturally annihilate them, but Shen Fei simply didn't possess such strength at this stage. Shooter Senjumaru, Yugo or me, arriving from the Soul King Palace's main entrance onto the street in front of the palace plaza, Shen Fei glanced at the figures standing before him. I'll go. It's a good opportunity to familiarize myself with the battle ahead. Hayashibu Ichibai was Aizen's subordinate, as they had agreed beforehand. For Aizen, a battle with him held extraordinary significance. The ultimate question, who was the strongest Shinigami? Neither Shen Fei nor Watch was a Shinigami. Please, I have something else to do right now. Be careful, they're strong. The severely injured Nemea Awayu, standing beside Shooter Senjumaru, whispered a warning upon seeing the two approach. His gaze then quickly turned to the detached hall at the rear of the Soul King Palace. The 5 detached halls of Squad Zero formed a pentagonal shape, enclosing the main hall of the Soul King Palace. This wasn't a random arrangement. It was an essential component of the Soul King Palace's barrier. For the members of Squad Zero, upon becoming one, their bodies were bound to their Rikuden. As long as the Rikuden was not completely destroyed, the members of Squad Zero were immortal. I understand. You recover first, I'll deal with them. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Shooter Senjumaru nodded gently, indicating his understanding. Even with 3 members of Squad Zero already down, his expression remained remarkably calm as he approached Aizen. Shooter Senjumaru appeared to be a remarkably elegant woman, her beauty and figure far surpassing Hikafune Kiryu's. Of course, this refers to Hikafune Kiryu's plump form. If she were thinner, the two would be roughly evenly matched. The ultimate garment. As soon as Shooter Senjumaru and Aizen began their battle, they immediately wove a new garment onto Aizen's body. The speed of the movement was so great that even Aizen couldn't dodge it, or more accurately, he couldn't. The creator of the Shinigami, truly cannot be underestimated. But she's a bit too cruel. Women are truly the most vicious. The Zanpakuto is incredibly important to Shinigami, needless to say. But that doesn't mean the Shinigami's heart is unimportant. In fact, strictly speaking, the Shinigami are incredibly important. Otherwise, Shooter Senjumaru wouldn't have been promoted to Squad Zero for this achievement. Arankers have steel hides, Quincy's have blood-moving armor, and so naturally, what Shinigami have? The Shinigami's Shinigami, naturally, is the Shinigame's Shinigami. For most Shinigami, the Shinigame's Shinigami is essentially a piece of clothing with decent defensive power, but for Shooterus and Jumaru, the Shinigame's Shinigami is her weapon. The reason Aizen hadn't dodged her attack earlier wasn't because of her speed, but because she had initially used the spirit particles surrounding Aizen to weave the fabric, thus binding him within her woven garment, which then spun countless needles into existence. Wood Release's grafting technique was already extremely cruel, but compared to Shooterus and Jumaru's ultimate clothes, it was completely benign. At this moment, Aizen could be said to have become a hedgehog. Boom. But the next moment, an immensely powerful spiritual pressure erupted from Aizen, shattering the shrinking ultimate clothes. Thanks to his powerful spirit particle shield, Shooterus and Jumaru's needles did not cause any damage to Aizen. Really impressive. This guy can weave spirit particles. As Aizen's spiritual pressure shattered his ultimate clothes, Shen Fei finally realized something. She and Aizen were now in an illusionary space. The Soul King Palace, seemingly so close before them, was actually still a considerable distance away. This was all because he and Aizen were inside a huge curtain. Curtains are very common props in photography and filming, and Shooterus and Jumaru was using them in this moment. If it weren't for the powerful spiritual pressure from Aizen, which caused the edges of the curtains to tremble slightly, he would have been unable to detect the problem. During their previous battle against Iwatch, Shooterus and Jumaru had used a curtain to enshroud the fake Soul King Palace, trapping Iwatch and his companions for a considerable period. Open, Shen Fei immediately unleashed a powerful slash at the curtain, ripping it apart. Only then did he realize they were still near Amaterasu. Hello, Name Iwagayu, I'm curious about your Phoenix Palace. Would you like to invite me in? After tearing through the curtain, Shen Fei ignored the fight between Aizen and Shooterus and Jumaru and approached the severely injured Wang Yu. As expected of Wang Jian's body, he had survived the blow from his Sheningding, only suffering serious injuries. Can I refuse? I'm afraid not, Shen Fei said, not waiting for Wang Yu to speak, carrying him to the Phoenix Palace on the right. Since they had arrived at the Soul King Palace and met Name Iwagayu, the Sword God, it was a perfect opportunity to obtain the Zanpakuto that Takenado had long coveted. Master Wang Yu, please let me go. Shen Fei, carrying Wang Yu to the Phoenix Hall, was immediately attacked by several beautiful women. These women were none other than Wang Yu's personal Zanpakuto guards. Don't be impulsive. Go to the branch hall and wait. Do not come out without my order. Wang Yu immediately shouted at them to stop them, lest they anger Shen Fei. Yes, although extremely reluctant, under Wang Yu's stern tone, the guards quickly left. The so-called branch hall was actually a replica of the Phoenix Hall. As an important part of the Soul King Palace's barrier, the Phoenix Hall, while magnificent in appearance, was very simple in interior and could not be remodeled. Therefore, Wang Yu built a luxurious branch hall on the other side of the floating island where the main hall was located. Under normal circumstances, Wang Yu lived in the branch hall, while the main hall was mainly used to forge Zanpakuto. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, I won't attack them, and I certainly won't kill you. Seeing Wang Yu's disapproval at his request to let him go, Shen Fei continued, you don't really think that your status as a member of Squad Zero will truly protect you from death, do you? If I destroy this floating island, do you think you will be completely dead? You know a lot, don't you? How do you want me to cooperate? It's simple. I just want a Zanpakuto. Bring out the Jijijibi. Wang Yu had been saying that he forged all the Zanpakuto in Soul Society, but it turned out that he had quite a few of his own Zanpakuto hidden away. It was quite interesting. The Jijijibi was the Zanpakuto that Takenado had always wanted, a Zanpakuto recorded in the history of the Tsuneashiro family. This Zanpakuto wasn't forged, but Hayashibu Ichibi transformed an ancient hollow into a Zanpakuto by renaming it. This great hollow once shared Hueco Mundo with Bilurgan and was considered half the king of Hueco Mundo. He had repeatedly entered Soul Society and wreaked havoc. Even the current Captain General Yamamoto had been defeated by him and nearly devoured by him. Of course, that was when Captain General Yamamoto had not yet grown up. If he were the current Captain General, he would probably be able to kill him in seconds with just a single Ryujinjaka. The Great Hollow, which came and went freely in Soul Society, later became arrogant and set its sights on the Soul King, wanting to devour him and become the new Soul King. As a Great Hollow, he naturally did not know the Soul King's condition, and ended up breaking into the Soul King's palace, encountering a monk, and ultimately met with tragedy. How did you know? Who are you to that Sunny family? Wang Yu exclaimed upon hearing the name Jijijiba. I have nothing to do with that Sunny family. I just occasionally looked at their family information. Just take out the things honestly, otherwise don't blame me for taking them myself. Do you really think you're sure to win? Although Aizen is powerful, he can't be a match for the Hayashibu. You don't need to worry about this. Take out your Zanpakuto, or I'll take action. I really want to know what will happen once the Raiden is destroyed. Shen Fei stomped his foot as he spoke. The powerful force caused the ground within 100 meters around to crack instantly. Wait a minute, I'll give it to you. Don't do it. Seeing the situation on the ground, Wang Yu immediately nodded in agreement. Not to mention the Raiden status in the Soul King Palace, just because the Raiden was connected to his life, he would never let the Raiden be destroyed. Chapter 842, Ichibi of the Military Chiefs Department, Part 1. I thought everyone in Squad 0 would fight to the death, but now it seems they're just that. Shen Fei was somewhat surprised to see Namei Wangayu immediately nod in response to his threats. He had only made a routine threat. After all, if they wanted what he wanted, how could they give it to him so easily without threats? With someone like Ichigo or Ishida Urayu, threats would have been ineffective, but it was clear that Namei Wangayu wasn't one of those people. If Shen Fei couldn't truly threaten his life, he might have persisted, but Shen Fei had a plan. Perhaps Hayashibu Ichiba's side could ultimately triumph, but if the Raiden was completely destroyed, even he might not be able to resurrect him. When Iwatch faced him, he was clearly unaware of the monk's ability, which ultimately led to his resurrection. Just as Iwatch could resurrect members of Western Crest Knights, Iwatch's resurrection wasn't available to everyone, but only those who had received his holy word's power. Even ordinary Quincy's couldn't be resurrected by him. Of course, the reason Wang Yu of Namiwu agreed so quickly was probably because, compared to the current situation, the matter of Jijijiba was no longer a significant issue. So it's on the seabed? There are so many Zanpakuto. Wang Yu of Namiwu's forging site wasn't on the floating island, but in the waters below. Under normal circumstances, even if one infiltrated his Phoenix Hall, there would be no way to find his forged Zanpakuto. However, Shen Fei had no regard for these Zanpakuto. Even though he was now a Shinigami agent, he had never practiced his own Zanpakuto. After all, he wasn't dead yet. The Shinigami followed a purely spiritual path, which was unsuitable for him at this moment. He had no intention of abandoning his body. If Ancient One hadn't been constantly corroded by dark energy, he wouldn't have faked his death to abandon his body. In other words, Jijijiba's Zanpakuto, like the 8 mirror swords and the Yanluo mirror classic, could be used with only spirit particles, which was why he had obtained it. The greatest benefit of this world for Shen Fei was the application of spiritual power and the means to enhance the soul. For ordinary people, an enhanced soul meant an increased lifespan. Ancient Great Hollow turned this into a Zanpakuto. That means if the monk wants, he should be able to turn all hollows into Zanpakuto, right? Or even turn the souls of the Shinigami into Zanpakutos. Soon, Shen Fei took the Jijijiba from Wang Yu's hands. This was the Zanpakuto that Uzumaki Hikuo would later use against the 3 great powers of Shinigami, Hollows, and Quincy's. If it weren't for the extraordinary Bankei of Hirako Makoto, the splitting effect of this Zanpakuto alone would have been enough to make things difficult for them. Jijijiba could summon the ancient Great Hollow to fight, and it could also split. If it had enough spiritual power, even if it split into an army of 100,000, it wouldn't be a problem. Hirako Makoto had accomplished the feat of single-handedly taking on an army of 100,000. Sorry, please rest up for now. I'll release you once everything is over. With his Zanpakuto in hand, Shen Fei immediately knocked Wang Yu unconscious and headed for Hikafun Kiryu's Watten Hall. He had no interest in forging his Zanpakuto, but he was determined to obtain the food Hikafun crafted that could boost the Shinigami's spiritual power. Rukia, Kuchiki Byakuya, and Rinji all relied on her cooking to achieve their super captain level strength, a boost comparable to Shinigami's holoification or an ranker's holoification. Aizen Sosuke, what do you think of seeing the Soul King? Aizen, fresh from defeating Shudarech and Damaru, entered the Soul King's main hall and found someone standing before him, seemingly waiting for him. This man was a majestic figure with a large bald head, thick eyebrows, and a mustache. It was none other than Hayashibu Ichibai, the leader of Squad 0. Boring, a hint of mockery appeared on Aizen's lips. Whether he was mocking Hayashibu Ichibai or the Soul King, he probably didn't know. In fact, if it had been before, When he saw the Soul King with his own eyes, Aizen would never have uttered the word boring. After all, this was his ultimate goal. But now, after talking with Shen Fei, knowing that there are countless worlds outside this world, Aizen's thoughts have undergone a fundamental change. You know, you are not the first Shinigami to come here, nor will you be the last Shinigami to come here. Aizen's tone surprised Hayashibu. He had guessed that Aizen would be very shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. However, the meaning of his words was terrifying when you think about it carefully. I'm not surprised by this. With all the history of Soul Society, I don't think I'll be the only one. Perhaps I'm not the first, but I'm certain I'll be the last. The exact length of Soul Society's history is difficult to determine. No sources clearly record it, but based on other estimates, it's at least tens of thousands of years old. This is actually quite certain, but whether it's due to inconsistency or a lack of interest in history within the Soul Society, few pursue it. The history of Soul Society can be inferred from the current state of the four major families. The current head of the S.H.I.E.L.D family is the 23rd generation, and Yoruichi is the 22nd. Furthermore, Byakuya Kuchiki is the 28th generation of the Kuchiki family. If each generation lasts 100 years, that's nearly 3,000 years. 100 years is far too short for a Shinigami's lifespan. The Goto E13 have a 1,000-year history, and the current captain is only the first generation. Meanwhile, Yukite Chishiro and Kyoraku Shunsu are captains of their respective divisions. If we calculate it based on millennia, that's close to 300,000 years. Even if we cut it in half and subtract a bit, it's still at least 100,000 years. With such a long history, Soul Society couldn't have produced only one Aizen. The saying every generation has its progenitors is true. Take, for example, why is the captain of the 11th division already the 11th Kenpachi by the time he reaches Kenpachi Zaraki? It's because too many powerful individuals have emerged, and they've worn each other down. Even now, the 8th Kenpachi is imprisoned in the infernal hell. Everyone who comes here says the same thing to me. What makes you think you're an exception? It doesn't matter what you do down there, why are you seeking death here? At this, Hayashibu smiled a compassionate smile. If you hadn't heard what he said, just seeing his smile, you'd probably mistake him for a good person. From another perspective, he really does resemble Aizen in some ways. Because this time is different, Aizen said, his expression remaining perfectly calm. Yes, it was different. This time, there was an unexpected twist. One that neither a watch nor the monk could have anticipated. Different? What's the difference, Aizen? I'll show you, you're nothing but a frog in a well. 1,000-mile sky-reaching palm. Hayashibu spoke, not waiting for Aizen to react, before attacking. With a single strike, a massive hand materialized in midair, wielding an unparalleled spiritual pressure so powerful that even Aizen couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Boom! Before Aizen could react, the massive hand struck him, sending him flying from the Soul King Palace's main hall. Aizen's body flashed a streak of light in midair before disappearing into the horizon. Hidden, having sent Aizen flying, Hayashibu swung the massive brush in his hand, quickly writing the word hidden in midair. The word flashed before vanishing in front of the Soul King Palace's gates, taking the entire palace with it. This was Hayashibu power, the power of words. That massive brush was his Zanpakuto. As expected of you, you are the oldest Shinigami in Soul Society. Your power is truly astonishing, but that's what makes it interesting, isn't it? The moment he landed, Aizen stabilized his body and landed safely. Looking at his tattered hori, he suddenly laughed. While he was laughing, his hori was recovering at an extremely fast speed. The 6th Houjioko evolution made Aizen once again the mastermind and confident Aizen. Just as Aizen said before, the evolution process is always accompanied by ugly things, so Aizen's previous Houjioko forms were so ugly, and even his temperament was affected. In the original work, Aizen was defeated by Ichigo Mujutsu, of course, because Ichigo's strength far exceeded Aizen's expectations, causing him to lose his balance, but at the same time, it was also partly because Aizen's temperament was affected at the time. Is it coming? Sensing the rapidly approaching Reiatsu of Hayashibu, Aizen sneered, raised his left hand, and murmured rapidly, a faint, turbid emblem, a rebellious and arrogant talent, a surge, denial, paralysis, a moment, hindering eternal sleep. The crawling princess of steel, the self-mutilating clay doll, combine, rebound, Extend to the ground, know your own powerlessness, the 99th black coffin of the broken path. The moment Hayashibu Ichibai appeared, a black shadow immediately surrounded his body, instantly enclosing him within. Die black, Ichimonji, Hayashibu Ichibai's chant suddenly echoed from within the black coffin. The next moment, a flash of sword light emanated from within, instantly destroying the black coffin. Now, the giant brush in Hayashibu Ichibai's hand had its front end transformed into a blade. Yurahado, San Nodo Iron Wind Kill. After crushing Aizen's black coffin, Hayashibu Ichibai sheathed his Zanpakuto and raised his right hand. Powerful spiritual energy gathered in his palm, transforming into a massive dragon head. With a roar, a tornado of immense force erupted from its mouth. Binding Do. 81 Danku, sensing the might of the tornado ahead, Aizen immediately unleashed a transparent barrier before him. The moment the tornado collided with a barrier, he swiftly dodged to the side with a flash of light. Aizen's decision proved to be a success. His Danku, facing Hayashibu Ichibai's Yurahado, barely held out before being destroyed. Had he remained standing behind the Danku, he would have been swept into the hurricane. The tornado, having lost its target, continued to expand rapidly, destroying the various nearby spiritual pillars in the blink of an eye. Aizen, let me see your strength. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Facing Aizen, Hayashibu Ichibai, whether out of confidence or something else, though he had his Zanpakuto in his Shike, did not use his Shike ability, instead engaging Aizen in a Kido duel. Aizen was his opponent, and for Ichibai, this was a rare rival in his long life, and he had no desire to end the battle so quickly. If his opponent had been Iwatch, the situation would probably have been different. As you wish, Aizen said this, but he had no intention of challenging Ichibai in Kido. His Kido had reached the pinnacle of perfection, but the opponent was Soul Society's oldest Shinigami. To compete with him in this area would be to exploit his own weakness against his strength. Aizen chose to avoid Ichibai's Kido, quickly approaching him and engaging in a duel of swordsmanship. The battle between the two men caused the entire Soul King Palace to tremble. Looks like the fight's begun, but it's so intense. Is Aizen truly that powerful? The resounding roar echoed throughout the Soul King Palace. Naturally enough, Shen Fei didn't miss it. Although he also wanted to see Aizen fight Ichibai Hayashibu, a duel not depicted in the original story, he was temporarily distracted by his training with Hikafune Kiryu and his soul techniques, as well as Kirinji Tenshiro's hot spring techniques. Originally, the two hadn't wanted to teach Shen Fei, but after being threatened with the Mirror Flower Water Moon, they reluctantly agreed. After witnessing the Mirror Flower Water Moon, neither wanted to experience it again. Aren't you worried about Aizen? Hikafune Kiryu and the others had naturally heard the noise outside, puzzled as to why Shen Fei had asked them to learn techniques at this crucial moment. Why should I be worried? He was going to challenge Squad Zero anyway, and I gave him the chance. If Aizen had followed his plan, he would have faced Ichigo Mujutsu, and his defeat was inevitable. Now his wish was fulfilled, though Shen Fei believed the outcome was already predetermined. If Aizen were a Quincy or a Fullbringer, with his current spiritual pressure, fighting Hayashibu Ichibai, it would be hard to say who would win. But after all, he was a Shinigami. Don't worry, this is actually a good thing for you. At least you won't have to stay in Squad Zero forever. After killing Hayashibu Ichibai, Squad Zero would definitely cease to exist. Both Shen Fei and Aizen thought so. Shen Fei's words silenced Hikafune and Kiryu. Only after becoming Squad Zero did they know the true situation of Squad Zero. However, there was no way to regret it now, not to mention that the monk wouldn't let them have the chance. During the battle at Soul King Palace, in the real world of Karakura Town, the battle between the Harajuku and the Shinigami was also in full swing, with both sides seeking opponents to fight. What is this guy Aizen waiting for? Or is there some conspiracy? Urahara Keisuke and his group hid in the distance, watching Aizen in the circle of fire and confronting Captain Yamamoto. He felt a little strange in his heart. He didn't know why. At this moment, he felt that something was wrong with Aizen, but he couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 843, Ichibai, the Commander of the Army, Part 2. Sometimes the person who knows you best is not your friend, but your enemy. Without a doubt, besides Aizen himself, Urahara Kisuk knows Aizen best. Needless to say, this guy dares to show up like this. There must be a conspiracy. Standing next to Urahara Kisuk, Hirako Mako looked at Aizen in the distance with an unhappy face. He had suffered such a complete setback at the hands of Aizen. For Hirako Mako, this was the biggest loss he had ever suffered. He had transferred Aizen to his side as vice captain, not to let him fail, but to stop Aizen. "Hey, Baldy, when are we going to start?" Tsuruaki Hisori was already a little impatient and wanted to take action. "Wait until they're almost done fighting. If we attack now, I'm afraid we won't be facing Aizen first," but the Captain General, Urahara Kisuk, was also helpless at this point. He also wanted to take action now, but the problem was that Yamamoto Jinryusei Shigekuni was an extremely stubborn man. He saw this fight with Aizen as a matter of the Shinigami hunting down a traitor, an internal matter of the Goro E13. If they, who were also wanted criminals, jumped in to help, and Aizen instigated a few words, they might have started a fight. Captain General Yamamoto didn't even want to alert Ichigo Kurosaki when dealing with Aizen. In the Captain General's view, even if Ichigo was an acting Shinigami, he was still a human, not a Shinigami. Perhaps in the eyes of many, such a Captain General was completely inflexible and stubborn. In the original story, after Aizen was defeated by Ichigo, he even refused Inu Orihime's offer to treat the injuries caused by the sacrificial Hado Ichika fire he had used against Aizen. On the surface, this may seem a bit pedantic, but in reality, it's his unwavering commitment to his ideals, much like Byaku Ayakatsuki's insistence when Rukia was sentenced to death. Of course, his insistence is one thing, but Ichigo did participate in this battle. Not only did he, but Inu Orihime also came, though that was just the two of them. Chad Yasutora and Ishida Urayu didn't come. This is understandable, especially for Ishida Urayu, a Quincy. His last trip to Soul Society to rescue Rukia could be seen as a way to save a friend, but this time, it was a pure civil war, and it wouldn't be appropriate for a Quincy like him to appear. As for Chad Yasutora, Ichigo didn't want to implicate him. Despite his rugged and intimidating appearance, Chad Yasutora is actually a very gentle person who dislikes violence. Even when fighting a Shinigami to rescue Rukia, he couldn't bring himself to kill one. Naturally, Ichigo didn't want him to be drawn into unnecessary battles. Ichigo initially didn't want Inu Orihime to participate, but he ultimately agreed due to the assurances of Urahara Kisuk and the others, as well as her exceptionally powerful healing abilities. With her around, she could bring back even the dead, not to mention the seriously injured. Of course, due to the strength of Inu Orihime's own Reiatsu, the conditions for resurrection were severely limited. For example, if someone died due to extremely strong Reiatsu, it would be difficult for her to bring them back. The chaotic battle between Shinigami and a ranker on the battlefield was incredibly chaotic, with both one-on-one and multiplayer battles. Multiple Shinigami attacked a ranker, and multiple a ranker attacked Shinigami. Tazen Kaname watched the battle for a while, and just as he was about to take action, he was approached by Kamamura Sajin and Hisagi Shuhei. Although Tazen Kaname didn't want to face them, the other Shinigami created an opportunity for him. "Tazen, why did you follow Aizen? Why did you betray Soul Society? Is this the justice you seek?" Kamamura Sajin shouted upon seeing his former friend. "Captain, come back. Aizen is deceiving you." Hisagi Shuhei, standing nearby, looked at Tazen Kaname with hope. As the vice captain of Division 9, Shuhei had always believed that Tazen Kaname was being deceived by Aizen. "Kamamura, Shuhei, at this point, is this all you want to say? Justice? What makes you think that a Shinigami is justice?" Tazen Kaname stared at the two men, his tone icy. These words startled Kamamura Sajin and Hisagi Shuhei. They had never considered this question before. "Tazen, is it because of what happened back then?" While Kamamura Sajin and Hisagi Shuhei remained silent, Yukitake Chishiro, standing in midair beside Captain-in-Chief Yamamoto, presumably having overheard Tazen's words, interrupted. The only calm spot on this chaotic battlefield was the mid-air standoff between Captain Yamamoto and Aizen. Flanked by Kyoraku Shunsu and Yukitake Chishiro, Aizen was flanked by a young ranker and a young boy. The two seemed oblivious to the battle outside, observing the surrounding ring of fire with curiosity. To prevent Aizen from unleashing Kyokasu Jetsu, Captain Yamamoto immediately set Aizen on fire, trapping him within. This proved a useful countermeasure, given the true power of Kyokusu Jutsu. However, Shen Fei had exploited the situation. If the Ring of Fire hadn't trapped Aizen, the fake Aizen might have been exposed. After all, Aizen was deeply hated, especially by Hitsugaya Taoxiao, Kamamura Sajin, and Hisaji Shuhei. They hated Aizen so much that even if they were no match, they would have rushed to attack him. What happened back then? Hisaji Shuhei asked hurriedly. No one answered Shuhei's question. Kamamura Sajin had no idea what had happened. Captain Yamamoto, Yukitake Jishiro, and Kyoraku Shunsu, who knew what had happened, didn't know how to bring it up. After all, this was not a glorious matter. As for Tazen Kaname, he certainly wouldn't bring it up. Captain, what exactly happened? Seeing no one answering his question, Shuhei turned his gaze to Tazen Kaname. At this point, there's nothing more to say. Sing, Kiyamashu Nishiki, Red Locust. With that, Tazen Kaname unleashed his Zanpakuto and attacked both Kamamura Sajin and Hisaji Shuhei. Perhaps in the eyes of Soul Society's higher-ups, Takenada's imprisonment in the maggot nest for hundreds of years was punishment for Tsuneyoshiro Takenada's murder of Utamasawa. However, Tazen Kaname considered such punishment far too light. Although Kyoraku Shunsu had exposed Tsuneyoshiro Takenada and found evidence, he never intended to kill him. This was even more true of Yukitake, who still held on to the belief that Takenada could mend his ways. Roar, divine punishment, cut, wind death. Facing Takewa's attacks, Kamamura Sajin and Hisaji Shuhei simultaneously unleashed theirs and Pakuto, each using their own methods to block the incoming attacks. Aizen, is this how you deceived Tazen? Watching the three men engaged in combat, Yukitake Jishiro angrily questioned Aizen within the circle of fire. Deceived? Then how did you and I deceive him? You? Yukitake's voice choked. Technically speaking, Aizen hadn't deceived Tazen. Alright, Yukitake, let's talk later. He won't listen to anything you say now. Seeing Yukitake Jishiro about to speak, Kyoraku Shunsu interrupted him. Speaking of which, Yukitake Jishiro was truly pathetic. Both Aizen and Takenada approached him with ulterior motives. Aizen, it looks like you're losing. As time passed, the battle between the Shinigami and the Rancor had already seen a clear outcome. While many Shinigami fell, even more Rancor fell. Crucially, while many Shinigami fell, few perished thanks to Anohanaritsu and Inu Oriheim. The Rancor, on the other hand, didn't suffer the same fate. However, thanks to Inu Oriheim's kindness, many Rancor were saved. Are you sure you see the truth? Even though the Rancor were being suppressed, Aizen remained silent. On the contrary, Kyoraku Shunsu frowned upon hearing Aizen's words. Aren't you guys done here yet? Why are you here, Aizen? Just as Kyoraku Shunsu was about to say something, two figures suddenly appeared from the sky. Upon seeing Aizen within the circle of fire, one of them exclaimed in disbelief. Yoshiro, Kyukaku, what are you doing here? Kyoraku Shunsu and the other stared in surprise at the sudden appearance of the two figures. One was Shiba Kyukaku, and the other was a dark-skinned boy who bore a passing resemblance to Shihain Yoruchi. It was none other than Shihain Yoshiro, the current head of the Shihain clan. After Shihain Yoruchi was wanted by Soul Society, he was supposed to be the captain of the 2nd Division and the secret mobile unit, but because he was still immature, Soifo inherited Yoruchi's position. Yoshiro, what happened? Before either of them could speak, Uradhara Keisuke and Shihain Yoruchi immediately arrived using flash stepping. Yoshiro's appearance made them realize something must have happened, otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared, let alone Shiba Kyukaku. Something's happened in the Soul King Palace. It seems Aizen has invaded. Shiba Kyukaku looked at Aizen, trapped in the Ring of Fire, with a look of confusion. How is that possible? Uradhara Keisuke and the others cried out in unison. Then, Uradhara Keisuke slapped his hat with his right hand, his thoughts racing. He shouted to Aizen, who was trapped in the circle of fire, "You're not Aizen. Who are you? Have you been discovered?" Attack! Aizen ignored Uradhara Keisuke's words and turned to the young Rancor beside him. As soon as he finished speaking, the young Rancor suddenly let out a strange cry, and the circle of fire surrounding Aizen and the other two was suddenly absorbed by it. Go after him, wolves! As the circle of fire vanished, Aizen whispered and released his Kinsen. His Zanpakuto instantly transformed into twin guns. The young Rancor beside him transformed into a stream of light and entered the guns. At the same time, her appearance changed from Aizen's. The next moment, countless rays of light shot out from the muzzles of their guns, aiming at Uradhara Keisuke and the other Shinigami. This was the infinite recharge hollow flash, capable of firing 1,000 rounds in an instant. Quinjet Stark, the first Espada, was one of the few self-powered rankers in Hueco Mundo, and a top-tier S.H.I.E.L.D hollow. Naturally, his power was immense. In the original story, his death at the hands of Kyoraku Shunsu stemmed not only from his single-handed battle against two captains, Kyoraku Shunsu and Yukitake Jishiro, but also from his lack of fighting spirit, allowing Kyoraku Shunsu to exploit his weakness and launch a sneak attack. Had he been motivated, he could easily have outlasted Kyoraku Shunsu and Yukitake Jishiro, if not defeated. His undefeated abilities were countered by Yukitake Jishiro's Zanpakuto. While he could unleash infinite hollows, Yukitake's Zanpakuto, like the Kyuden Kagami, could reflect them. Blood Cloud Shield, facing the sudden attack from the first 10 Espada, Urahara Keisuke reacted the fastest. His Zanpakuto instantly transformed into a massive crimson shield, shielding Yoruichi, Yuashirao, Shibakukoku, and the others behind him. As for Kyoraku Shunsu and Yukitake Jishiro, before they could react, Captain Yamamoto unleashed his Danku, blocking them. However, this only bought them a moment. This time, Stark unleashed 1,000 hollows instantly. Such a barrage of attacks was too intense for either Urahara Keisuke's Blood Cloud Shield or Captain Yamamoto's Danku to completely block. Stark's infinite recharge of hollows, due to his return to blade ability, didn't significantly diminish its power. Even a moment's resistance was enough to force Urahara Keisuke and the others out of the battle. Of course, Stark didn't let them escape so easily this time. Unlike the original story, Stark wasn't completely disinterested in the fight. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit, alternately unleashing infinite recharges of hollows from his two guns. For a moment, not only Urahara Keisuke's side, but even the battlefields elsewhere were temporarily put on hold by his attack. Relying on his infinite recharge of hollows, Stark dominated the battlefield, saving several rankers in danger. What should we do now, Tia? Having escaped Tetsuya Taoshiro's high or Rinmaru with the help of Stark's hollows, quickly reached Stark's side with a swift movement. Among the Espada, only the two of them possessed a broad perspective, the others were largely self-sufficient. I'm buying time. You must gather the troops and prepare to retreat to Hueco Mundo. As he spoke, Stark's hands never paused, firing alternately from both guns. His infinite recharge of hollows filled the space in front of him with hollows. This guy, Urahara Keisuke and the others, who had managed to escape the battlefield but were still being suppressed by Stark's infinite hollows, were deeply frustrated. The hollows were too numerous to count. Even Yukitake Jishiro's Zanpakuto, the Pisces fish koi, was powerless against them. It was complete firepower suppression. Fall down, Nifu. Just when Urahara Keisuke was thinking about how to solve the dilemma in front of him, the masked army that had been hiding over there finally made a move. Relying on the resistance of their companions, Mako Hirako came to Stark's side and released his Zanpakuto. Stark immediately stopped his infinite recharge of hollow flash. He knew what Nifu's ability was. Before that, Shen Fei told him some of the situation. The reason why Stark was so eager to fight this time was very simple, that is, Aizen did not use them as pawns this time. Stark was one of the few rankers among the 10 Espadas who did not just succumb to Aizen's power. He was very grateful to Aizen. Regardless of Aizen's original intention, he did establish a certain order in the Hueco Mundo. Quotation mark. Chapter 844, Ichibai, the commander of the army, and before Aizen's reign, Hueco Mundo, while nominally ruled by a king, was a mere formality. In reality, it was still a land of chaos, devouring every last bit of order. Whenever two hollows met, they would essentially fight and devour each other. It wasn't until Aizen's arrival, using the Hajioku to allow hollows to shatter their forms and establishing the Palace of the Nightingale, that a degree of order was restored to Hueco Mundo. It was during this time that Stark came into contact with Aizen. Stark's power was so immense that ordinary hollows couldn't survive near him. His spiritual pressure was so overwhelming that even unconsciously it could oppress others. This led to his extreme loneliness within Hueco Mundo, ultimately creating a clone of his own soul to keep him company. It wasn't until Aizen's arrival and the establishment of the Palace of the Nightingale, allowing numerous rankers to appear, that Stark's unconscious spiritual pressure could prevent the oppression of other hollows from fading. Furthermore, once a hollow had shattered its form, it no longer needed to consume each other. This was the foundation for order in Hueco Mundo. Under these circumstances, Stark would strictly follow Aizen's orders and would not betray him until Aizen abandoned him. Tia, take them back immediately. Leave this to me. Faced with a rebellion, Stark immediately ordered Tia to lead the group back to Hueco Mundo. The other rankers were dead, so be it. But Tia wasn't. While the 30th Espada's rise to power in Hueco Mundo was certainly due to Aizen's orders, Stark's support was also crucial, as Aizen had rarely visited Hueco Mundo before. Of all the Espada, Stark had the greatest faith in Tia. She was the only one who treated all the Arrancar and Hollows as fellow citizens and companions. She always adhered to the principle of not seeking power through killing. Since her consciousness, she had never devoured a great Hollow, relying solely on her own evolution to become a Vastfold. Her experience shows that Hollows don't simply devour each other to become stronger, though that path is certainly arduous. Tia's subsequent rise to King of Hueco Mundo was certainly due to the deaths of most of the other Espadas, but her principles were also a crucial factor. Okay, Tia didn't hesitate, immediately signaling the Arrancar to retreat. Of course, this Arrancar referred to those outside the Espada. Tia had no authority to command the Espada, nor did the Espada command each other. The Espada were ranked by Aizen according to their Reiatsu levels. There was no hierarchy, much like the captains of the Goto E13. Would you say the captain of Division 2 holds a higher rank than the captain of Division 3? The Shinigami didn't try to stop the Arrancar from leaving. The trouble at the Soul King Palace had the Shinigami eager for the Arrancar to leave and end the battle. However, not everyone ended the fight. For some battle-obsessed individuals, they didn't care why others stopped fighting, they simply continued their own. Among them were Grimmjow vs Ichigo Kurosaki, Kenpachi Zaraki vs Yami, Mayuri Kuratsuchi vs Zarapalo, and Byaku Ayakatsuki vs Aronilo. This time, they faced off again, but that wasn't too surprising, considering their compatibility was strong in some ways. For example, Kuratsuchi Mayuri and Zarapalo are both scientists, and their fighting styles are primarily based on their scientific research. Kenpachi Zaraki went after Yami purely because of his exceptionally powerful Reiatsu. As for Byaku Ayakatsuki and Aroniro, the sister Khan wanted revenge for his sister. Aroniro used the form of Shiba Kaiyan, which infuriated Rukia. However, he was no match for them and was injured at their hands, which in turn angered Byaku Aya. Want a truce? Aizen was just using you anyway, Hirako Mako said to Stark with a smile after the other Arrancars had departed. Perhaps, but even if that wasn't the case, you're Shinigami, and we're Hollows, so we're naturally hostile, Stark said, launching another attack, using the infinite recharge Hollow Flash. This result left Hirako Mako deeply frustrated. While his Zanpakuto's abilities were formidable, they also had weaknesses, and he was most vulnerable to large-scale attacks like Stark. Even if it's an upside-down world, so what? I can just blanket everyone with my attacks. That's why Stark had Tia take the others away. With Tia around, he couldn't move his forces. In an upside-down world, it's easy to accidentally injure his own people. But without them, wouldn't it be fine? Oh my, what a troublesome enemy. How did Aizen even get into the Soul King Palace? As Hirako Mako led the massed army to confront Stark, Uradhara Keisuke frowned on the ground. He had never expected things to turn out this way. How could Aizen enter the Soul King Palace without the King Key? Uradhara Keisuke's plan had been a conspiracy between him and Aizen. I know you're going to use Karakura Town to create the King Key, so I had Soul Society create a fake Karakura Town. Aizen, similarly aware of Uradhara Keisuke's plan, used this opportunity to eliminate Captain General Yamamoto to prevent him from interfering with his journey to the Soul King Palace. It was a game of chess between the two sides, it all coming down to who'd outmaneuver them. However, in the current situation, Aizen suddenly flipped the chessboard mid-game, refusing to play. Now isn't the time to worry about how he entered the Soul King Palace. We must stop him. If we can get a signal from above for help, it means they can no longer stop Aizen. It was hard to believe, after all, that was Squad Zero. Even with only 5 members, their strength rivaled that of the entire Goto E13. How could such strength not be surprising when faced with Aizen, and yet they were defeated? But the fact is the fact, no matter how hard it is to believe. That's right, now is not the time to worry about that, Captain General. You understand the situation. Now we can only focus on stopping Aizen. Captain General Yamamoto said nothing more. He simply ordered the gate to open and led the remaining personnel towards Soul Society. Selectivity and differentiation? These guys are so bold as to toy with souls, but perhaps only in this special world can they do such things. Shen Fei quickly obtained what he sought from Hikafu and Kiryu and Kirinji Tenshiro, particularly the knowledge on soul differentiation, which benefited him greatly. Shen Fei knew a few people about soul differentiation, such as the first Espada, Koite Stark, whose lieutenant was a differentiation of his soul. Shen Fei had a favorable impression of Stark, partly because of his personality and, of course, his name. It was precisely because of this that Shen Fei had told him some things. Aizen would eventually leave this world, and the affairs of Hueco Mundo would naturally fall to the Arrancar themselves. The Shinigami vs. Arrancar battle in the fake Hirakura town had, in a sense, eliminated some dangerous Arrancar. Besides Stark, there was another Espada who also only had soul differentiation, the 80th Espada, Sarapalo. He was one of the original Espada, Zero, who now occupied Yami's position. The reason he later became number 8 was because he split himself. His reasons for splitting were very different from Stark's. They were motivated by research. It's a scientific madman, and even with his reduced strength, he still split himself. If he were in his prime, a battle with Kuratsuchi Mayuri would be hard to say who would win. His approach to scientific research is truly admirable. Speaking of which, a Zanpakuto is, in a sense, a division of the soul. Stark split into a lieutenant, and Zaraki Kenpachi did the same, with a vice-captain. The other Zanpakuto, while still blade-shaped, can all transform into humanoid forms, as seen in the Zanpakuto odd record. Those whose Zanpakuto are the same gender as their own are easy to explain, but some are completely opposite, which is quite fascinating. Squad Zero will soon cease to exist. Think carefully about what to do next. With that, Shen Fei left the two heads at the Wat Hall and quickly looted the hall, obtaining a large amount of priceless food. Aizen's Reiatsu has vanished. Has the outcome been decided? It's been quite some time. It's almost time to end it, or else Urahara Kisuke and the others will arrive. Shen Fei had great faith in Urahara Kisuke's wisdom. Even if it took 72 steps to resolve the issue, he was sure he'd find a way to get to the Soul King Palace. It had to be said that the Soul King Palace sounded impressive and heavily guarded, but the reality wasn't that people wouldn't come, but that they didn't want to. Looks like you lost, Aizen. The square in front of the Soul King Palace was now riddled with holes and rubble from the battle between Aizen and Hayashibu Ichibai, with nearly all the buildings destroyed. No wonder the monk had used the hidden to conceal the Soul King Palace, perhaps fearing their fight would spread there. I never thought I'd have the chance to experience this feeling of powerlessness again. Aizen, lying on the ground, showed no sign of dejection. Instead, he seemed to be nostalgic for something, his childhood, of course. Aizen's origin is similar to that of Rukia, Renji, Kenpachi Zaraki and others. They are all from Rukwenge. Like Kenpachi Zaraki, Aizen accidentally got a shallow sword, and then he couldn't stop. Blackened, it is indeed the power of words. Aizen fell to the ground, with two black characters flashing on his body. Blackened, it was this word that made Aizen fall down with all his strength. This is the power of the rules of Hayashibu Ichibai. Even Awatch in the original work suffered a great loss when facing this power. It was because he had omniscience and omnipotence that he was able to turn defeat into victory. The time is almost up, it's time to get rid of you once and for all. Blackened, Hayashibu Ichibai was not at all surprised by the appearance of Shen Fei. He directly swung his Zanpakuto and activated his Bankei. No, according to the monk, it should be a real fight. It's almost time. Hayashibu Ichibai wanted a quick victory, and so did Shen Fei. The moment he saw Hayashibu Ichibai making his move, Shen Fei's Shenending appeared in his right hand, blocking the monk's Bankei. There are two ways to counter a monk's Bankei, similar to how they dealt with Aizen's Kyokusu Jutsu. The first is to surpass the opponent's Reiatsu by a significant margin. With sufficient Reiatsu, anything is impassable, but this is exceedingly difficult against Hayashibu Ichibai. The second option is to fight rules with rules, just like fighting Aizen's Kyokusu Jutsu. Shen Fei actually has another method, using the Rinnegan. Jinjutsu requires resistance. The reason Hirako Mikoto sensed something was amiss with Aizen was because his Zanpakuto was also a Jinjutsu type, offering some resistance to Kyokusu Jutsu. While it couldn't free him from Kyokusu Jutsu, it could reveal something was amiss. Iwatch countered the monk's Bankei with his all-seeing eye. While he lacked this ability, he did possess the Shenending. In terms of rank, the monk's Benkei was far inferior to the Shenending's. Who are you? Initially uninterested in Shen Fei, believing him to be just one of Aizen's subordinates, Hayashibu Ichibai, his expression changed when he saw his Benkei had no effect. Kill your people, Shen Fei declared, immediately forming hand seals. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones, in the form of Archon, flew out from behind him. His opponent was the monk, and Shen Fei attacked with all his might. Slaughterhouse. After his shadow clones, dissatisfied with him in the sky, Shen Fei used the special displacement power of the Opnomi to swap the monk's position with Aizen on the ground. Then, the dozens of shadow clones in the air glowed red, and countless crimson chains descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the monk's body was covered in chains, the crimson bands of Satorak. As the saying goes, one trick can conquer everything. Naruto can conquer the world with a single Rasengan, Ichigo relies on Tensa's Ainjutsu, and Shen Fei naturally has his own strategy, combining Kamar-Taj magic with the special displacement ability of the Opare fruit. The special displacement ability of the Opare fruit, when not in clear circumstances, is a perfect way to ambush an opponent. Trafalgar Law used it as a means of escape or a sudden advance, which was rather ineffective. The best use would naturally be to relocate the enemy to a predetermined location, similar to Sasuke's Sky Hand. Of course, this might also be due to Law's lack of shadow clones and his need to fight alone, which is why he hasn't developed such a method. Upon seeing Hayashibu Ichibai restrained, Shen Fei's main body immediately swung the Shenending, leaped into the air, and slammed it down from above. Boom! The might of this cauldron caused the entire Spirit King Palace to tremble. As for the monk, he was instantly reduced to a bloody mess under this blow. His strength was truly remarkable. Anyone else would have been utterly shattered by this blow. However, the monk remained remarkably resilient. Even after the blow, he didn't utter a single scream. I know you're not afraid of death. Within the Spirit King Palace, even if you die, you can be resurrected. But if you're not dead, there's no way to revive you. If this blow had killed the monk outright, Shen Fei could have resurrected him by calling his name. A direct resurrection would have weakened him, making him easier to deal with. But since he wasn't dead, that was even better. He wanted to know if the monk could be resurrected by calling his name if he wasn't killed within the Spirit King Palace. Or even if he was killed in another world. Boom! Just as Shen Fei was about to strike again, the Spirit King Palace suddenly trembled violently. This time, the noise was much louder than before, as if someone were attacking the Spirit King Palace from outside. Chapter 845 Spirit King. Are they trying to enter the Soul King Palace? Sensing the movements within, Shen Fei had a rough idea of what was going on. While the Soul King Palace was heavily guarded, there were still ways to counter it, even without the King Key. Takinada was even trying to transfer the entire Soul King Palace to the Valley of Calling using the Transmigration Pillar and the Kido. This method was originally invented by Urahara Kisuke. According to alchemical principles, it's a matter of equivalent exchange, just like how he exchanged the real Karakura for the fake Karakura town to defeat Aizen. To achieve this goal, a similar object was necessary, and the fake Soul King Palace was designed for this purpose. Takinada had created the fake Soul King Palace to achieve this goal, and now Shen Fei could do the same, but after careful consideration, he decided against it. First, Takinada's Valley of Calling. While seemingly secretive, Shen Fei felt it wasn't secret enough to hide from Urahara Kisuke. That's it. After knocking Hayashibu Ichibai unconscious, the black ants on Aizen's body began to disappear. Recovering from his position, Aizen gazed upon the now inhuman Hayashibu Ichibai with a look of profound emotion. After all, this was Soul Society's oldest Shinigami. This was no easy feat. I gave it my all this time, he wasn't being pretentious. While it might have seemed like taking down Hayashibu Ichibai was easy, and all his previous preparations had gone unused, it was precisely because of those preparations that he had been able to defeat him so easily. Of course, this was also due to the monk's own overconfidence and lack of understanding of the Opno fruit's power. They seem to be arriving soon. While we still have some time, don't you want to see the Soul King? That's true, Aizen had seen the Soul King before, but because Hayashibu Ichibai was there, he hadn't been able to observe him properly. Now that he was unencumbered, he had every opportunity to observe him. It seems like he's not completely dead, in a state neither alive nor dead. What is this? A vegetative state, or Schrodinger's cat. After Hayashibu Ichibai fainted, the hidden barrier he had set up naturally vanished. After entering the Soul King Palace, Shen Fei and Aizen both looked at the young man sealed within the crystal with curiosity. But is this really the Soul King? It's not just his body, is it? Under normal circumstances, no one would doubt the Soul King's condition. However, Shen Fei had experienced what happened to the Ancient One. With the Soul King's strength, performing a similar act would be a simple matter. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't just leave behind his body while his soul escaped? In any case, if it were him, he would most likely choose that option. It goes without saying that a god is a god. Even a small leak is a great blessing for ordinary people. Tsunei's ancestors ground up the Soul King's body and scattered it across the world, resulting in the creation of the Fullbringers. As for the Soul King's left and right arms, how could they be so weak if they weren't unable to unleash the Soul King's immense power? And look at the Soul King's heart, it's powerful enough to trigger miracles. You study it first. I have some matters to attend to. After a quick look at the Soul King, Shen Fei left. It wasn't easy to touch the Soul King, after all, he didn't want to destroy the world. But now he had the Soul King's left arm and heart, which was more than enough. The key now was what Hyakubuichibai knew. Sure enough, there's something wrong with the Soul King's power. I was wondering why the ancestors of the Tsunei clan ground up the Soul King's body and scattered it across the world instead of absorbing it themselves to become the Soul King. But isn't that a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole waits behind? Given that Tsunei's ancestors' ambition, he would have certainly not minded becoming the ruler of Soul Society if he could. The reason he didn't succeed wasn't because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Before being made into a wedge, the truly omniscient and almighty Soul King had a plan. Whoever inherited the Soul King's power would also become a wedge. Therefore, neither Tsunei's ancestor nor Hyakubuichibai coveted the Soul King's power. However, even so, the Tsunei family could have become the leader of Soul Society. While they couldn't become the Soul King, they could have formed a council system with the other four major families to rule Soul Society. After all, the other four family founders didn't have the same ambitions for power in Soul Society as Tsunei's ancestor did, and he could have utilized this council system to rule Soul Society. The Zero Squad system was established by the founders of the five major families, and they are considered the first members of the Zero Squad. Unfortunately, the Tsunei family founder overlooked the seemingly insignificant Hyakubuichibai, who also possessed extraordinary ambitions. Then, under his scheme, the ancestors of the five major families were destroyed in one fell swoop. From then on, Team Zero fell into his hands, and the selection rules were changed. When Team Zero was first established, it was necessary to create something that did not exist in Soul Society in order to advance. In fact, the original purpose of Team Zero was to protect the existence of the Soul King, and of course, to prevent others from wanting to see the Soul King. Another figure of the mastermind level. Compared to the ever-ambitious ancestor Tsunei, Hyakubuichibai is the truly dangerous figure. When the ancestors of the five great families fell, no one would have thought it was his handiwork. Shen Fei wasn't surprised by this. The current four great families appear to be powerful and irreplaceable, but a closer look reveals that the five great families are slowly declining, their transformation into the four great families being clear evidence of this, and their power is gradually waning. This is certainly due to the passage of time, but it is also due to the monk's behind-the-scenes instigation. He played a significant role in the original transformation of the five great families into the four great families. As followers of the Spirit King, the five great families all possess considerable heritage, some of which Shiv and Hyakubuichibai cannot ignore. For example, the final inherited skill of the Shiba family, Crescent Moon Sky Strike, is a skill that even the monk would not be sure of defeating. There is also the Shihaoin clan, known as the God-given Divine Weapons clan. They have retained a considerable number of misconceptions from the Soul King era. When the Soul King was still alive, they were the ones who managed the Soul King's weapons. The 8 Mirror Swords and the Yanluo Mirror Classic are both weapons passed down from that era. Are they coming? Looking at the huge portal that appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the Soul King Palace in the distance, Shen Fei knew that Urahara Kesunk and others were coming, so he ended his exploration of the secrets of Hyakubuichibai, although in fact, at this point, he had no secrets worth exploring. So Shen Fei immediately came to the Soul King Palace, and what followed was the battle between Aizen and the God of Death. Neither Aizen nor the God of Death was so easy to convince, so there was only one result, which was determined by strength. That's what happened. At the entrance of the Soul King Palace, in front of the teleportation gate, half of the Shinigami who entered the Soul King Palace under the leadership of Urahara Keisuke fell to the ground instantly. These half were all vice captains of the Goro E13. I forgot to tell you about the situation here. The concentration of spirit particles here is not something you can bear. People below the rank of captain should go back. Are you kidding? It's just a mere concentration of spirit particles. A Baririnji yelled and used his Zanpakuto to support his body. He wanted to stand up. Even though he could use his Benkei, it was still difficult for him to take a single step in the Soul King Palace. It looks like the battle here is really fierce. Kyoraku Shunsu looked at the Soul King Palace, which was full of traces of battles. His expression became serious for a rare time. Although he didn't want to believe it, from the current situation, the Zero Squad was indeed wiped out. Aizen. Yukitake Jishiro's expression was very complicated. As a man with the right arm of the Soul King in his body, he felt very complicated after coming to the Soul King Palace. Under normal circumstances, he might not be able to come here until his death, but now he's dying thanks to Aizen. Let's go, he's probably waiting for us. The captains ignored the fallen vice captains and went straight to the depths of the Soul King Palace. With such a concentration of soul particles, even if these vice captains could move forward, they probably wouldn't have much combat effectiveness left. Ichigo didn't come. Could he be learning the final Jutsuga Tensho? It seems like Aizen still wants to have a fight with Ichigo. Shen Fei, who was looking at the Shinigami captains heading towards the Soul King Palace from a distance, muttered in his heart after discovering that Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiba Aishin were missing. As his own masterpiece, it's not too surprising that Aizen would have a fight with Ichigo if given the chance. It's Lord Shudra. The group soon found Shutra and Jumaru lying on the ground seriously injured on the road. Hanaritsu immediately walked up to her and began to give her emergency treatment. Urahara Keisuke and others did not stop for this. Aizen, Urahara Keisuke, in the hall of the Soul King Palace, Aizen and Urahara Keisuke were at loggerheads with each other as soon as they met. It seemed that they only had each other in their eyes. In comparison, Captain Yamamoto seemed to be ignored, but he himself did not seem to care about it, and let Aizen and Urahara Keisuke confront each other. I am disappointed that you surrendered to such a thing, Urahara Keisuke. Aizen, what exactly do you want to do? If Urahara Keisuke could guess about Aizen's behavior before, he could not guess Aizen's purpose at all now. Nothing, I just want to meet the Soul King. You are willing to destroy the Zero Squad just to meet the Soul King. Urahara Keisuke's face was full of disbelief, and then his gaze immediately shifted to Shen Fei, who was silently looking at the Soul King. I didn't expect you to appear here. This is really surprising. Seeing Shen Fei appear in the Soul King Palace, Urahara Keisuke immediately pressed the hat on his head with his hand. This was one of his habits, as if it could help him think. At this moment, Urahara Keisuke probably understood why Aizen's behavior was unpredictable. I'm just curious about what the Soul King looks like, so I came to see. The problems between you have nothing to do with me. What he wanted was already in hand, and Shen Fei naturally didn't want to fight a meaningless battle with the Shinigami. Then what do you think my purpose is? Do you want to become the Soul King and rule the Soul Society? Why would I care about something that even you look down on? Aizen's words made Urahara Keisuke speechless. So you caused such a big incident, even overthrew Squad Zero, just to get a glimpse of the Soul King. Whether Urahara Keisuke believed Aizen's words or not, no one knew except himself, but other people obviously did not believe that Aizen's purpose would be so simple. Aizen, no matter what your purpose is, I will make you pay the price today. Hitsuge Toshiro glared at Aizen with anger. His purpose was the simplest, just to avenge an Morimomo. The price? You are worthy of it. Well, it's the end anyway, let me see your strength. With that, Aizen walked outside. No one stopped him. After all, the Soul King was here, and no one wanted to start a war with Aizen here. Come on, all of you, in the square in front of the Soul King Palace. Aizen faced a kind of death god captain alone, looking calm. Benkei, Daigirin Hyorimaru, Aizen, die? Without waiting for others to react, Hitsuge Toshiro immediately started Benkei, and the temperature of the air began to drop rapidly at the moment of his Benkei. You are too impatient, Captain Hitsuge, the fourth white thunder of the Hado. Facing Hitsuge's Benkei, Aizen placed his left index finger on the tip of the knife, chuckled, and then used the fourth Hado to penetrate his body. The next moment, the Benkei form on Hitsuge's body began to collapse, and he fell directly to the ground. Even the original Aizen had a huge gap in strength between the two, not to mention Aizen, who is now 6 times evolved from the Hagioku. This is really extraordinary. The flowers are in chaos, the flower gods are crying, the sky is in chaos, the devil is sneering, and the flower sky is my bone, the waves are my shield, and the thunder is my blade. Pisces. Sting and kill all enemies. Sparrow B. Pearson, Yan Lingwen. Wake up, Binaheim. Hitsugaya was defeated so quickly, it was unbelievable. The next moment, after Kyoraku Shunsu released his Zanpakuto, everyone else also released their Zanpakuto, even Uradhara Kisuke. The only one who did not take any action was Captain General Yamamoto. It's not your own Zanpakuto, but you can use it as your own Zanpakuto. Kyoraku Shunsu is quite powerful, including Kurosaki Ichigo. There are only 3 people who have dual Zanpakuto. It's not that dual swords are special, but these 3 people are special. Under normal circumstances, a Shinigami can only have one Zanpakuto. Shinigami who have dual swords all have other powers in their bodies. Ichigo has the power of a Quincy, Yukitake Jishiro has the right arm of the Soul King in his body, and as for Kyoraku Shunsu, his other Zanpakuto is the 8 Mirror Sword. As for Hisagi Shuhoi's Zanpakuto, it looks like there are 2 of them, but in fact, that is not the real body. The real body of his Zanpakuto is the chain connecting the 2 swords in the middle. 2 hits to kill? Captain Soi Fuang, you guys are underestimating me a little bit. Aizen faced the siege of several captains alone, still with ease, even though he saw that these people were creating opportunities for Soi Fuang to attack him, wanting to achieve a 2-hit kill, but he didn't care at all, and even deliberately endured Soi Fuang's second attack. I said, I didn't provoke you, why are you attacking me? Looking at Kyoraku Shunsu, who emerged from the shadows and wanted to sneak attack him, Shen Fei was a little speechless. Was it wrong for him to watch the show? Brother, you have nothing to do anyway, why don't we play a game? Kyoraku Shunsu said with a playful smile. Not interested. If you want to play, I have a good place, you can go and play slowly. Chapter 846 Demigod. Kyoraku Shunsu, the next captain of the Goroi 13, appears cheerful and fond of beautiful women and fine wine, but in reality, he possesses unfathomable cunning. This can be roughly inferred from the power of his Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto powers are the product of a person's soul. While it's impossible to completely infer a person's personality and behavior based solely on their abilities, it's still possible to make a rough guess. This is similar to the method Hisoka from the Hunter world devised to analyze nen abilities based on personality. Those with simple personalities are often enhancement type. The same applies to their Zanpakuto abilities. Those with simple personalities often have Zanpakuto abilities that primarily focus on physical attacks. Kyoraku Shunsu's sneak attack on Shen Fei at this moment was clearly an oversight, a plan to exploit Shen Fei's lack of understanding of his Zanpakuto's abilities, much like his previous attempt on Stark. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Shen Fei was fully aware of his Zanpakuto's abilities. Shen Fei had initially been reluctant to attack him, but now that he had, the situation changed. With that, Shen Fei's hands drew a golden light in the air, opening a portal. The sudden change forced Kyoraku Shunsu to immediately retreat into the shadows, reappearing some distance away from Shen Fei. This was unusually cautious, but unfortunately, the distance wasn't safe enough. Room, slaughterhouse. As soon as Kyoraku Shunsu appeared, Shen Fei immediately used the power of the Opnomi to swap him to the other side of the portal. By the time he realized what was happening and tried to rush back, it was too late. Goodbye, and have a nice trip. Shen Fei smiled and waved to Kyoraku Shunsu, who desperately tried to rush over. He then closed the portal. To ensure Kyoraku Shunsu had a pleasant vacation, he had deliberately teleported him to the world's largest desert. Even at his fastest speed, by the time he returned, everything would likely have already been settled. What did you do? The commotion here naturally didn't go unnoticed by Uradhara Kisuke and the others, even as they were engaged in a fierce battle with Aizen. Yukitake Jishiro was the most nervous among them. He and Kyoraku Shunsu had been friends for over 1,000 years and were even fellow disciples. I meant well by letting him go abroad for a vacation. Now he can even save on plane tickets, Shen Fei said to Puyuangxi with a smile. So that's how he entered the Soul King Palace. Shen Fei's move made Uradhara Kisuke immediately understand how Aizen had managed to enter the Soul King Palace without the King Key. However, it was precisely because he understood that he realized how difficult Shen Fei was. The opponent didn't even need to fight them. As long as he teleported them to different places, they would lose. Okay, you guys continue, fight slowly. I have something else to do here, so I won't accompany you. Even though Aizen was surrounded at this moment, he was at ease. If he wanted to, he could even defeat these people in an instant. He might be playing now, or he might be waiting for Ichigo to appear. But this was Aizen's business. It depends on what he chooses. The 5 great detached halls, the founders of the Tsuneo family, are, in some ways, quite remarkable. Shen Fei's claim of having work to do wasn't an excuse, it was a genuine matter. That was to destroy the 5-0 squad detached halls of the Soul King Palace. As long as the Soul King existed, the Zero Squad was indestructible. They were originally built by the Tsuneo family's founder for himself, but ended up benefiting Hayashiba. Now that the Zero Squad was no longer necessary, the 5 great detached halls were naturally unnecessary. Normally, destroying the 5 great detached halls would be extremely difficult, but someone had left a backdoor when they built them. Now, simply activating this backdoor would naturally destroy them. The Soul King was the wedge that maintained the world's balance. Normally, to prevent selfish motives, no one should be allowed to approach. So, who could guarantee that the Zero Squad wasn't motivated by selfish motives? Just as Tsuneoshiro's founder, fearing the Soul King would repent, stripped him of most of his body. When the Soul King was the wedge, the original plan was for him to stay alone in the Soul King Palace, and then use powerful Kido defenses outside to prevent anyone from getting close. As long as the 5 great ancestors and others did not leak the information, after a long time, who would remember that there was a Soul King Palace above Soul Garden? As a result, due to the selfishness of the ancestor Tsuneoshiro, the 5 great palaces were built and the Zero Squad was created, which led to the current situation. In a way, this can be regarded as using the emperor to control the princes. Boom boom boom. After Shen Fei destroyed the Kido formation of the 5 great palaces, the 5 great palaces immediately began to tremble violently. Without the protection of the Kido formation, the 5 great palaces began to fall apart. The sudden change made Aizen and others who were fighting stop the battle at the same time. Aizen, do you want to destroy this world? Urahara Keisuke's face darkened as he watched the 5 great detached palaces begin to crumble. He hadn't expected Aizen to be so mad. Compared to the destruction of the world, even leaving Aizen in power over Soul Society didn't seem so bad. Aizen ignored Urahara Keisuke's outcry and glanced at Shen Fei, who was approaching slowly. The crumbling of the 5 great detached palaces must have been linked to him. Don't tell me you want to destroy this world. While Aizen now had a fallback plan, even if this world were to be destroyed, he wouldn't be in danger, but if possible, he didn't want his own world to be destroyed. Aizen's words immediately drew the attention of the others to Shen Fei. No one present was stupid. How could they not understand what Aizen was saying? When did I ever say I wanted to destroy this world? I was simply obeying the Soul King's will and destroying Squad Zero. From now on, only the Soul King's palace will remain. The Soul King's will. Aizen looked at Shen Fei in confusion. In a way, it was his dying wish. The Soul King Palace never needed the Zero Squad. It was just an excuse some Shinigami, hoping for immortality, made up. And yet, he was the first to be killed. Isn't that fascinating? You mean the 5 great clans? Aizen said, glancing at Shihoin and his brother Yashiro. Of the 5 great clans present, only the Shihoin clan was present. Yes, the founders of the 5 great clans, 5 members of the Zero Squad. Sadly, just when they were about to succeed, they were ambushed and wiped out by Hayashiba. Shen Fei slowly unpacked his speculations and conjectures. Whether or not they were true was irrelevant. The reason was simple: if no one could prove he was lying, then it was true. The history of Soul Society back then held no interest to Shen Fei, nor did many in Soul Society care. The present was what mattered. Just like in the original story, Hisachi Shuhei finally learned the Soul King's origins, but so what? He still continued to be a Shinigami. Okay, if there is anything, let's talk about it after we leave here. Everything here will disappear soon. The collapse of the 5 great palaces is not as simple as falling, but directly turning into a spirit particle state. Everything in the Soul Society is formed by spirit particles. Turning into a spirit particle state is considered a return to the original state. What will happen to the Soul King? Urahara Keisuke asked immediately. Nothing will happen. A powerful ghost formation will be formed around it for defense. It will be difficult for anyone to get close to here. Although Shen Fei said so, he didn't know what would happen next. After all, the current Soul King is not a complete Soul King, and there are many smart people in the Soul Society. If they want, even the tight defense will have loopholes. Look at the current Soul King Palace. Urahara has gathered the power of many Shinigami and opened a portal. As he spoke, Shen Fei directly opened a golden portal and stepped into it with Aizen, arriving at the Double Death Hill in Soul Society. As for Urahara and the others, he ignored them. The portal they had opened was still inside, so they could leave through it, which would be a good opportunity to bring back the vice captains who had been adapting to the Soul King Palace's spirit state. Is everything you said true? Aizen asked softly on the double killing hill. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I only got this information from Hayashibu Ichibe. And whether it's true or not, it's been so long. Is it worth worrying about? That's true. Aizen nodded in agreement. He wasn't a member of the 5 great clans, so these things, if anything, would only affect those within the 5 great clans. What are you going to do next? Keep fighting them. Aizen was a traitor to the Goro E13. Even if he gave up his plans for the Soul King, the Goro E13 wouldn't let him go, especially since he was still so arrogant in Soul Society. Let's see what the situation is. Some things always need to be dealt with. Whatever you want, just don't die. You came quickly, it's Ichigo. As he spoke, Shen Fei immediately sensed a familiar spiritual pressure coming quickly from a distance. It was Ichigo Kurosaki and his father, Ishin Kurosaki. Teacher Shen, why are you with Aizen? Don't you know what he wants to do? Ichigo, who arrived at the double killing hill, was very surprised to see Shen Fei and Aizen. He didn't have a good impression of Aizen. Who made Aizen plot against Rukia and wanted to make Karakura Town the King Key? Of course I know. This is just an internal revolution within Soul Society. Ichigo, what position did you come from to stop him? Were you from the Shiba clan, one of Soul Society's 4 noble families, or were you acting as a Shinigami? Do you truly understand the situation in Soul Society, Teacher Shen? I don't understand what you mean, Ichigo-kun. I remember your grades were among the best in school. Don't you know what revolution means? You've only been around Rukia, and that may have given you a false impression of Soul Society. Soul Society is a world ruled by aristocrats who have enormous privileges. You should have learned about aristocrats in history class. Rukia should have told you about Rukwenge, a place without any order, where killing is commonplace. Do you think this is normal? Using the killing stone to divide Soul Society into Sarito-e and Rukwenge, don't you think this is a lot like the aristocratic district and the slums described in books? Shen Fei then explained some of the current conditions in Soul Society, including the Soul King, the 5 great families, Tazen Kaname's past, Kakuun's death, and the situation in Rukwenge. With a Goro E13 strength, could they change the situation in Rukwenge? First and foremost, it's certain they could, but it wasn't feasible. This was due to the nobles' issues, as well as the unique circumstances of Soul Society. Shen Fei had ways to improve the situation, but since even the Shinigami themselves didn't care, there was no need for him to get involved. Even if he didn't get involved, he could still use it to trick Ichigo. The other Shinigami in Soul Society wouldn't care about Shen Fei's words, but Ichigo was human after all, and with his righteous character, these words suited him perfectly. This was probably the saying, a gentleman can be deceived with tricks. While Aizen certainly has fault on Rukia's side, isn't Urahara-Keisuke's side also at fault? Why did he place the Hagioku in Rukia? He'd hidden it well before, so why was it exposed so quickly this time? It's because he wanted to use you and Rukia as pawns to trick Aizen. The same incident, viewed from a different angle, takes on a completely different meaning. While this doesn't exonerate Aizen, it certainly does implicate Urahara-Keisuke. So that's how you see me, he said. Urahara-Keisuke, Shihoin Yaruchi, Captain General Yamamoto, and the others arrived. This time, even Kuchiki Byakuya, Zaraki Kenpachi, and the masked corps arrived. It seemed the battle in the real world was over. Isn't what I said the truth? Urahara-Keisuke was immediately speechless. Ichigo and Rukia could easily forgive him for what he had done, but some, like Kuchiki Byakuya, wouldn't. Why all that nonsense? We still have to fight in the end. I let you get away last time, but I won't do that this time. Shen Fei was about to say something more when Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly leaped out, brandishing his Zanpakuto and charging at Shen Fei. Is this what they call a scholar meeting a soldier? Zaraki Kenpachi's direct attack left Shen Fei speechless. However, It was clear from this blow that continuous fighting had greatly increased his strength, or more accurately, that he was rapidly recovering his original strength. Zaraki Kenpachi was a formidable force, having injured Unohanaritsu 1,000 years ago. The reason he was so weak now was because he was too strong and couldn't fight to his heart's content, so he deliberately suppressed his strength, only unleashing it when facing a strong foe. Shen Fei was speechless at Zaraki Kenpachi's behavior. He certainly wouldn't do such a thing. Slaughterhouse, fighting Zaraki Kenpachi offered no benefit, so Shen Fei naturally lost interest. He simply used the power of the opera fruit to perform a spatial displacement, transporting Zaraki Kenpachi away. I'm not a Shinigami, so I won't get involved in your Shinigami affairs. Goodbye. Without waiting for the angry Kenpachi Zaraki to rush over again, Shen Fei opened a golden portal and left the Double Death Hill. Although he was a little curious about the upcoming battle between Aizen and the Shinigami, if he continued to stay, he would inevitably be implicated. In this case, he might as well go back and sort out his gains. Watch, plus Hyasubu Ichibei, this should be enough for me to become a demigod. The Hagioku can evolve the soul, and the Hagioku is made of the power of the Soul King. Who has the power of the Soul King comparable to Watch, not to mention the oldest Shinigami and the oldest Hollow. Chapter 847 Hell. What constitutes a demigod, simply put, is the transformation of soul energy from quantitative to qualitative. This is the inevitable path for mortals to reach a certain level of cultivation. Only after passing this stage can further progress be achieved. Shen Fei's soul energy had long ago reached its peak, entering a bottleneck. Normally, further progress would require painstaking effort, relying on time to gradually transform. However, the research on souls by Shinigami time, the transformation of Shinigami into hollows, the transformation of hollows into rankers, and the emergence of the collapsing jade, allowed him to find a way to skip this stage. For Shen Fei, this step was crucial, as it marked his transcendence beyond the realm of mortals. Of course, this transcendence was only in terms of strength. In terms of character, Shen Fei believed that no matter how powerful he became, he would still consider himself human. Naturally, Shen Fei devoted his utmost attention to such a crucial hurdle. After completing the collapsing jade, he cast aside all other distractions and focused on the breakthrough. This breakthrough was different from the hollowification of a Shinigami or the rankerization of a hollow. In Shen Fei's opinion, both were still in the quantitative stage, not yet reaching qualitative change. Aizen's 6 Hagioku evolutions, on the other hand, might have reached this stage. Then there was Ichigo Mugetsu. His current state was likely a qualitative change, but unfortunately, it was only a temporary state, unable to persist. Of course, even if it was a qualitative change, there were naturally different levels of achievement. Just like on an exam, a 60% pass is considered a pass, while a 100% also passes. How could this be the same? Finally reaching this point. All my hard work has paid off. This should be considered a culmination of years of hard work. Feeling the transformation of his soul, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile excitedly. This qualitative change had significantly boosted his strength. If he were to face Iwatch or Hyasubu Ichibei now, he would undoubtedly encounter many challenges. Even Mugetsu Ichigo would be a match for him. Has it been a week? I don't know what's going on with Aizen, and I don't know if Kyoraku Shunso has returned yet. With a hint of curiosity, Shen Fei left Jyogu. After leaving Aizen, he returned to Jyogu and began his retreat. The Hagioku created by the combined spirits of Iwatch, Hyasubu Ichibei, and the ancient hollows was far superior to Aizen's Hagioku. Relying on it, his advancement was perfect, and he didn't need the same successive Hagioku evolutions that Aizen had. Because of the Hagioku, he was now, in some ways, immortal. The only regret was that his Zanpakuto, Jijijiba, had completely disappeared. I actually broke through hell. I really don't know what to say. When Shen Fei found Aizen to learn about what had happened in the past few days, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Even if Aizen was imprisoned in the infernal hell, he thought it was normal, but breaking through hell was something he had never expected. However, this also shows that Aizen, who had evolved 6 times, was indeed much stronger than his 5 times Hao-K evolution. The reason hell was not broken through was because of the battle between Aizen, who had evolved 6 times, and Ichigo Mugetsu. Poor Captain Yamamoto was ultimately defeated by Aizen's Kyokasu Jetsu. Aizen's current Reiatsu was naturally stronger than Yamamoto Jinryusei Shigakuni's, but after all, Ryujin Jackal was too abnormal. Even with Aizen's current 6 times Hao-K evolution, if you were to be slashed by Ryujin Jaka's Bankei, he would probably have no chance of resurrection. Ryujin Jaka's Bankei combines both offense and defense. Even relying on ranged attacks against him is completely useless. Did you see how even a fully recovered Iwatch didn't dare confront the Captain General head-on, instead using a subordinate to steal the Captain General's Bankei before daring to step forward? After using Kyoko Sujetsu to ambush the Captain General, Ichigo finally stood up. Originally, Ichigo, due to Shen Fei's words, had been prepared to ignore the rest of the situation as long as Aizen didn't start a killing spree, but who dared Aizen to fight him? Initially no match for Aizen, Ichigo was forced to activate Mujutsu. Due to the aftermath of their fight, which caused too much damage to the Soul Society, Ichigo left the Soul Society and fought in a deserted area. In their final showdown, they unleashed a burst of power, piercing the barrier between Soul Society and Hell. With the emergence of Hell, Aizen and the Goro 13, once enemies, were forced to join forces, capturing many souls who had escaped to Hell. Compared to some of the people in Hell, even the Hollows aren't particularly evil, because those in Hell are truly evil. Hell, the mention of Hell calmed Shen Fei's initial excitement at his increased strength. Neither Iwatch nor Hayashibu Ichibai knew much about Hell. Hell emerged into this world alongside Hueco Mundo and is even more mysterious. At least Hueco Mundo is accessible and accessible, but Hell is not a place you can enter at will. Strictly speaking, Hell is the true destination of the dead in this world. Fortunately, although many have escaped Hell, due to the nature of Hell, these individuals cannot fully utilize their powers. If they do, the unique power of Hell will bring them back. This makes life much easier for the Goro 13. They simply need to find those who have escaped Hell and force them to take action. Okay, I'm almost done with my affairs here, and I'll be leaving soon. Before I do, I have something I need to confirm with you. The world I'm currently experiencing doesn't seem to be suitable for you. Although Shen Fei wanted to bring Aizen out of Soul Society, he was troubled by the question of which world to take him to. With Aizen's strength, there weren't many places that could meet the requirements for further improvement. Currently, only Marvel and Xianjian could offer this. As for the pirate world, it was primarily a world of physical skills. As a Shinigami cultivating spiritual power, Aizen couldn't possibly benefit from this. Logically, Shen Fei could take Aizen to Marvel or Xianjian, especially the Xianjian world, where the Ghost Realm perfectly suited Aizen's needs. The tasks performed in this Soul Society were very similar to those in the Ghost Realm. However, Shen Fei was worried. With Aizen's personality, he wouldn't be so timid. If he did something beyond certain limits, it would easily attract the attention of certain beings. Aizen was formidable, but Shen Fei didn't believe he was a match for the Ghost Realm, not to mention the presence of the celestial god Fuxi above him. As for the Marvel world, it's even more dangerous. Shen Fei's low profile isn't due to his cowardice. After becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, he learned many taboos from the books left behind by the Ancient One. Shen Fei's single principle regarding these taboos is to ignore them and not touch them. It's like the Dark Book, but if it were Aizen, he wouldn't mind studying it. Your situation here is very special. The world of cultivating souls and spirit particles is something that ordinary people can't access in other worlds. If you went there, you'd be in big trouble. The air in other worlds isn't as rich in spirit particles. The difference between having a body and not having one is huge. With a body, one can cultivate anything one wants, such as chakra, ki, and taijutsu, but Aizen can only cultivate reiatsu and can't even cultivate multiple skills. So I need a prosthetic body, yes, but there are so many worlds, many of which I haven't visited yet. Perhaps I'll encounter one related to the soul. We can talk about that later. Right now, I just want to see different sites. That's no problem. You take care of some things here first. Once I'm ready, I can probably leave. Since Aizen just wanted to explore other worlds, it was easy enough. The pirate world was perfect for him. Perhaps with his wisdom, he could study some devil fruits. Kyoraku Shunsu is quite impressive, rushing back from the other side of the planet in just a week. After parting ways with Aizen, Shen Fei stopped by to see the current Soul Society. Following Aizen's previous battle with the Goro 13, the Soul Society was currently undergoing reconstruction. Simultaneously, Soul Society's institutions had undergone some changes, based on Aizen's suggestions. These suggestions were also Shen Fei's, primarily addressing changes to Rukwenge. Strictly speaking, Seoul society was quite simple to manage, as most people there didn't need to eat. Don't underestimate Aizen's intelligence and courage. In reality, he hasn't had much experience. Seoul society's future in education is bleak. While combat is no problem, it's far too weak in other areas, completely unable to compare to humans in the real world. This led Shen Fei to suggest that Aizen become a history teacher in the real world, and that certain Seoul society Shinigami seek further training there. S.H.I.E.L.D. Shen Fei heard Ichigo's anxious cry upon returning to Karakura town, ready to check on him. Rukia, Renji, and the others were surrounding them. After hell was broken, Seoul society strengthened Karakura town's forces, dispatching a significant number of Shinigami to the real world to capture those who escaped. It looks lively here, Shen Fei said, as Rukia and the others, hesitant to act because Ichigo's sister had been captured, appeared behind the two mysterious figures, restrained them, and rescued S.H.I.E.L.D. Protect them. Leave this to me. The four white thunders of the broken path. After subduing the two men, Shen Fei's gaze immediately turned to the void above him on his left. His right index finger immediately released a white lightning bolt, piercing through the void. A figure then emerged, looking utterly shocked, as if puzzled as to why he had been discovered. Wait a minute, I'm not your enemy, the figure immediately shouted at Shen Fei and the others. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shen Fei had already appeared beside him, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up, leaving him unable to utter the rest of his words. Hellman, I noticed you were hiding here from the beginning. And you still claim you're not an enemy. With that, Shen Fei bound the three together. It was a rare encounter with someone from hell, and Shen Fei had become somewhat interested. For Ichigo? That guy's quite clever. Shen Fei quickly understood the three captured men's purpose. They'd witnessed Ichigo Matsuki's destruction of hell during his battle with Aizen, and they intended to use Ichigo to rid themselves of the chains of sin hell had bound them. Directly telling Ichigo to do this was out of the question, so the group devised a plan, using Ichigo's sister and playing the good cop role to gain his trust. It was a brilliant plan, but unfortunately, before they could even begin, Shen Fei wiped it out. Do you think even hell can kill you? If you fall into my hands, the worst that can happen is death and return to hell? If that's what you think, you're delusional. Seoul society's hell punishes the most heinous sinners with extreme severity. They're constantly attacked by hell's guards, sapping their souls. No matter how wicked a sinner is, they'll eventually suffer a mental breakdown, transforming into a basic spirit particle and disappearing. However, the short-haired young man before him, the one who called himself Black Blade, had persisted in hell for centuries. His fortitude was admirable, but considering what he had done, it wasn't admirable anymore. I'd love to know if, by turning you into philosopher's stones, you can continue to be resurrected in hell. Honestly, the Black Blade was quite powerful, possessing at least the strength of a super captain. Before Shen Fei's promotion, even if he could have dealt with him, it wouldn't have been easy. But it was his bad luck to encounter him after Shen Fei's promotion. As inmates of hell, their understanding of the place was limited. The only thing they knew was that hell had a large, roaming guard who would kill any inmate they encountered, a truly psychologically fraught situation. All your spiritual energy is gone. Let me see. After dispatching Black Blade and the others, Shen Fei went to Ichigo's house and told him that the matter had been resolved. Of course, there was no need to reveal all of Black Blade's plans, as that would only add to his troubles. Meanwhile, out of curiosity about Ichigo, Shen Fei examined him. Apparently, Ichigo's spiritual energy was completely gone, but Shen Fei, through Fullbring, was able to detect some of Ichigo's inner state. I wiped out the whole Fullbring, so I can teach him a lesson. Ichigo had originally been unconcerned about regaining his power, even somewhat resisting it, believing that without it, he could return to his daily life. However, after experiencing S.H.I.E.L.D's kidnapping, this sentiment quickly changed. He didn't want to be left helplessly watching while his sister was in danger. Not only did Shen Fei want to restore Ichigo's power, but Urahara Keisuke was also working on a way to restore his own dragon. This is a specialty of the West Branch Police Station. It's truly unique. Standing on the street, Shen Fei couldn't help but smile at the strangely shaped dragons flying in the sky. Before leaving this world, his curiosity about the West Branch Police Station had led him to London. Chapter 848 The Emperor's Plan, Part 1. Treat dragons as resources, creating a unique ecological balance, truly impressive. But it seems I'm here too early. I was hoping to see a fairy tale dragon, Sitting in an elegant cafe in inner London, Shen Fei watched the people passing through the window panes, and couldn't help but recall his experiences in inner London over the past few days. Inner London was extremely difficult for ordinary people to reach, but for him, it was surprisingly easy. He was disappointed not to see the two heroines. He had some thoughts about them, but the key was that without them, the fairy tale dragons likely wouldn't show up either. The only thing that piqued his interest here was probably the fairy tale dragons. As for the other dragons, they were merely named dragons, far inferior to real dragons. Furthermore, due to the unique circumstances of this place, even if he wanted to raise a dragon, it would be difficult to do so. The dragons here, especially the so-called dark dragons, gave him a sense of jujutsu kaisen, absorbing human negativity. This was probably why there were laws prohibiting contact with dragons. Anyone who approached a dragon without permission would be punished with 100 years of imprisonment or death. Strictly speaking, there doesn't seem to be much difference between the two punishments. After all, few ordinary people live past 100 years, even in this world teeming with spirit particles. This law exists because unauthorized contact with dragons is highly likely to result in serious accidents, a fact already learned through bloodshed. The resources here are quite good. Perhaps I could open a company here. Inner London, thanks to the presence of dragons, is incredibly resource-rich, far superior to outer London. Everything in inner London is dragon-related: electricity, fuel, water, food, medicine, and more are all produced by dragons. The Natural Dragon Protection Organization has a dedicated fleet-playing team, the same team the heroine joins, whose responsibility is to herd various dragons. If you ignore the existence of dark dragons, dragons here are a truly versatile energy source. And because they're produced by dragons, their effects are far superior. Just like medicinal herbs like deer antlers, ordinary antlers clearly can't compare to those produced by dragons. He did what he wanted. Leveraging the company he had previously acquired from the Quincy's, Yukio quickly built a multinational corporation, one that grew enormously. Urahara Keisuke even wanted to work there and get a stake in it, though he was probably joking. Soul Society, you're really good at looking for trouble. Hell isn't over yet, and Kenpachi Zaraki has reappeared. Come to think of it, he bears a resemblance to Uchiha Madara. By the time Shen Fei had almost finished his business in London and returned to Karakura town, the Soul Society, recently restored by the Kadoshu, was once again battling, with numerous buildings destroyed. It turned out that Kenpachi Zaraki had escaped from the infernal hell. After years in the infernal hell, he had finally devised a way to reduce the number of hollows. This involved using his abilities to manipulate the human brain, eliminating negative emotions. As everyone knows, hollows arise when the soul, after death, retains a lingering attachment to the present world or unfulfilled wishes. Hollows represent inner emptiness. Without negative emotions, there would be no inner emptiness. This was exactly like Uchiha Madara's idea of an infinite Tsukuyomi. Unfortunately, this time, his ambitions were also unfulfilled, as he was defeated by the very man he despised, Kenpachi Zaraki. Zaraki Kenpachi Zanpakuto was incredibly powerful. Even the powerful Kenpachi Kuriashiki was instantly defeated by him in a single blow. Unfortunately, he underestimated Kenpachi Zaraki's resilience. In a battle of injury for injury, Kenpachi Zaraki never lost to anyone else. Anahana Ritsu, let's look for her later. Besides Aizen, Shen Fei also wanted to take away Hana, the first Kenpachi. If Captain Yamamoto were already dead, he would definitely go look for her right now. But since the captain was still alive, there was no rush. He would have to come back later. If nothing else, just to allow Ida, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the others to practice their presenting techniques and increase their soul energy, they needed to come. It's time to release Wang Yu and the others. The 5 great detached halls of the Soul King Palace had been destroyed, and the members of Squad Zero had naturally lost their immortality. Even if they wanted to return to the Soul King now, Captain Yamamoto, Urahara Keisuke, and the others probably wouldn't be able to stop them. The Soul King had finally been free from threats, so how could they possibly let them get close to him? Are you ready? Of course, let's go. By the time Shen Fei found Aizen, he had already completed everything. His task was simple, to arrange the affairs of Hueco Mundo and make Tia the king of Hueco Mundo. With the assistance of Stark, Nell, and the deaths of some of the unruly Espada, such as Lurgan, this would be enough for Tia to gain a foothold in Hueco Mundo. After a few hundred years, Perhaps Hueco Mundo would also develop a system similar to that of Soul Society. This is the other world. It's really different. There aren't any spirit particles in the air. Come on, I'll introduce you to some people, and then you'll be free to move around. Don't worry, as you said, I'm a little curious about the soul fruit. That's up to you. I've already told you, in this world dominated by physical skills, the only things that interested Aizen were devil fruits. Naturally, the soul fruit's ability to control souls intrigued him greatly. It's even fair to say that if he hadn't mentioned it before, he'd probably be interested in Brook as well. He was happy to see Aizen go after Big Mama. Although he had some concerns about the Big Mama pirates before, now that Aizen was interested, he didn't mind giving the Yonko to him. As for whether Aizen could defeat Big Mama, that was a no-brainer. With his 6th Hagioku evolution, taking down a Big Mama wouldn't be an instant kill, but it wouldn't be a big deal either. As expected, there are people out there who are courting death. Even the combined power of Kato and S.H.I.E.L.D can't make some people give up their ambitions. When Shen Fei returned to Wano country, S.H.I.E.L.D was dealing with some people who were attempting to revive samurai privileges under the banner of the Kazuki clan and Kurazumi Orochi. With the founding of Wano country, a large number of outsiders poured in, causing a huge impact on the native residents of Wano country. Ordinary people were fine, after all, life was much better than before Kurazumi Orochi's rule, but some samurai were different. The locals of Wano country respected samurai very much, but outsiders didn't have much respect for these guys. In addition, Wano country's current policy did not give any preferential treatment to samurai and sumo wrestlers. Both the Kazuki clan and Kurazumi Orochi showed considerable preferential treatment to the samurai. We've discovered a very interesting world this time. You guys should make arrangements here first, and then everyone will move there to train. Shen Fei paid no attention to the samurai rebellion. He simply gathered everyone and gave them a brief introduction to the world of the Shinigami. Shinigami, this is truly interesting. Putting aside their strength and other factors, the work done by the Shinigami truly had a certain divine element to it. Furthermore, since it was a world of souls, Onita was immediately intrigued, and S.H.I.E.L.D was naturally interested in strengthening her power. What about this side? Chelsea then said. Leave it to Yamato for now. Nothing serious will happen with her around. While Shen Fei didn't care much for Wano country, focusing solely on its specialty, Seastone, Akame, Chelsea, and the others were different. Having experienced the darkness of the Empire, they also deeply detested the darkness of Wano country. Sure, Ada and the others quickly arranged their affairs, finally finding an excuse to explore the depths of the New World and departing Wano country. After all, their absence from Wano country would be quite long, and leaving quietly would feel a bit inappropriate. A trip to the depths of the New World was just the right choice. Wano country was only the middle section of the New World's oceans. Even without mentioning Raftel, there were still many islands to visit, such as the legendary land of giants, Elbaf. Elbaf was known as the world's most powerful nation, so much so that even Big Mom wanted to marry into their alliance. Their strength was undoubtedly impressive. Whether their top-tier combat power was the best in the world was hard to say, but their mid-level combat power was definitely top-notch. Dahainora, I'm sorry to bother you this time. In Karakura town, in a luxurious villa, after Shen Fei brought Ida, S.H.I.E.L.D and others here, he immediately bought a new villa. After all, there were quite a few people. Then he invited Dahainora over. In terms of Fullbring, she was undoubtedly the top one. With her teaching, they were much stronger than Shen Fei. Then Shen Fei built a spirit particle space in the basement of the villa, applied the hot spring technology he got from Squad Zero here, and connected it to the valley called the fake Soul King Palace. By the way, we can ask Unohana Sister Hu, to be your sparring partner. In Soul Society, Sister Hu has been basically isolated from battle since she became the captain of Squad 4. This time is a good opportunity to unleash her strength and satisfy S.H.I.E.L.D at the same time. Other worlds, so Aizen and you went to other worlds. Yes, if Captain Unohana is interested, I wouldn't mind having one more person with me when I leave. Other worlds? I'm very interested. It's impossible not to be interested in another world once you know about it. Even Stark would occasionally ask Shen Fei to take him to other worlds, but Shen Fei refused for the time being, leaving it to him later. It seems I can only bring Xianmeng, Yan Lingji, and the others next time, but I can improve their soul energy first. After making almost all the arrangements for S.H.I.E.L.D and the others, Shen Fei left the Death World and went to the Tang Dynasty, the Immortal Sword, And finally to the Qin dynasty. The Huns are invading. These guys are really courting death. The Macedonian phalanx? But the Qin dynasty is completely different now. Oh, and it seems like Li Mu has been holding off the Huns over there. He's one of the 4 great generals, after all. It's a bit of a waste. There doesn't seem to be a place for him in the Qin dynasty. Why not take him to the Tang dynasty? Upon arriving in Qin and hearing about the Huns' invasion, Shen Fei immediately recalled the Macedonian phalanx that Meng Bian had encountered and that had put him at a disadvantage. However, that was before. With the current development of the Qin dynasty's mechanical technology, the Macedonian phalanx could definitely be beaten to pulp. Thinking of the Macedonian phalanx, Li Mu then appeared in Shen Fei's mind. His Tang dynasty was really lacking talents like Li Mu. Although the Tang dynasty was not without such figures, whether it was Li Jing or Li Shiji, they were both talented generals, but unfortunately they were not on the Tang dynasty. It's a good opportunity to see how Meng Bian handles the Macedonian phalanx this time. This terrain is truly unfriendly to Meng Tian. Plus, it's his first encounter with a Macedonian phalanx, so it's no wonder he's at a disadvantage. When Shen Fei arrived at the border, he happened to see Meng Bian pursuing the fleeing Chanayu Taoman. Although Shen Fei saw him, he didn't intervene. With the current strength of the Qin Empire, any Chanai wouldn't matter. Is this the Macedonian phalanx the Imperial Master was talking about? The Roman Empire? Humph, in this world, only the Qin Empire can become an empire. Send out the mechanical beasts. The appearance of Botu Sanlang and the mechanical white tiger caused the Macedonian phalanx's general, who had been quite confident, to look down. But even if he had wanted to flee, it was too late. Perhaps we'll see a war between Qin and Rome. After gaining knowledge of the entire world, Ying Zhang naturally wasn't content with just the Qin territory. He envisioned spreading the Qin Black Dragon flag across the entire world. Shen Fei shared the same idea. Is General Li Mu here? The great Qin Imperial Master requests an audience. Shen Fei's voice echoed overhead, standing outside a blossoming peach grove. This peach grove had served as Li Mu's barrier against the Xiongnu for years. Planted according to a unique formation, anyone entering without a guide would be lost. Furthermore, the isolation of the groves and the Xiongnu's limited resources made it impossible for them to burn down the entire grove. There's only one wolf hunter here, no general. Shortly after Shen Fei finished speaking, an elderly man with white hair and beard emerged from the grove. General, you're too modest. I've come to ask you to come out of retirement, Shen Fei stated directly. Please return, sir. The Li Mu of the past is long dead, Li Mu said, turning to leave. General, why don't you wait for me to finish? If you still want to leave, I won't stop you. Shen Fei then proceeded to recount some of the events of the Tang dynasty. Another world, the Great Tang. Yes, in that world, the Central Plains has just experienced the scourge of a foreign invasion. Although the foreigners have been driven out, they still covet the prosperity of the Central Plains. If you don't believe me, General, I can bring you there to confirm it for yourself. Besides, you won't be needed here soon. This time, the Xiongnu have provoked the Great Qin. His Majesty, the First Emperor, will not let them retreat so easily. Previously, Ying Zhang had refrained from sending troops because he wanted to recuperate. Now that the Xiongnu have provoked him, the plan to build a city on the grasslands should be put on the agenda. Is that so? Okay, even Li Mu couldn't resist the allure of another world, not to mention the opportunity to fight for the Central Plains. Even if he didn't agree now, once he went to the Great Tang, he would have no chance to leave. General, you may not understand the changes in the Great Qin after staying here for so long. Why don't you go out and see? The Great Qin is changing with each passing day. The changes are greater than you can imagine. Chapter 849 The Emperor's Plan, Part 2. You guys are really interesting. Are you trying to recreate the 7 kingdoms of the Warring States period? No, the 6 kingdoms should be. After leaving Li Mu's place, Han, the seat of Han, flew here on his sword, curious about the current situation of Wei Zhuang and the others. He discovered that the 6 Shandong states, one of the 7 major powers of the Warring States period, had been rebuilt here. Most of the anti-Qin forces of the 6 Shandong states had originally come here, with only a few moving to the grasslands to develop. When they first arrived on the island, the 6 states were able to work together, but soon, realizing the island's fragility, they split up. They even nearly fought over territory, but ultimately, the 6 states split up, developing independently. and the 6 states were rebuilt. However, this time, the situation was different. Han was no longer the weakest, but second only to Chu. Chu, with the largest number of soldiers, occupied the largest territory. This refers to military strength, of course. In terms of overall strength, South Korea has greater potential, especially given Shen Fei's greater support for Wei Zhuang. As for Chu, he and Xiang Xiaoyu had no close relationship. In terms of institutions, South Korea currently far surpasses the other 5 states. They still adhere to the old system of feudal lords. In contrast, Zhang Liang, Wei Zhuang, Hong Lian, and others in South Korea employ a system closest to that of the Qin dynasty, incorporating numerous Qin technologies, something none of the other 5 states have achieved. Chu, in particular, perhaps due to their deep dislike for the Qin dynasty and its relationship with Yingzheng, has rejected many technologies and items that would have been beneficial to the state. Xiang Xiaoyu was an exceptional general, but when it came to governing, he was, without question, a complete failure. Are you here to see us laugh at you? Zhang Liang's tone sounded annoyed, but it wasn't his fault. While others were content with mediocrity, he had lofty ambitions. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. When the 6 anti-Qin forces first arrived on the island, they shared lofty ambitions, hoping to one day reclaim the Central Plains. To this end, they formulated a plan for an alliance and shared development. However, this so-called alliance plan soon collapsed. Initially, some wanted to maintain the alliance, after all, because they shared a common enemy, the Qin Empire. However, the alliance soon fell apart over who should rule. Chu, once the largest state in terms of territory, argued that even if Chu were to fall, it would be Chu that would destroy Qin. The other states responded with, "Come on, forget it. Now we don't see you destroying Qin, we'll just have Chu running away. If you're truly capable, don't run away." Xiao Yu, with his character, was almost drawn to such taunting. The alliance eventually disintegrated, and rivalries even erupted over the airport. For the 6 anti-Qin forces, the island was impossible to fully control. The question became whether to occupy the resource-rich areas or the less developed areas, and a division of labor was necessary. With everyone wanting the rich resources, the inevitable outcome was fighting. How could that be? I'm just here to see how you're doing on behalf of Han Fei and Xinu. Shen Fei wasn't really here to laugh at them, because there was no need. Even if he hadn't known about the situation here, he could have roughly guessed it. Even back in the Central Plains, the anti-Qin forces of the 6 kingdoms were fighting each other, let alone now, so far away from the Central Plains. Alright, I know you don't want me. Farewell, Han Xin is here too. This guy is quite ambitious. He'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. What a pity, Shen Fei had never considered recruiting Han Xin, the military genius. He would rather recruit the aging Li Mu than someone so fickle. Han Xin was a man with lofty ambitions, but unfortunately, fate wasn't on his side this time. In the unified Qin Empire, even if he had talent, he wouldn't have risen as quickly as he had during the Warring Wars. With Han Xin's talent, it wasn't impossible for him to make a name for himself in the Qin Empire, it just took time. Han Xin, however, didn't want to wait that long, waiting for a period of utter chaos. That wasn't likely to happen in the Central Plains right now, so the only remaining targets were the 6 kingdoms' anti-Qin forces. He was currently well positioned in Zhao, but commanding a campaign exceeding 10,000 men would be extremely difficult. They simply didn't need that many troops here, and not everyone was willing to leave the Central Plains to join the 6 kingdoms' anti-Qin forces. Not everyone was willing to leave their homes. Zhang Liang probably doesn't know how many spies Yingzheng has planted in the 6 kingdoms. Have you finally decided? Let's begin then. In the basement of Stark's seaside villa, after sending Li Mu to the Tang dynasty, Shen Fei returned to Marvel. By then, Stark had considered his earlier suggestion, to resurrect his parents. These 2 are the latest prisoners to be executed. They're both heinous serial killers. In the basement, 2 prisoners, a man and a woman, lay unconscious. They had been secretly extracted from the prison by Stark, who had carefully removed all records from Jarvis. This way, even if anyone wanted to investigate, they couldn't trace him back. Using a death row inmate like Fury would be a breeze, but Stark still felt a bit uncomfortable. That's why he'd been the sole operator from start to finish, leaving even Pepper Potts and her trusted bodyguard, Happy, unaware. In the basement, besides the 2 prisoners, 2 clones, a man and a woman, seemingly only about 10 years old, were kept in the usual incubators. They were cloned by Stark using his parents' blood. Then I'll begin. Seeing Stark's thorough preparations, Shen Fei immediately took out the golden scripture of the sun and the book of the dead and began to cast a spell, exchanging souls. The process went smoothly. Who are you? The young clone soon opened his eyes. True to form, it was Howard Stark. Although he was shocked by his condition, he quickly calmed down. He didn't recognize Stark. After all, many years had passed since their deaths in the car accident. Are you Tony? Howard didn't recognize Stark, but his mother did recognize him immediately. Yes, it's me. Stark was thrilled to see his parents resurrected. I won't be in the way. You guys chat? I'm leaving now. Seeing their long-dead parents again was a rare opportunity, and the three of them surely had much to discuss. Shen Fei didn't intend to remain a third wheel. This matter would remain a secret between Stark and him, never to be mentioned again. Furthermore, Howard and his wife would not live with Stark. The Emperor Project. I never thought it would come up. This world is truly plagued by disasters. But now that Godzilla has appeared, I wonder if Ultraman will show up too. In the penthouse suite of the Queen's Hotel in New York, Shen Fei was speechless as he looked at the documents regarding the Emperor Project that Ryako handed him. But he wasn't surprised. The documents contained numerous murals depicting behemoths, all discovered by members of the Emperor Project during their explorations. The theory of a hollow Earth core, supported by the Emperor Project, and the numerous murals found, has garnered widespread credence and attracted investment from numerous countries, including the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. Modern science has brought with it numerous theories, some valid and others completely worthless. For example, some claim that current science is a complete hoax. There are also those who believe that the so-called flat Earth theory holds the abyss at the edge of a planet's landmass, a theory concealed by those in power. There's also the flying noodle cult. In short, no matter how bizarre or illogical a theory, there are always people who believe it. By comparison, the hollow Earth theory is pretty standard. You came to me so I could join you in searching for the behemoth. That depends on your interest. My sister's in charge. She's been busy lately, so she's left it to me, Ryako said, emerging from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Skull Island? I'm free lately, so I'll go with you. Although Shen Fei had been preparing to explore the next world after resurrecting the Howards, he wouldn't mind checking out Skull Island. It wasn't King Kong that interested him, but Godzilla. Unfortunately, the only evidence of Godzilla's existence is murals. No one has ever seen the real thing. The Emperor Project's explorations of the Earth's core over the years haven't yielded many true behemoths, but they've still yielded quite a few valuable finds. For example, the monster Shen Fei and Ryako faced in Neon was dug from the ground. Ishidoruriko was originally a member of the Monarch Project, but due to differing ideologies, the Monarch Project's exploration of the behemoths was intended to uncover the ancient civilization that once existed on the planet, while Ishidoruriko and her group sought to control the behemoths for profit. Then I'll inform my sister. The next day, Shen Fei and Ryako were quickly transported by private jet to a military base, where they gathered and prepared to depart for Skull Island. While the Monarch organization had a fairly wide presence, it lacked real power. Relevant authority lay in the hands of their respective countries, with each country responsible for its own base. After all, the vast majority of Monarch members were experts in their respective fields, or else funded by Ryako's family. Therefore, this operation consisted of 2 groups, Monarch experts and the U.S. military. Where are your 2 maids? They didn't come with us this time. They had things to attend to. Ryako's 2 maids, who were also senior executives of her family's company, weren't exactly maids who specialized in serving others. Poor Skull Island, now exposed to human sight. I'm afraid it won't be so quiet from now on. Given the current human situation, entering their sight would be a daunting prospect unless there was absolutely no value. Even the storms that surrounded the island couldn't stop the humans. Did they see they were already here? However, the storm wasn't completely useless. It at least kept the warships out of the island, forcing the group to enter by plane. What a beautiful place. If you ignore the dangers within, as the team flew through the storm and arrived at Skull Island, the archaeologists and reporters accompanying them were thrilled. As they admired the scenery, Shen Fei's observation haki had already covered the entire island, revealing a general idea of the island's presence, a creature with exceptional vitality. Next, we need to slowly explore the island. Perhaps we can find our target inside the temporary camp. the archaeologists met with a group to discuss the current situation. This search for the behemoth wasn't based on any firm intelligence from the Imperial organization, it was merely a discovery based on data, yet no confirmation had been given. Don't bother. Leave the rest to us. Before the archaeologist could elaborate on the details of their exploration, the accompanying American colonel waved his hand, silencing the expert. He then gathered the soldiers, preparing to follow his own method of searching for the beast. His method was simple, bombing with weapons, which would surely alert the beast. Even the experts in Ryako's strenuous objections were ineffective, as the soldiers were all his subordinates. I say, don't you have any say here? Shen Fei was speechless as he watched the helicopter take off. New to a strange place, taking such a radical approach, it was a wonder nothing would happen. That's the truth. Ryako was naturally displeased, but after all, this wasn't Neon. Her status as a young lady didn't help matters here. Found it had to be said that while his method was reckless, it was effective. The continuous explosion soon alerted the island's behemoth, King Kong, a black ape over 30 meters tall. Let's go. Having spotted King Kong, the expert said nothing more, and without even a moment's rest, he immediately took off in a helicopter to pursue it. We're not going. Shen Fei immediately grabbed hold of Ryako. While Ryako was curious about the behemoths, it was just a normal curiosity, unlike some people's obsession. If her sister hadn't asked her to come along, she might not have been interested in coming. As for Shen Fei, he wasn't really curious about Congo. There were plenty of behemoths and pirates. There were all sorts of sea kings. Even the same apes, like the ones on the islands near Nine Snakes Island, had plenty. Although Shen Fei didn't know what would happen next, the army's actions had undoubtedly angered the creatures on the island. This island wasn't just home to land creatures, there were also many in the air. If he followed them, he would definitely have to intervene if anything happened. However, Shen Fei had no interest in saving these people. He had brought this upon himself, so he shouldn't blame others. What happened next was exactly as Shen Fei had expected. A large number of flying monsters attacked the helicopters, causing them all to crash. Now they faced the challenge of escaping the deserted island. Naturally, Ryako didn't ask Shen Fei to rescue them. While kind-hearted, she wasn't a saint. Someone is coming. As they were talking, dozens of people appeared around, holding ancient weapons and surrounded the place. They were the natives of the island. The explosions of helicopters and missiles naturally alarmed them. Chapter 850 The Emperor's Plan, Part 2. Don't fight. Don't fight. Just as Shen Fei and Ryako were about to engage the natives, an anxious voice echoed in the distance. Then, an old man with unkempt hair and beard scurried over, speaking in an unintelligible language to the natives. Upon hearing his words, the natives dropped their weapons and retreated. I never thought someone would actually come to this island. After the natives left, the old man approached Shen Fei and Ryako, looking incredibly excited. He then introduced himself. He was an Allied pilot during World War II who had been caught in a storm outside Skull Island. He lost control of his plane and landed there, where he had lived ever since. He wasn't alone, he was part of a small flight squadron. Now, he was the only one left alive, the others having perished for various reasons, some in plane crashes, some killed by the island's monsters, and some vanished in the storm while trying to leave. Even after decades of living here, acclimated to life here, the old man still harbored a desire to return, well, to return before his death. Not just for himself, but to bring his comrades along as well. As he spoke, the old man led Shen Fei and Ryako to the local settlement. It was a vast valley, nestled within a massive wooden and stone wall, designed to protect against island monsters, not Kong, of course, but skeleton crawlers. Even with Kong protecting the island, skeleton crawlers sometimes attack the locals. After briefly introducing the locals, the old man led the two onward, to a ship he had assembled from various aircraft wreckage parts. He had spent decades slowly rebuilding it, preparing it for a final stand at his deathbed. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Don't worry. Although we seem to be cut off from the outside world right now, backup will arrive soon, and you can return then. An expedition like this wouldn't be without support. Even if the storm surrounding the island cut off external communications, if no one returned after the agreed time, a rescue team would arrive. Of course, only Shen Fei and Ryako could afford to wait for rescue. The plane crash survivors who had previously ventured deep into the island didn't have that luxury. Now they faced the danger of a monster. After conversing with the old man and preparing to leave, Shen Fei and Ryako wandered around the valley. Neither of them had ever seen this kind of primitive tribal life. I hope their lives won't be disturbed too much. It shouldn't have much of an impact. Tribes like this generally maintain their normal state. Shen Fei didn't have much experience with this situation, but Ryako, through her sister's work, knew of many similar cases. Such isolated communities are common around the world, and every country has laws governing them. Of course, this assumes they were discovered by a national force. If they were discovered by an individual, the situation would be different. For example, the 3 founding fathers of Umbrella Corporation discovered a tribe where the Stairs of the Sun were located, and ultimately their entire tribe disappeared. It's like archaeology at the national level and tomb robbing at the individual level. While the activities are similar, the considerations are completely different. Laura, Shen Fei suddenly thought of Laura, the one who collapsed wherever she went. Her deeds were truly astonishing. You're still alive. It's amazing. The next day, several of the previously missing archaeologists and others arrived outside the valley. Among them, there were no soldiers, which surprised the old man greatly. They had lost many men that first night. If they hadn't encountered the locals, they would have been completely wiped out. We were lucky, the few survivors said, their faces exhausted. After realizing they had reached safety, they immediately slumped down in the old man's room. The entire escape had exhausted them. Where are the colonel and the others? The colonel was determined to seek revenge, and the result, although the rest of the sentence was unspoken, the meaning was clear to everyone present. As soldiers, their physical fitness and awareness of danger were superior to those of the archaeologists and reporters. Unfortunately, they were perhaps overly confident in their weapons and distrusted their hired wilderness survival expert guides, resulting in their utter annihilation. This is a major discovery. The archaeologists paid no heed to the casualties and the destruction of the helicopter. Their excitement focused solely on King Kong and the discovery of the skull crawlers, proving the mural's authenticity and providing crucial support for the Hollow Earth theory. Monarch would undoubtedly intensify its exploration of the area. As expected, after the report on Skull Island was submitted, Monarch immediately dispatched several doctor-level experts and elite combat teams. This is crazy. I need to go back. Upon learning the purpose of these people's visit, Shen Fei was speechless. The reason they valued Skull Island so much was that they were hoping to penetrate the underground tunnels created by the skull crawlers, delve deeper into the Earth's core, and find the legendary self-contained core. The information obtained by the Monarch organization included scenes of King Kong and the skull crawlers battling in the core. While this would likely result in heavy casualties, few seemed to care. Since they didn't care, Shen Fei naturally didn't care either, let alone join them. Rather than exploring these behemoths, he preferred to explore other worlds. Even with today's technological advancements, knowledge of the underground and the seabed remains remarkably limited. There are 2 theories about the core, one of which claims it lies deep beneath the sea. As for some other theory of an underwater Atlantis, many believe it. Then let's go back. Oh, and my sister wants to see you, is that so? Then go ahead. Thank you so much for troubling you this time. If it weren't for you, Ryako would be in danger. The original plan for exploring Skull Island wasn't that dangerous. After all, as long as they found the giant beast, they could just report it. However, the US military's recklessness almost cost them all their lives. In other words, they all died on the island. Otherwise, they would have been held accountable later. It's just what I should do. Ryako's sister looked like a Yamato Natashiko-esque woman, but Shen Fei wouldn't underestimate her. To be able to manage such a large family business and become the head of the imperial organization, coupled with the tone Ryako used when she mentioned her, it was not something that a simple person could achieve. I heard from Liangzi that you don't seem to approve of this exploration plan. Liangzi's sister poured Shen Fei a cup of tea. Without waiting for Shen Fei to speak, she continued, in fact, many people in the organization also think this exploration plan is a bit too radical, but time is running out. Some things must be investigated as soon as possible. Time is running out. What happened? Shen Fei originally wanted to say that he didn't care about this matter at all. He didn't leave Skull Island because of this matter. He was not so saintly. However, Liangzi's sister's words piqued his curiosity. There are some things that even the people in the organization don't know, but with your status, it's not a big deal for you to know these things, Liangzi's sister said, placing a tablet in front of Shen Fei. The tablet displayed a series of murals and the results of the Emperor Organization's investigation. Alien monsters. Why does this feel so déjà vu? Shen Fei was speechless as he looked at the mural and the results of his investigation. The mural was quite simple: King Kong, Godzilla, and a few other monsters battling another group of monsters, including the skull crawlers and the mutos. Do you think the alien monsters will attack from Earth's core? I don't know, but it's better to be prepared than to do nothing. We can't rely on the Avengers for everything. While the Avengers were powerful, not everyone liked them. Stark and his team weren't allowed in from every country. The Avengers are facing a lot of trouble this time. There was no doubt that if an alien monster really appeared, the Avengers would not ignore it. Miss, something's wrong. Just as Shen Fei was about to say something, one of Ryako's two maids hurried in. Speak of the devil, and he'll appear? No, that's not the right word. Upon hearing the maid's message, the group immediately stood up. The battle between the giant beasts was supposed to happen in the distant future, but it had appeared so soon. The maid's message was that a giant beast had appeared in the city. This monster was the Muto shown on the tablet. It had escaped from a Monarch base. Monarch hadn't been without success over the years. They had obtained many eggs left by giant beasts, and the Muto was one of them. And this time, not just one, but two appeared. However, only one was from Monarch, the other from a US military base. That's quite a lot of casualties. The Mutos, nearly 100 meters tall, suddenly appeared around the city. Even if they were doing nothing, just moving, they were enough to cause heavy casualties. This time, Stark and the others have met their match. The Mutos were no ordinary foe. Even with the swift deployment of the Avengers and the Fantastic Four, they were still unable to stop the Mutos. The Hulk was formidable, but the size disparity between them was significant. Monarch had been monitoring the battlefield. Upon noticing the Avengers' deployment, they immediately sent information about the Mutos, lest they, unable to match their opponents, resort to nuclear bombs to eliminate them. Humanity's most powerful weapon is the nuclear bomb. While it might be effective against other monsters, it's undoubtedly a failure against the Mutos. An unusual signal has been detected on the seabed. It must be Godzilla. Godzilla has appeared too. Looks like my intervention is unnecessary. Shen Fei had been preparing to assist Stark, but upon discovering Godzilla, he immediately thought of another solution. After informing Ryako, he used a mystical portal to appear directly at Godzilla's location. Rise. After using the magic circle of the three holy temples to block the surrounding surveillance, Shen Fei used a water-based magic to lift the surface water, revealing Godzilla within. Godzilla is, after all, an amphibious creature. Go. With Godzilla exposed, Shen Fei teleported him to the vicinity of the Mutos before he could launch an attack. Stark, get people to retreat. Someone's coming to deal with them. Who is it? You're not talking about that monster, are you? Yes, it is. Despite feeling deeply resentful, Stark's team had no choice but to retreat. Facing the Mutos, the only Avengers capable of fighting were Stark, Scarlet Witch, and the Hulk. Cap, Natasha, and the others could only watch from afar. Well, not really watch, they were evacuating the crowd. Of the Fantastic Four, only the Human Torch and the Thing could attack. Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman could also only watch, trying to analyze the Mutos' weaknesses. Boom boom boom. Immediately after Godzilla appeared, a fierce battle ensued with the Mutos. Each attack from both sides caused massive damage to the surrounding city, with dozens of stories tall being destroyed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, thanks to the efforts of Cap, Natasha, and the others, the crowd was evacuated, and the battle between the two giant monsters resulted in no further casualties. These militaries didn't react when they should have, but were incredibly proactive when they shouldn't have. As Stark and his team withdrew from the battle, the military launched 2 flight formations, totaling 10 of the latest fighter jets, attacking both the Mutos and Godzilla. The Mutos' electromagnetic pulse destroyed all of them, resulting in a loss of 10 at once, a truly heartbreaking loss for the military. Looks like I need to build an anti-kaiju armor. Even the Hulkbuster armor seemed undersized compared to Godzilla and the Mutos, prompting Stark to consider building an anti-kaiju mecha. Lucky. We got Godzilla's blood. Fighting the Mutos, especially taking on 2 in quick succession, left Godzilla severely wounded. However, they managed to defeat both Mutos. Afterward, Godzilla headed for the sea and quickly disappeared into the ocean. Naturally, the next step was disaster relief. Meanwhile, the Avengers and Monarch held a brief meeting. It can absorb atomic energy, meaning it can process nuclear waste. Once completed, it could benefit humanity, but there are also downsides. Once the contamination problem of nuclear bombs is resolved, I'm afraid their use will increase. However, the Godzilla fruit, a mythical animal-type beast, is quite interesting. After the battle between the giant beasts, controversy erupted over how to treat Godzilla. Some saw him as humanity's protector, while others believed that monsters were monsters and needed to be dealt with. The internet was abuzz with debate. However, some clever individuals saw a commercial opportunity, and soon, Godzilla and Muto figurines appeared in major stores, selling like hotcakes. However, no one noticed that during the battle between Godzilla and the two Mutos, a strange light suddenly appeared on the seabed of the Pacific Ocean. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.